And we are on the record in case number 29227, consolidated with case number 29226, Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC versus Vitesse Energy LLC and Vitesse Oil LLC. I'm Stephen Nelson, hearing examiner in these proceedings, and it is 9:00 a.m. on May 8th, 2023. In this case, Hess seeks a determination of its reasonable and actual cost of well operations. This case has been bifurcated into two phases, and this initial phase will focus on determining which costs at issue are within the jurisdiction of the Commission for determination. In the pre-hearing conference, the parties determined that Hess would present its case first and Vitesse would go second. But before we begin, I would like to address the objection Hess filed this morning as to certain written comments that were received last Friday. I guess, is there any discussion that you want to have before we talk about those written comments, or?
Mr. With respect to the Alcazar.
Well, I guess, yeah, before we start, let's do appearances then, yeah. So all interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann with Crowley Fleck, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota. Appearing in these consolidated cases on behalf of the Hess entities. Present with me at the table is Mr. Craig Stahl with Haynes and Boone, co-counsel.
And for Vitesse?
Rob Forward, Bismarck, North Dakota, representing Vitesse Companies.
Kevin Evans from Denver, representing Vitesse Companies.
Do that again.
Repeat that one more time, please.
Sorry, Kevin Evans, Vitesse, representing Vitesse Companies from Denver, Colorado.
Rob Forward, Bismarck, North Dakota, representing the Vitesse Companies.
And yeah, I guess as I mentioned, we were in receipt of some written comments on Friday, an amicus brief, and there was an objection this morning. I believe the commission received. Just before we kind of get into everything, I wondered if we wanted to comment on that.
Briefly, yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Craig Stahl on behalf of Hesbakken. We just filed a simple objection this morning asking that those not be considered. We received those at 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon. We've had well-established scheduling order in this case. We've had times for disclosures, and that amicus purports to have two additional experts weighing in and all proffering testimony for the consideration of the commission. We ask that it just not be considered. We've not even, I've read it, I've skimmed through it, I haven't even had a chance to respond to it. And if the commission wants to consider it, then we'll try to address it in our post hearing briefing that we've agreed to do 21 days after this proceeding. But we ask that it's untimely and it's inappropriate and it's really unfair to throw it in at 3 o'clock on the Friday before the Monday hearing.
Well, the objection is noted. I am going to allow the written comments to be a part of the record, but yeah, if you want to address that in the post-hearing brief, I think that would be an appropriate time to address those comments.
Fair enough. Thank you.
So I guess with that, we will begin with Hess's case. And so I think opening argument, we did agree on opening arguments in these cases as well, so.
We did, sir, yes, and we have a handout that we'll hand around of my opening.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Please begin.
Director Hicks, Director Helms. Again, Craig Stahl for the record on behalf of Hesbakken. I've got a slides here that I'll move through pretty quickly. Starting off with the summary of our opening, we're going to address the Commission's MSJ order from last summer. A lot of these issues have been addressed in that order that came out last summer. I'm going to address the jurisdictional question as we believe it should be framed, and then I'll address the legal framework for the NDIC's jurisdiction. A lot of that, again, was addressed, and you heard it, and I think correctly decided it last summer, but they've raised it again, so we're going to address it briefly. Then I'm going to give a discussion as to who the Hess witnesses are that you're going to hear from today. We propose to do it in one day. We think we can. And then we have some admissions that Vitesse has made from its own pleadings that it filed in state court action, and also some things that they put into some of their public filings. And then finally, the conclusion of the discussion. So turning to, if you would, to the third page, this is the Commission's summary judgment order from last summer, June 21st, 2022. Vitesse moved for summary judgment, arguing that you clearly had no jurisdiction. And they even made the incorrect argument that Judge Lee, in referring the matter to the NDIC, had said that you had no jurisdiction and that he'd already ruled on that issue. You correctly decided that no, he had not ruled. He deferred a ruling until you'd had an opportunity to consider the facts and consider the case. And, you know, as you wrote, there are several circumstances in which case-specific facts could result in a determination that costs like those at issue are post-production costs, but the facts might also result in a determination that the cost could be considered a cost of operation. Yes, post-production costs can be considered costs of operation. You've already had the precedent of the Mock case. You cited several other examples in your order, and you got it right. Vitesse tried to argue, you know, several positions in this case. Initially, they took a position to you that any post-production cost could not be anything within your jurisdiction, that you only had jurisdiction as to production costs. Then they changed their position at the hearing. In response to a question, counsel for Vitesse said, well, it's actually anything on the DSU. Your jurisdiction extends to anything upon the DSU because the relationship between the parties is created through the pooling order. So they answered initially then that it was that, you know, the DSU. Now they've kind of shifted to another position that your jurisdiction ends at the custody transfer point. So still on the DSU, on the well pad, wherever it may be, near the well, but wherever the custody transfer point, that is their position now, as I understand it from their pre-trial briefing, pre-hearing briefing. We believe all three of those positions are wrong, and we believe that, you know, the operating costs can be both production and post-production. It's an artificial distinction that does not apply under your jurisdiction. Turning to the next page, page 4. Here's the jurisdictional question that we believe that the Commission has to consider this week. Do Hess's post-production costs incurred to dispose of a non-operating owner's production qualify as costs for the operation of a well or a charge for supervision under 3808.08.2, where, and here are the facts, and these are important, these are the undisputed facts. The costs are incurred by Hess as operator of a well on a spacing unit pooled by order of the Commission. That's not in dispute. Secondly, the non-operating owner does not take in kind, as Hess and Hess as operator must then dispose of the non-operator's share of the production to continue operating the well, or you have a situation where you commit waste. That's undisputed. The post-production costs, the third point, such as gathering, processing, marketing of oil and gas, they're necessary to provide flow assurance and keep the well operating. I don't believe Vitesse really contests that one either. They just don't think the costs are appropriate. They want to challenge the reasonableness of the costs. But those, I don't believe they can make it in straight face argue that those are not necessary in order to produce the wells. Turning to the next page, this is a roadmap as to the NDIC, the Commission's jurisdiction. First, I start with the principal policy, and I'll address that in more detail in a minute on the next slide. But the principal statute is, again, 3808.08. That's the specific grant from the legislature whereby it provides that the NDIC has the authority to determine the reasonableness, the actuality of costs for drilling and operation. In the event of any such dispute as to such costs, the Commission shall determine the proper costs. That's important. It says shall determine. It's not can determine. It's not may determine. But it is, in fact, the legislative grant that you shall determine what the appropriate costs are. And then finally, we also cite, too, the general grant under 3808.04, which has been repeatedly and broadly interpreted by the North Dakota Supreme Court, that you have broad powers under that general statute to handle all other operations for the production of oil and gas. You have the precedent that you cited, too, in your last summer's order, and it's correct. The Mock case is directly on point that it was considering post-production costs, and you exercised jurisdiction and made a ruling on that. Vitesse, I'll note, in their pre-hearing briefing, cited to the fact that the Crowley Fleck firm was on the other side of the Mock case and that they represented Petro Harvester. At that time, there was no such precedent. The Mock case obviously hadn't been decided. That's of no import. Now we have the precedent of the Mock case, and the Crowley Fleck firm, like the industry, believes that there is a precedent created and that you do, in fact, have jurisdiction, and that's why we're here today. Next page, page 6. This is the Commission's policy objectives, and as it's set forth by the legislature in Chapter 380801. The declaration of the policy, the purpose is to, it says, achieve the greater ultimate recovery of oil and gas, the greatest possible economic recovery, and the greatest possible good for all stakeholders. It goes through who those stakeholders are, and everyone, because it's involved. But also, importantly, while avoiding waste. And if you don't handle the production that comes from the wells, you commit waste. You're going to have to flare it, or you have to curtail. And both of those constitute waste within your jurisdiction. Those are the policy objectives, and that's what's been recognized, and that's what's been supported, in fact, by Hess's significant multi-billion-dollar investment in North Dakota. Turning to the next page, and I won't belabor these points. We argued these last summer, and you correctly heard them. The Gem Razorback case, the Black Hills Trucking case, the Continental Resources case, these are all North Dakota Supreme Court authorities that we've cited to you in our prior briefing. They all stand for the point that the state courts give great deference to the administrative agency's construction of a statute. The commission is empowered to interpret statutes and to interpret its own jurisdiction. Specifically, the Black Hills Trading case, the court said, the NDIC has extremely broad and comprehensive powers to regulate oil and gas development in the state. So you turn to the next page and you have the specific grant of 3808.082. That's what we talked about briefly before. That's the reasonable actual cost. You get to determine any disputes as to that. And it doesn't say drilling operations. The statute doesn't say or drilling and production. It says drilling and operation of a well. We submit to you that operation of a well includes clearly both production and post-production costs, as you ruled in Mock. I'll point out that why would the legislature give the NDIC the jurisdiction over production costs but not the post-production costs? The NDIC is the best entity to determine those. Why should we put this to lay jurors to try to figure out something that the commission has the expertise to determine whether, in fact, these are reasonable costs? If they do it for production costs, why would they not do it for post-production costs? That makes no sense. If an operator fails to have a midstream, you can't get a permit today. You can't drill a well without making provisions for a midstream. The issue here, they contest that these midstream charges are inappropriate for your jurisdiction. But yet, if the NDIC requires an operator to have these, to meet the gas capture standards, that you have to have a midstream arrangement, you're clearly saying that you're addressing things beyond simply the drilling of a well. That's their theory. It's simply the production. That's wrong. Importantly, they can't cite to a single case or a single statute that says that the NDIC does not have jurisdiction over post-production costs. Turning to the next page, this is just briefly, I'll move through Mock quickly. The Mock case was originally set for a full merits hearing as to the reasonableness and the actuality of costs on a bunch of post-production costs, including pipeline transportation and gas processing. Subsequently, the parties settled, and I moved to page 10 now. The parties settled before the hearing, before the merits hearing, and all that was left was the cost of capital outlay for what? For creating infrastructure for gas transport. That was the issue that was decided in Mock, and the commission did exercise its jurisdiction and entered an order determining it. In their briefing now, Vitesse argues that this is going to wreak havoc upon the state of North Dakota if you rule in our favor in this proceeding and say that you have jurisdiction. Well, let's look at what did not happen. Was there havoc? No. There wasn't any havoc created by it. Business went on. And what did happen? Counsel, I'll point out to you that counsel Lawrence Bender, someone who's no stranger to the NDIC and to commission practice, Lawrence Bender filed the Sinclair case before you, stating that you had jurisdiction. And the issues that are going to be considered in that Sinclair case are coming before you for a full merits hearing next month in June. And those issues include transportation, processing, compression, administration fees. It may be fewer wells, but it's the exact same issues that Vitesse presents here. We brought this case because we have the precedent of Mock. Sinclair is right before you. This case should be before you on the merits as well. What would wreak havoc upon the state is if you don't have the body that the legislature granted the authority to, pass up that jurisdiction, not exercise your jurisdiction, and leave it to state court juries, you're going to have potentially inconsistent results across the state as to interpreting what's reasonable at one time, what's unreasonable another time. The NDIC is the right place for that to be decided. Turning to the next page, that's the general grant of authority under 380804. You know that, but we talked about it, but all other operations. Vitesse says that you should ignore that all other operations provision. They brief that they say, oh, well, adjustum generis and other Latin phrases dictate that you don't, under construction rules, that you don't consider that to be applicable to all other. It can't be that broad if you have specific things before it. However, there's case law that we've cited to you that says you don't apply those construction terms on something that's unambiguous. Both parties agree that this statute is unambiguous. So all that Latin, it's been 40 years since I've done it in high school, but all that Latin I learned is inapplicable. It doesn't matter in this context. The statute is unambiguous. Turning to the next page, page 12. This is some examples of where the NDIC has, in fact, exercised jurisdiction off of the unit, off of the DSU, under 380804. And I cite to you the EDS Dunn County case. The Supreme Court said, and a treating plant qualifies as an other operation for the production of oil and gas. Vitesse tries to distinguish that case, saying, well, it was really, you have provisions under the treating statute, you could have regs under treating. But what the court said, because there was the argument from Dunn County that, it's really an oil recovery plant. It's not a treating plant, so therefore we have the Dunn County could control it. The Supreme Court rejected that and said, no, even whatever it is, treating plant qualifies as all other operations. Your jurisdiction was affirmed by the North Dakota Supreme Court. Similarly, in the Black Hills trucking case, you've got an instance where a third-party pumper, he's miles away from the DSU, goes and illegally dumps, and he was assessed almost $1 million fine. That was an exercise of your general jurisdiction under 380804. It was challenged up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court affirmed your jurisdiction, that exercise. And that's where, in the dissent in the Black Hills trucking case, is where you see that argument of cradle to grave. Vitesse likes to try to argue that we're saying you've got jurisdiction cradle to grave, thousands of miles away. That is a complete straw man argument. That is not what we're arguing. We are saying you have the express jurisdiction under 380808 and 380804 to determine the costs, the operating costs that we pass on through what we bill to them. The reasonableness of those charges. It doesn't matter. We're not asking you to go, and it's totally a straw man to say that we expect you to go, change a FERC tariff or something like that, exercise jurisdiction. That's not the effect of ruling for Hess in this case. What you're doing is you're looking at those costs. You're the best body to determine whether those costs are in fact reasonable, whether they're actual. And if we were to pass through a tariff down, from 1,000 miles away, and we added something to it that wasn't appropriate, you would raise a red flag and say it's not appropriate, it's not reasonable, it's not actual. But it's a straw man to say that we're trying to get you to go cradle to grave. And again, remember, that cradle to grave language arose in the dissent in the Black Hills case. It was not in the majority opinion. The majority opinion affirmed again how broad and comprehensive your authority is to regulate the oil and gas activities in the state. Then next page, page 13. Vitesse relies primarily on federal court decisions in the Highline exploration case. You'll see that in all the briefing now. They argued it to Judge Lee. And what Highline was, it was an override case, but it was a contract. It's interpretation of a contract. That's different than the jurisdictional question to you today. Which is, what is your jurisdiction under the grant from the legislature? Highline is inapplicable. And when they argued, they went to Judge Lee twice. This last time they went to Judge Lee complaining that the NDIC wasn't moving fast enough. You weren't doing what Judge Lee wanted in Vitesse's mind. But what Judge Lee wrote, he analyzed that Highline case and said, Highline expiration is not controlling or binding on either this court or the NDIC. Highline does not bind you. It's a federal court decision in a contract case. It's not interpreting your legislative grant of authority. Operations, they cite Williams and Myers, and Williams and Myers is a well-known, well-respected oil and gas treatise. They cite it repeatedly for other points, such as definition of development, for definition of production. They don't cite it for operations. And the reason why? Because Williams and Myers specifically says operations is not a defined term. It has different contexts. Yes, maybe in a royalty context it has a definition that is in Highline. That's not the application in this context as to what did the legislature mean when you get to determine operating costs. So Williams and Myers supports us, not them. Their own expert, you'll hear testimony about their own expert was asked, are there different contexts in which the term operations applies? And he said yes, he agreed with that. And then we cited to you some OXLA cases. This is not a federal case, I understand that, but we just gave you some examples that there are instances where the federal courts have said as to federal court jurisdiction, operations can have different meanings and it can have a broad interpretation. Turning to the next page, I just wanted to cite to you on page 14 a couple examples where the NDIC has exercised its authority away from the pad, away from the well pad. And these are not, things for initial production. This is not just for production. Construction of gas and gathering lines and the gas capture targets themselves. Those are exercises of the Commission's authority, its jurisdiction in a broad sense, per that mandate from the legislature. Now let me briefly, on page 15, turn to Hess's witnesses, Hess Bakken's witnesses. First, Mr. Gatling. John Gatling will testify today. He's the VP Bakken for Hess Corporation. He's also the President and Chief Operating Officer of Hess Midstream. So you've got both the operator and the midstream. He's going to talk about the history of Hess's position and development in the Bakken, the need for investment in order to accommodate the vast and quick growth of the Bakken. The fact that you either build the midstream or you have to flare or shut in, which would be, again, waste. And he'll talk about the operational integration of Hess's entities in the Bakken, and the relationships there. Then we have Ram Gaurakamur will testify. He's the Director of Finance for Hess Corporation. He'll testify about the contracts between Hess Bakken and its marketing affiliate in the Bakken, HTC, Hess Trading. And it'll explain how Hess Bakken accounts for those transactions under those contracts. And then finally, we have our expert witness, Lisa Adair. Miss Adair is the founding partner of Pearson Adair. She's well recognized in the industry. She's had over 35 years of experience. She's a licensed engineer. She has a BS in chemical engineering, an MBA in finance. She personally visited some of the facilities of Hess in the Bakken. She's got photographs that she'll show you. She's going to discuss the necessity and the function of the various Hess infrastructure, and she'll talk about how it provides flow assurance for Hess Bakken to get oil and gas out of the basin. Finally, I'd like to turn on page 16 to some of Hess's admissions, and I won't belabor this. I've given you some examples. Let me just, for the sake of brevity, move to the last one at the bottom of page 16. These are pleading statements that Vitesse made in the district court before they knew that we were going to raise the issue of failure to exhaust administrative remedies, before they thought about this, maybe the NDIC has jurisdiction. They wrote, Vitesse has authorized, this is paragraph 52 at the bottom of page 16, Vitesse has authorized HBI, that's Hess Bakken, to act as its agent in drilling and operation of the oil and gas wells and to act on its behalf. This authorization includes incurring reasonable fees for midstream services required to produce and prepare the oil, gas, and NGLs for sale. They were talking about our midstream services. They knew that there would be midstream services. The issue here is clearly that is all part of what the operator does in order to operate the wells. They're even, their own pleadings admitted it. Of course, when they filed their counterclaim to us here, those paragraphs all fell off. Those paragraphs were changed and omitted, what they said to you. We also, as I said, we're going to show you some public filings that Vitesse has filed, where how they characterize post-production costs in their own filings to the SEC and to their investors. That brings us to the conclusion. As Judge Lee recognized when he stayed the state court case and allowed us the opportunity to come to you, he said, notwithstanding the court's more restrictive view of what costs and fees Hess should be allowed to claim may be, he'd heard all of Vitesse's claims that our fees were unreasonable. That's fine. He said, it nonetheless remains the responsibility of the NDIC to resolve any dispute as to such costs and to determine proper costs. This has not yet been done. Consistent with the legislative purpose of Chapter 3808 NDCC and consistent with the North Dakota Supreme Court's precedent cited above, the better course of action in this instance is for this court to defer any ruling until after the NDIC has been given an opportunity to do its job. The commission does have jurisdiction to do its job and decide this matter. Simply put, costs of operation include post-production costs as they're required to continue to operate the well. If you don't incur those costs, you can't operate the well. The NDIC's jurisdiction is over the operation of the wells. So to better achieve the legislative mandate that's set forth in 380801 for the commission, we ask that you exercise your jurisdiction under 380808 and or 380804 and decide that you have jurisdiction, set this matter for a hearing, and then do your job and determine what are reasonable costs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. All right, so we can, and I've got the order out of order in my head. Were we going both the openings at the start, or?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we can move on to Vitesse.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We do have a handout of our presentation as well, so we'll pass that out. I'll assist. And our paralegal here, let me introduce our paralegal. Her name is Stephanie Hess. Okay, so.
Easy to remember.
Thank you.
I assume there's no conflict of interest there. Thank you. Ready?
May it please the commission, my name again is Kevin Evans. And before I get into our opening, I just want to address quickly a few of the points that we just heard, because I feel like I'm in an alternative universe. Hess, like it did during the motion for summary judgment hearing, gets up and tells you it is not seeking cradle-to-grave jurisdiction. I ask you to pay, and I know you will, very close attention to the testimony during this hearing from their witnesses, because that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, during her deposition, and we'll examine Ms. Adair on this, she actually said the commission has jurisdiction perhaps all the way to Henry Hub in Louisiana, which is ridiculous given the FERC authority over such mainline transportation. But that's exactly what they're doing. And I took notes of Mr. Stahl's opening. Not once did he mention paragraph 29 of Judge Lee's order. where Judge Lee found and said the commission does not have cradle-to-grave jurisdiction. Direct quote. So that's what they're up here arguing. Judge Lee has already found against him on that, but they're going to push it nonetheless. Secondly, I heard Mr. Stahl say, the industry all agrees with Hess. Well, that's quite a stretch and an overstatement, given the amici brief that was just filed, the amicus brief. There's at least a number of amici who don't agree with Hess. And I suspect there are a lot of royalty owners who don't agree with Hess. And that's the wreak havoc in the industry that I will be talking about during my opening statement, because I noticed that Mr. Stahl didn't address that. Perhaps he didn't understand what we were talking about, but I'll explain it in spades, because it will wreak havoc in the industry if you find what Hess is asking you to find in this proceeding. And lastly, paragraph 52, before I get into my statement of our filings below, so what? So what that Vitesse relies upon Hess? We have never said, not once have we said anywhere, that the commission has jurisdiction over post-production costs, because it doesn't. We may rely upon Hess to do things as the operator, but that doesn't mean that we accepted commission jurisdiction over post-production costs, or that the commission has jurisdiction, statutory jurisdiction over post-production costs. And that leads me right into my opening slide 2. Because the commission has only that jurisdiction authorized by the legislature, and that's Supreme Court precedent. We've, in our slides, all the cases we cite are North Dakota Supreme Court cases. And the North Dakota Supreme Court said that the commission has only that jurisdiction authorized by the legislature. And as a result of that, it's HBI, and I'm going to use that HBI phrase as shorthand for Hess-Bakken. It's HBI who bears the burden, not Vitesse. It's HBI who bears the burden of proving that this commission has jurisdiction over post-production costs in dispute. And as we'll show during the course of this hearing, as we've already showed in our briefing, HBI cannot do that. It cannot do that. When interpreting a statute and applying the statute, there are fundamental principles of statutory construction enumerated by the North Dakota Supreme Court, and this is slide 3, that must be applied. Not may be applied, not we can apply it when we feel like it, but must be applied. And the commission's, quote, authority to regulate is limited to that authority provided by the legislature. And as a result, the jurisdiction of an administrative agency, not just the commission, but any administrative agency in the state of North Dakota, is dependent upon the terms of the statute. So the statute governs. And as a result of that, any action taken by any administrative body, including the commission, without subject matter jurisdiction is void ab initio. It's void from the get-go. Meaning that we could have a proceeding that goes on for months and months and maybe another year or so, and at the end of the day, for naught. So certain other fundamental rules are relevant here, and this is slide 5. In interpreting a statute, you must first look to the, quote, language of the statute. And when the wording of a statute is clear and free of all ambiguity, as Mr. Stahl admits is the case here, and we admit is the case here, there is no ambiguity in these statutes, the letter of it is not to be disregarded under the pretext of pursuing its spirit, which is the thing that Hess is asking you to do. Ignore the plain language of this unambiguous statute or these unambiguous statutes and apply what it claims is the spirit of what the legislature intended or what Hess believes to be the case. You must apply the plain language of the statute. And while the terms operation and supervision are undefined terms, no, we don't dispute that. They're not defined in the statute. They're not ambiguous. As even Hess admits, they're not ambiguous. The next slide, slide 6. Another important point of statutory interpretation and construction and application. In construing statutes, the law is what is said, not what is unsaid. And this next part is particularly apropos. And the mention of one thing implies the exclusion of another. Cited once, North Dakota Supreme Court there that gave that quote. There are actually several others that say the exact same thing. The mention of one thing implies the exclusion of another. So we have demonstrative exhibit B here. The statute. The law is what is said and unsaid, not what is said, not what is unsaid. What does it say? The pooling order must make provision for the drilling and operation of a well on the spacing unit. And for the payment of the actual reasonable cost thereof. And when there's a dispute, the commission gets involved. A dispute as to the cost for drilling and operation of a well on the spacing unit. It is presumed. It doesn't say, you won't find anywhere in this statute the word midstream, downstream, post-production. It's not there. It's unsaid. And it must be presumed. Another point of statement by the North Dakota Supreme Court. It must be presumed that the legislature intended all that it said, and that it said all that it intended to say. It's kind of like a Popeye quote, but that's what it is. The legislature must be presumed to have meant what it has plainly expressed. And what it is plainly expressed here is that the commission has jurisdiction over the costs for drilling and operation of a well on the spacing unit, which is not insignificant. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in connection with drilling and operation of a well on a spacing unit that the commission has jurisdiction over. So, I mean, we're not suggesting that the commission only has minute responsibility. It doesn't. There's a lot that the commission regulates with respect to the meaning of drilling and operation of a well on a spacing unit. So I'm gonna slip over into slide 8 now. HBI has admitted, and there's no dispute here, that all of the costs in dispute, all of them, are post-production costs. For processing, for compression, for dehydration, for fractionation, for transportation, and for marketing. And then we have this nebulous admin cost category where they dump a bunch of negative numbers into when they take us negative. But those are the costs in dispute, and it's undisputed that they're all post-production costs. Not a single cost in dispute in this proceeding relates to drilling or operation of a well on a spacing unit. So the next slide, what does HBI want you to do? It wants you to rewrite the statute. And in so doing, read into it words that the legislature did not use, and read into it concepts that are not there. With all due respect, the commission must apply the statute as written by the legislature, not rewrite the statute to expand its jurisdiction, which is exactly what Hess-Bakken HBI is asking you to do. The next slide. HBI would have you believe that costs to operate a well on a spacing unit include all post-production costs. That's what you're going to hear during the course of this hearing. All post-production costs, because they are necessary and required. Their new theory, their pet theory. They're necessary and required to keep the oil and gas flowing. And because those post-production costs are reflected in the value that the producer receives for the well production at the sales meter. But the statute doesn't say that. The legislature didn't say the commission has jurisdiction over post-production costs because they're somehow necessary cogs in the wheel of the oil and gas industry. And it easily could have said that if that's what it intended, but it didn't. Again, no mention of post-production, midstream or downstream cost in this statute. HPI's position also ignores what was said by the commission in the order denying Vitesse's motion for summary judgment. As we say on slide 11, in denying that motion, the commission said that, quote, a factor for the commission to consider is the location of the service rendered with respect to the spacing unit and pad. That's what the commission said. According to HBI, you're wrong. In fact, you're going to hear HBI believes that you have jurisdiction over post-production costs regardless of the nature of those costs and regardless of whether they were provided 10 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles, or even 1,000 miles from the well pad and the spacing unit. That's their position. They have to stake out that position, otherwise their theory collapses on itself. HBI even goes so far as to say that the commission has jurisdiction over mainline transportation costs outside the state. I've already suggested how absurd that particular theory is, but again, they have to stake out that position to be consistent. Slide 13. Not only is HBI's position a contrived and insupportable reading of the plain and unambiguous language of the statute, but think of the consequences of that position. The wreak havoc language that we heard Mr. Stahl use and pretend not to understand. Here's the problem with Hess's position. I don't know that they've thought this through, but here's the problem. Most of the oil and gas leases I'm aware of do not allow operators to deduct production costs and well operation costs from royalty payments. They don't allow it. Isn't it curious? Isn't it just a tad bit curious that HBI claims on the one hand it can require royalty owners to bear the post-production costs at issue here because they're deducting them. They're deducting the processing, they're deducting the transportation, they're deducting the gathering from royalty owners. And then on the other hand, claim those costs are costs incurred to drill and operate a well on the spacing unit. We've got an example of, and it's Exhibit 00. This is a demonstrative of Vitesse Exhibit 00. This is a royalty revenue statement that HBI issued to Vitesse. We can see what they're deducting. Transportation, processing, compression, transportation, processing, compression. Those are costs in dispute in this case. They're deducting those from royalty owners in this state. So for royalty owners, what they're telling you is, or what they're telling the royalty owners, these aren't costs to operate a well on a spacing unit. But for non-op working interest owners, they're saying, these are costs to operate a well on a spacing unit. They can't have it both ways. If these costs are really part of the drilling and operation of a well on a spacing unit, the deduction for royalty payments would be a clear breach of their obligations to the royalty owners. Think of the can of worms that's going to open. It would mean that royalty owners in North Dakota have been significantly underpaid and cheated by Hess for years. As I say on slide 16, post-production costs do not mean one thing when you're dealing with royalty owners, and complete opposite thing when you're dealing with working interest owners. They are the same costs. They are for the same thing. You don't get to have it one way and then turn around and seek to have it another. Because HBI has not and does not treat post-production costs as well operation costs when it comes to royalty owners, asking you to find that post-production costs are costs to operate a well on a spacing unit when we're dealing with working interest owners, I submit is a disingenuous and dishonest argument and position. And it's also inconsistent with the plain language of the statute. Slide 17, the facts also belie HBI's position here. Let me just quickly run through some of the information and evidence you're going to hear during the course of this hearing. HBI admits that it sells and transfers ownership to all production at the well site to Hess Trading Corporation. And once that happens, HBI no longer controls or owns the production. Not a single cost in dispute here was billed on an AFE or a JIB, which is where production and well operation costs are billed. Slide 18. You're going to hear HBI did not enter into any contract with a midstream entity. HBI did not perform any of the post-production services, none of them. HBI does not own an interest in any post-production equipment or facilities. HBI does not control or supervise the operations of any midstream entity or company. And on the one hand, HBI claims in its pre-hearing brief that it arranges for and coordinates transportation and processing, and then turns around and says HBI, quote, uses midstream infrastructure to dispose of Vitesse's production. I mean, come on, let's be candid. I mean, we're all here, we're all advocating our client's position, but when you do so, let's be candid. HBI doesn't use midstream infrastructure. It doesn't own it, it doesn't own an interest in it, it doesn't control the processing or midstream operations, it doesn't supervise the midstream operations, it doesn't use midstream infrastructure. And to suggest otherwise is just a blatant misstatement. I want to put up just a couple of additional slides here, or boards, because they show you where the midstream services were provided, which the commission said in its order denying the motion for summary judgment is an important factor to consider. So the first one we're going to look at is the demonstrative of Exhibit XX. And this is the Hess Midstream Facility, the Tioga Gas Plant, which is a significant gas plant in the processing of gas and oil, that's in, or excuse me, of the gas that's in dispute here. It's not even a spacing unit that on which Hess operates a well. Same thing with respect to the next exhibit, ZZ. And this is a One Oak, which, while Ms. Hess is putting this up, HBI is actually taking the position that gas that is processed by a third party, such as One Oak or Highland Partners or Petro Hunt, is a cost of HBI to operate a well on a spacing unit. They're not even affiliated with these companies, yet they're taking this position. So where do we have the processing plants here? Well, there's one. There's one. There's one. Not on any spacing units. And this comes from a Hess map. So it looks like maybe the Lonesome Creek is on a spacing unit. No, that's just an interesting way of producing a map, because when you blow that map up, what you see is that the Lonesome Creek plant is not on a spacing unit at all. Yet another, you can just hold it there. Yet another processing plant not on a spacing unit. And the same thing goes with respect to, and you'll hear it during the course of the proceeding here today, the Highland, the Petro Hunt, the Targa plants, they're not on spacing units. So I won't bore you with putting those up and showing you the same thing over and over and over again, but they're not on spacing units on which Hess operates a well. That's in question here. So we agree that processing has costs associated with it, gathering has costs, transportation has costs, and we agree that those are costs to operate the processing facilities, the gathering facilities. But they're not, they're midstream costs. They're operation costs for midstream facilities and equipment. They're not operation of a well cost. They're not well operation costs. They're trying to conflate the two, and that's not what the statute says. We've already talked about slide 20, which is Judge Lee has already ruled that the commission does not have cradle-to-grave jurisdiction. So let's flip to slide 21 if we may. Where does the commission's jurisdiction end? I heard Mr. Stahl say that Vitesse has changed his position, another disingenuous statement. There was a question asked during the motion for summary judgment as to where the commission's jurisdiction might end, and I remember the answer because I gave it. I said at the farthest, it's the DSU. But we didn't say that the commission had jurisdiction over all post-production costs up to the DSU line. We just said at the farthest. Where does the commission's jurisdiction end? It will be nicely explained by David Posner. Mr. Posner's here in the front row chairs. Mr. Posner is a former chairman of the Colorado Oil and Gas Association with extensive industry experience. And he will testify, as you all already know, the well operator conducts its operations, including the drilling, the production, and the maintenance of a well upstream of the sales meter. That's where the operations of the well take place. Thus, Vitesse's position is that the commission has jurisdiction over everything upstream of the sales meter, which is entirely consistent with the language of 3808-082. And again, as for equipment and services downstream of the sales meter, HBI does not own the equipment. HBI does not provide the service. It doesn't control or supervise those operations. And while the services impact the value that the producer receives for the production at the sales meter, it's not an operation cost for a well. It's not a well operation cost. Again, if that's what the legislature intended, it could have easily said the commission has jurisdiction over these post-production costs, but it didn't. All of what I have just said is precisely why the Crowley Fleck firm and Mr. Mann argued before you 5 years ago in Mock, the case that Hess likes to invoke at every turn, that the commission does not have jurisdiction over post-production costs because they are not costs to operate a well. And I heard Mr. Stahl say, well, yeah, but things have changed. Have they? Statute hasn't changed. Last time I looked, the statute hasn't been amended between 2018 and the present. The Mock decision, the court, this commission did not decide processing, whether it had jurisdiction over processing costs. Didn't decide that issue. Parties pulled it. And as for the capital outlay for gas infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, that order was vacated. The request of the party. So there's no precedent here. I like to say there's precedent, but there's no precedent here. And for the very same reasons that the Crowley Fleck firm advanced to you in Mock, and Vitesse is advancing before you now, the commission, consistent with the plain and unambiguous language of the statute, does not have jurisdiction. So flipping to slide 25, realizing the flaws in his position, as I've just laid out, and hoping the commission will overlook its historical practices in the state. And again, to the extent there's any confusion here, historical practices in the state means how it's treating royalty owners with respect to these costs. That's what we're talking about. Again, you don't get to treat royalty owners one way for these same costs and treat working interest owners another way. That's not how it works. They're not different costs. But they're hoping you just ignore that and ignore the consequences of their position in this case, which will wreak havoc. You can imagine the floodgates that are going to open up if that's the case. But royalty owners coming in claiming they've been cheated by Hess for years. HBI now cites to the manner in which Vitesse has accounted for various costs in its books and records. Well, first of all, Vitesse has not reported processing costs as an operating expense in any of its books and records. Those have been treated as a deduction from revenue, as Mr. Cree, the president of Vitesse, will explain when he testifies. And regarding gathering and transportation expenses, as Mr. Cree will explain, for accounting purposes, Vitesse has reported production and some post-production costs together for accounting purposes. It's an accounting classification. Accounting doesn't require you to break out production and post-production costs. There's an accounting classification called production, and that's where they're put. And Vitesse's outside independent auditors have signed off on that accounting classification and said it complies with GAAP. But that accounting classification in no way constitutes an admission that the commission has jurisdiction over post-production costs under the plain and unambiguous language of the statute. In any event, Vitesse can't rewrite the statute based on how it accounts for expenses on its books and records. That's not how it works. So I want to end where I began. This is on slide 28. The statute is clear, and the facts of the case prove that post-production costs an issue are not costs to operate a well on a spacing unit. Again, the fact that HBI deducts post-production costs from royalty payments is proof positive that Hess itself does not consider these post-production costs to be costs to operate a well on a spacing unit. Yet that's what they're trying to sell you here. For all these reasons, the commission's jurisdiction as it relates to this case ends at the sales meter. And thus, the commission lacks subject matter jurisdiction over this dispute. The proceeding must be dismissed with prejudice and returned to the district court, where it was filed almost 2.5 years ago, and where it's been stayed while we work through this process. Thank you.
Thank you for your argument. Was there an intention to offer these as exhibits for either of the written openings here, or
I have no objection.
No objection.
both shall be admitted as exhibits? I guess the time is 9:56 a.m. It might be a good time to take a 10-minute break here. We'll be back at 10:05 a.m.
Great, thank you.
we are back on the record in case number 29227, consolidated with case 29226. It is 10:05 a.m. So next we'll be going into Hess and your case in chief. I did want to note for the record that we do have a court reporter in the room, and I was asked if there's any objection to if there is a transcript being created for that being part of the record after the case is heard, or I guess if that would be a possibility.
No objection from Hess.
No objection from Vitesse.
All right. Well, that would be appreciated by the commission and save a considerable amount of time, so thank you. All right, with that, we will move to Hess's case in chief.
Mr. Nelson, thank you. To start with, before I begin with our first witness, I'd like to go through, we've stipulated as to the admissibility between the parties, and we wanted to see if we could get those documents onto the record. If you would turn to Hess's exhibit book, I believe behind tab B, you'll see our amended exhibit list. I think it's the tab is in both book binders, so it doesn't matter whether you have volume 1 or volume 2.
Look at yours here. Okay. We have the stipulated. Yours is the black one here. Might be. Oh, there we go. I wasn't doing enough pages in. There you go. All right. I'm with you.
Okay, great. If I may, I'd like to read into the record the exhibits that have been stipulated between the parties as admissible of the Hess documents, Hess exhibits. Specifically, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 8, number 9, number 14, number 15, number 16, number 17, number 20, number 21, number 22, number 23, number 24, number 25, number 26, number 27, number 28, number 30, and then number 42. And if I may, Mr. Hearing Examiner, well, first, let me move for admissibility, for admission into the record of those stipulated documents.
Sure.
Yeah, we've stipulated no objection.
All right, and those will be
I need your approval.
the record. Yeah, I always double check just to make sure something's not missed
Absolutely.
here.
And then, thank you for that. And then as to, there are a number of the public record filings of Vitesse that Mr. Evans and Vitesse did not object as to the foundation. Obviously, they're their public filings, but they did object as to relevancy. We contend that based upon both parties' openings, those documents are clearly relevant because they go to the characterization that Vitesse has made in its public filings as to post-production costs, how it's treated those. And those documents are specifically, these are all public filings. Exhibit 31, Exhibit 35, Exhibit 36, Exhibit 37, Exhibit 38. We'd also move for admission of those.
Yes, did
And
you
we
want-
maintain our objection on relevance.
Sure, the objection is noted, but yeah, we will allow it into the record.
Thank you. With that, then, Hess calls its first witness, John Gatling.
All right, Mr. Gatling. Step forward. Please raise your right hand and make sure that mic is on.
Okay?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. Thank you.
Good morning, John.
Good morning.
For the record, would you please state your full legal name?
Sure, my name is John Gatling.
Mr. Gatling, what are your positions with Hess?
I'm the Vice President of Bakken, and I'm also the President and Chief Operating Officer of Hess Midstream.
Generally, can you give the commission some description of what your duties are in those positions?
Sure, I'm fully responsible for all operations, from well development, well operations, midstream development, midstream operations, all the way basically getting the hydrocarbon from the subsurface to the end point.
Briefly, starting with college, what's your educational background?
Sure, so I graduated with a bachelor's degree from California State University, and I have a master's of business administration from Duke University.
How long have you been with Hess?
Approximately 13 years.
We're going to use some terms today. Mr. Evans seems to use HBI, but I'm going to use the term HIBIC, or I'm going to use Hess-Bakken. Can you tell the commission who HIBIC is?
Sure. HIBIC is Hess-Bakken, LLC, Hess-Bakken Investments LLC. It is basically the leaseholder operator of the wells and the drilling spacing units.
And then who is HTC or Hess Trading?
HTC is Hess Trading Corporation, and it is the marketing arm that provides the services to get production from the DSU to the end market.
Okay. And who is Hessam or Hess Midstream?
So Hess Midstream, so Hessam is Hess Midstream, and it provides all the midstream services, again, from the drilling spacing unit to the end markets.
Do each of those companies have their own employees?
No, they do not.
So you're a Hess employee, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. Did you assist in preparing some slides to help the commission understand your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
For the commission's benefit, it's tab 43 in the Hess exhibit books. All right, Mr. Gatling, I'd like to start on the second page. Could you give a brief summary of the testimony, the areas of testimony you're going to offer today?
Sure. I'm going to talk a little bit about Hess's history in North Dakota. I'm going to talk about Hess's decision to invest in the Bakken. I'm going to talk a little bit about the oil and gas production and marketing for the Hess Bakken, integrated upstream, midstream, and marketing services. I'm going to talk a little bit about Hess Midstream and then what Hess's future is in the Bakken.
Thank you, sir. Would you turn then to this third slide? What are you showing on your third slide?
Sure. So this is a timeline showing Hess's investment over time from 1951 through 2010. Starting in 1951, when Amarada Petroleum then became Hess Corporation, drilled the first paying quantity well in the Williston Basin. In 1954, the Tioga Gas Plant was started. In 1981, Hess acquired additional acreage, about 110,000 acres in Williston, in the Williston Basin area. In 2006, built and developed the Ramberg Terminal Facility, and then in 2008 and 9, drilled the first test Bakken wells. In 2010, Hess acquired additional acreage in the Bakken from the success of the wells drilled in 2007 and 2008, acquired Tracker Energy acreage position for 167,000 acres, acquired American Oil and Gas acreage position for about 85,000 acres, and then also established its headquarters in North Dakota out of Minot, North Dakota.
Okay, let's turn to slide 4. What are you showing on slide 4?
Sure, it's the current scope of Hess's operations.
Okay. Can you describe what the Hess's role is in North Dakota today?
Sure. So Hess is part of North Dakota. It's been there for a very long time. We have about 465,000 acres. There's significant.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Well, I think it's objection is noted, but I'm going to allow the testimony. Thank you.
We've obviously been developing the Bakken field for the last 10, 12 years, and we've got significant runway ahead of us. We've invested over $13.1 billion, and we've paid taxes of about $2.7 billion. Again, Hess drilled the first paying quantity well in 1951. The Bakken is Hess's largest core priority asset, only operated onshore asset that we have. There's about 600 employees and contingent workers, which effectively are kind of Hess positions that are based in North Dakota. We also have about 1,000 plus contractors that also support our North Dakota operations.
How about any community involvement?
Sure. Again, the employees and Hess have been part of the community for a long time, so many of the employees participate in a number of community activities, and then Hess also is significantly invested in, not only from a oil and gas perspective, but also from a community perspective. And a couple big ones, obviously, is Succeed 2020, and then the tribal apprenticeship program that Hess just recently invested in.
Okay. Let's turn to the fifth slide. What are you showing on slide 5?
So I'm sure as the commission's very aware, this is just kind of a cartoon graphic of a drilling space unit showing a pad and then showing the horizontal drilling down in the subsurface. And then on the image on the right-hand side, it's basically showing the separation process by which happens when the production is brought to surface.
That separation process, can that occur below the surface? Can you separate the oil from the gas from the water below the surface?
No, you cannot.
So what's the targeted hydrocarbon in the Bakken?
Sure. The Bakken is a shale oil play. So its primary hydrocarbon target is oil. You have associated gas that you have to handle, process, and ultimately dispose of or sell, and then you've got to dispose of the water.
Does Vitesse take any of its oil or gas in kind?
It does not, to my knowledge, no.
Similarly, does Vitesse take or dispose of any of its share of the produced water?
No, it does not.
Does Hess have other non-ops in the Bakken who do take their share of the production in kind?
Yes.
What would happen if Hess Bakken did not sell or otherwise dispose of Vitesse's share of the production?
It's not possible. You can't not produce a portion of a well. You either produce the well or you don't produce the well. So the production has to be handled.
All right, let's turn to the next slide. Slide 6, sir. What are you showing on slide 6?
So this slide shows the value stream of the integrated oil and gas value chain, starting with crude, then going to natural gas, and then showing the flow of water off of the well pad to the downstream.
Okay, let's start with the crude oil at the top there. Can you walk through the chain on the crude oil?
Sure. So starting at the well pad, starting at the wells, you've got well facilities, you've got a LAC pump, you've got a LAC meter at that point, and then basically from that location, you can either pipe the crude oil off the pad or you can truck the crude oil off the pad. It's obviously, just from a logistical perspective, it's much preferred to pipe the crude oil off the pad versus trucking, depending on seasonality, wintertime, snow, frost law breakup in the springtime. There's sometimes restrictions of being able to get trucks on pad. So from a reliability perspective, it's much better to take the crude oil off pad via pipeline. Both either the pipeline or the trucking goes ultimately to a terminal and storage, and then from that point it can either be piped out of the basin or it can be railed out of the basin and ultimately ending up in use in crude oil refining.
Okay, as to natural gas, can you describe the chain?
Sure. So natural gas, very similar. Maybe the one thing that's missing on this graphic is at the DSU, there's also flares on the DSU. When you're unable to actually get the gas off pad, you either have to curtail the production or you have to flare it. But once you get past that and you're kind of in the pipeline network and really dissimilar from crude and water, you have to pipe the gas off of the DSU. So you pipe the gas off the DSU. It goes through. It goes in it's in low pressure at that stage. Then it goes to a compressor station. Pressure is increased, and then that gas is then commingled, aggregated, and then pushed to the inlet to the gas plant. Once it gets to the gas plant, a separation process begins where the dry gas, the residue gas that comes out and goes down and then is ultimately sold. And there's multiple sales points at our 2 gas plants that we have in North Dakota where that can go. And then on the NGL side, so now you've got the dry gas and then you've got the liquids that are coming out of that. And there's really two phases of the liquids. You can keep it in Y grade, which then the Y grade NGLs then get shipped on for further processing downstream. Or you have full fractionation capability, which at our Tioga Gas Plant, we actually have full fractionation capability where we can extract ethane, propane, butane, isobutane, and natural gasoline. And then those products can then either be consumed locally, or they can be piped out or railed out to different markets around the U.S.
All right, and finally, as to the produced water, can you describe the chain as to the produced water?
Sure. So water production is very similar to crude. So in the water situation, you can either pipe it off or truck it off, and you have the same benefits and downsides to water handling as well. And then from that, water systems are generally regionally based. So from there, you're either offloading via trucks at a disposal site. Could be a Hess-operated disposal site. It could be a third-party disposal site, or it's piped to those same locations and again disposed of at those locations.
Okay, where would you go to look if you wanted to see the equipment that exists on a well pad?
So you would go to the DSU and you would actually go to the well pad itself.
Okay, is there a document within Hess's files that you would look at?
Yeah, so there would be a schematic of a well setup. So you'd have the well, and then it would show all of the infrastructure facilities that are on a well pad.
And those schematics would exist for all the wells?
Yes.
Okay. Let's turn to the next slide. What are you showing on slide number 7?
So slide 7 shows what what Hess's drilling spacing units and infrastructure look like approximately 2010. You can see the green rectangles on there represent drilling spacing units that Hess operated. And then you can see some circles on there that show the different infrastructure that was available at the time. So C's represent compressor station, P represents processing, O represents oil. And you can see it north of the river and south of the river. And what it shows basically is it shows the infrastructure that was primarily in place for the conventional development of North Dakota, not the Bakken development. So over time, we've obviously added infrastructure to support Bakken development.
Okay, apologize, I have one thought that I didn't cover. Would you go back one slide? Let's go back to slide 6 for a second. You show these assets that are on slide 6 as to crude oil, natural gas, and water. Does Hessam, the midstream, does Hessam have any midstream assets upstream of the custody transfer point?
Yes, in some cases, we own the LAC pumps and the LACs themselves, the water skids. So yes, there's infrastructure upstream, yes.
Okay, and are there midstream assets on the DSUs?
Yes, there are.
Okay, now let's go back. Okay, so you've discussed what is the infrastructure, and that's the infrastructure as it existed in 2010, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Then let's go to the next slide, slide 8. What are you showing on slide 8?
So slide 8 shows approximately 10 years of growth in well count for the Bakken from 2013 through 2021. And you can see, I mean, obviously price influenced the shape of it a little bit, but you can see how Hess has been adding more and more wells to the Bakken over that period of time.
I note that 2021 went down. What's that attributable to?
So that was the sale of our Dunn County acreage, the Little Knife and Murphy Creek fields down south.
Okay.
Which at the time, part of the reason why from a divestiture perspective, it was further out in the life of the field development, and then probably more importantly, it was not, there was no way for the midstream to actually provide the services. So we had some challenging operations in that area of the field.
You meant Hess Midstream?
Hess Midstream, yes, sorry,
Okay.
Hess Midstream.
Well, are the majority of Hess's wells serviced by Hess Midstream?
Yeah, so 90+% of the wells that Hess operates in North Dakota are serviced by Hess Midstream.
Why do you prefer to use Hess Midstream?
Again, because the integration between the upstream and midstream, we're actually able to develop the infrastructure at the pace that the upstream needs to actually operate and produce the wells.
Okay. Let's turn to slide 9 then. What are you portraying on slide 9?
So slide 9 shows the total North Dakota. So this is total all-in North Dakota production. The plot on the left is oil production. The plot on the right is gas production. And then on the gas plot, what you see is the top of the green area represents total wellhead production. And then the black kind of shaded area represents the percentage of that gas or the share of that gas that's ultimately been flared on a given day.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the production of oil has been generally flat over that period while the production of natural gas has increased?
Yes, I mean, I think with the cyclical nature of oil price, you see different ups and downs on oil, but if you just look at it over time, you're seeing it as relatively flat. As GORs, as well as mature and GORs, gas to oil ratio increases over time, you see a constant increase in gas volumes over that period of time.
I note there's a dip in both charts for oil and gas in the 2020 period. What's that attributable to?
So, I mean, I think as everybody was living through that time, there was an assumption that demand for energy was going to go down, and so development activities stopped for a lot of other operators. Hess kept its activity going. We wanted to keep capability, and also thinking about the long term rather than a given day, a given month. We're thinking about, what's in the best interest over the long period of time. Hess continued to invest. Other operators stopped drilling activities, and in some cases, other operators actually ceased production operations as well.
Okay, and is that shown on, let's turn to slide 10. Is that shown that there's not a corresponding dip in 2020 for Hess's North Dakota production?
Yeah, I mean, so on the oil plot, you can see the slowdown in activity. So again, we were running 6 rigs prior to the pandemic, and we ended up running 1 rig post-pandemic, and that's why you see kind of the oil fall off, but you don't see the stop of production. And then, as I mentioned, and the two charts really are very similar just from an overall presentation perspective. It represents the same period of time. This is now just zeroing in on Hess's production that shows the oil production and then the corresponding gas production associated with it.
Okay, focusing on the flaring shadow that's on the bottom of the gas depiction on slide 10, generally what has happened in terms of the amount of flaring by Hess in North Dakota since 2014?
Yeah, I mean, significantly reduced. I mean, as we kind of talked about the development and the uncertainty of how the subsurface was going to perform over time, we were drilling wells and trying to have infrastructure catch up with those wells. As we got a better understanding of the subsurface, and then through the integrated field development process that we go through between our upstream and our midstream, we were actually able to put the infrastructure in place necessary to actually capture that gas. And you can see kind of at the peak, which was kind of 2019 pre-pandemic, you can see a significant drop off in the flaring, and we're close to 95% gas capture now, maybe a little better than that over that period of time. And I mean, that was directly related to the teams working together to actually build the infrastructure and get it in place so that we could produce those wells.
I do see a spike in 21. What's that spike on 21 for flaring?
So in 2019 timeframe, 2020, we had made the decision that we needed to expand the Tioga gas plant again. So this was taking it from 250 million a day up to 400 million a day. We did the construction activities in 2020 and had anticipated plan to do the turnaround at the same time that we did the construction tie-in. Unfortunately, with the pandemic and getting workers into the state, it was too much risk for us to bring people in at a very uncertain time, so we decided to delay the actual turnaround activity till 2021. And so what that represents is the construction was completed in 2020, but we weren't actually able to finish the tie-ins and then ultimately do the turnaround, the maintenance activity necessary to get the plant ready for 400 million cubic foot a day. And that's what that little spike is. There was about a 35-day window where we were had to take the plant down so that we could actually do the tie-ins and then perform the maintenance necessary for the plant.
Okay. Well, we've talked a little bit about the flaring. Tell me about generally your understanding of the flaring orders and gas capture targets that have occurred in North Dakota since 2014.
Right. So again, in 2014, as the commission is well aware, the flaring order was put in place, which basically had a target of 76% gas capture. I prefer the kind of gas capture. It's more kind of, that's what we're getting over time. In November of 2020, that gas capture target went to 91%, and as I mentioned previously, we're 95+% on total gas capture of Hess operated wells.
So as a result of the flaring order, were there any actions taken by Hess Bakken?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, again, I kind of talked about it before, but the integrated field development plan is absolutely necessary to actually have the impact and achieve the objectives of the commission from a flaring perspective, which, you know, Hess, from a sustainability perspective and wanting to be a prudent operator, that was obviously something that we were focused on as well. So this was something that the teams did together in the development of that to make sure that we could actually achieve the regulatory obligations and ultimately, as we will eventually get to, actually well exceed those expectations as well, which we are now currently doing.
All right, let's turn to slide 11. What are you portraying on slide 11?
So maybe I'll just quickly kind of highlight the different entities that are on here, but this is basically how we produce and operate the Bakken for Hess. So the first two, and we've already defined the entities from Hess Bakken Investments or Hess Bakken, Hess Trading Corporation, which are both 100% wholly owned subsidiaries of Hess. And then we've got the midstream, and so and we've got Hess Midstream, which is a separate public company. But again, it is tightly integrated in with the other two entities. And in fact, not Hess Trading Corporation, but Hess Bakken and Hess Midstream, ultimately I am responsible and accountable for all the operations that go into both of those entities, mainly because of the importance of the integration between the two. So Hess Bakken holds the leases, produces the gas, sells at the wellhead to HTC, manages all the production for its non-ops, and then makes sure that the appropriate revenues and costs that get passed back to all the respective non-operators.
Okay, and then what does HTC do?
So HTC's responsibility from the well pad, basically, from the well and the well facilities, but from the well pad, is ultimately responsible for making services necessary and providing access to the best markets to basically ensure that production on that pad, on the DSU, can ultimately be produced, can be operated, and can ultimately get to end markets.
Okay, was HTC created specifically for the Bakken?
No, it wasn't. In this case, it handles a similar service for all of our domestic operations. But again, in this case, it is a very important aspect of how we actually produce and operate our wells. I mean, at the end of the day, they're handling all the services off the well pad for us through the end market, which obviously enables us to produce the wells.
Okay, and describe who Hessam is.
So Hess Midstream is the actual operator of the midstream assets in North Dakota. So again, from the well pad on the DSU, from the well pad, and in some cases we have infrastructure upstream of the custody transfer point, but we operate all of that infrastructure from that location all the way to end market. So on behalf of HTC, we're operating that so that we can provide that service to HTC, and HTC can ultimately provide that service back to
Okay.
Hess Bakken.
Was there ever a time when Hess Corporation owned 100% of Hess Midstream?
Yeah, so the midstream entities were created in about the 2014 timeframe, but all prior to that, it was all Hess Bakken that was doing it. I can't remember exactly what the entity name was. The name probably changed over time, but at the end of the day, and for me personally, having been in the onshore business pretty much my whole career, until the midstream assets were set aside, it's E&P operations. It's basically from the well to the market. It's all the same stuff. It's all managed by the same teams doing that. In this case, this was an opportunity for us to, capital investment, especially on the development side, at this period of time was a little bit restrictive. So this enabled us to actually, stand that up and work on that.
So originally, Hess Corporation paid all the costs to build the
Yes,
midstream.
absolutely.
And then it sold some of that interest in the midstream entity, Hess Midstream, to GIP, Global Infrastructure Partners.
Yeah, so in 2014, the midstream was formed with the intent of taking the midstream public. In 2015, GIP made an unsolicited offer to purchase 50% of the midstream assets, and Hess agreed and sold the assets at that time. And then 2017, we ended up taking the company public.
What did the sale enable Hess to do?
Again, I was starting to talk a little bit about that, but when Hess was responsible for both aspects of the upstream and the midstream, it had to balance the investment between the two. And what the midstream enabled was basically redeployment of that capital that was built and put into infrastructure so that Hess could ultimately drill more wells. It was important at the time, and something that we still find very important today, which is the midstream. Without the midstream, there really is no way for us to operate the upstream. So maintaining control of the midstream was critical from the standpoint of being able to reliably operate our wells. And so as part of the structure of this, Hess has, in normal operations, Hess has control of the midstream through its governance on the board.
Okay. Are there any specific financial actions or things that Hess couldn't do unilaterally as to Hess Midstream?
Right, so the tariff structure as an example, so the structure, I mean, as part of the investment, and obviously the non-Hess participants want to make sure there's some security there, so Hess cannot control and change the tariffs. Hess cannot control or change, sell assets, dispose of assets, things like that.
But Hess does have operational control. Hess Bakken does have Hess has operational control over Hess.
Yes, again, I am responsible for the operation of Hess Midstream.
You're the guy.
I am the guy.
Okay. Let's turn to page 12. You mentioned integration. Can you tell the commission about the value of integration?
Yeah, so the value of integration, again, I talked a lot about this already, but to produce the wells, we have to have reliable takeaway. We have to have minimal disruption. Flow assurance is critical. And again, while other service providers can provide some flow assurance, the integration piece of this is really important from getting the wells online and getting them on as quickly as possible. So it avoids minimal disruption from a production perspective, so drilling the well and getting it on production, but it also avoids shut-in, flaring, things like that.
Okay. Tell me about coordination and the field development plans.
Yeah, so again, the way we develop the field, it's the wells are developed and the infrastructure is developed together. So the team, the Hess Bakken team and the Hess Midstream team, again, we all report to the same, we're all Hess employees, but they have responsibilities and they coordinate those responsibilities and integrate those responsibilities. So when the development engineering team wants to place wells in certain locations, the infrastructure planning team comes in and says, this is what's necessary to actually be able to produce and operate those wells. And that could include building pipelines, it could include adding compressor stations, it could include adding additional processing capacity, water disposal wells, oil gathering and terminals and takeaway. Really, those two things go hand in hand. And I mean, I think that's a pretty good reason why that they're both under my responsibility.
Have you heard the term pipe ahead of the drill bit?
Yeah, and I alluded to it a little bit before. It was the reverse before, which was the drill bit ahead of pipe, which means basically you're drilling the wells, trying to understand what the wells can produce, and then install the infrastructure as quickly as you can, which, was the last 10 years, basically. And, I would say over the last several years, it's gotten much better, where now we actually have a foothold of infrastructure in place. Now we're actually able to plan wells where infrastructure exists. And if infrastructure doesn't exist, that coordinated activity enables us to ensure that we can have the infrastructure in place when it's needed from a development perspective.
Can you speak as to alignment of values between Hess Bakken and Hess Midstream?
Again, I kind of alluded to it earlier, but, Hess has a long history in values. I mean, the company's got very, very strong values. And as Hess employees, we're looking after those values and protecting those values. And one key one that I referenced earlier was just sustainability. Obviously the commission put the flaring order in place. It was necessary at the time, but we were marching towards the same objective, which was to try and eliminate flaring as much as possible, capture as much of the hydrocarbon as possibly could, and then ultimately get it to market. So I think that's a good example, like a tangible example of values in application.
Okay. Does achieving flaring goals have any link for Hess in the capital markets, in raising capital and funding future development?
Yeah, I mean, as I would imagine most people are familiar with, there is definitely a heightened sensitivity in the energy industry, and availability of equity funds along with debt is restrictive depending on, what sort of operator you are. And so as a prudent operator, as a company that values the sustainability and the environmental aspect of producing operations, that is absolutely enabling us to attract the equity funding and the debt funding to actually develop and produce the Bakken.
Let's go to slide 13 then. What were you showing on slide 13?
So again, I showed kind of the aerial view with the DSUs and the infrastructure on it. Basically, this is the same view that just summarizes the infrastructure assets in about 2010, and the map on the right shows kind of the key infrastructure assets, excuse me.
And the wells before 2010 were what kind of wells?
They were conventional development, so generally speaking, pre-Bakken wells. I mean, there was a few wells that had been, test wells that had been drilled prior to that, and some people were starting, or some companies were starting to develop those, but it was primarily conventional development.
So is it fair to say this was the footprint in 2010 of
Yes.
the midstream?
Yes.
Okay, then let's move to slide 14. Now, this isn't your slide, but what is this?
Yeah, so this is the slide that the North Dakota Petroleum Authority produces. Justin Krinstead, he works very closely with industry and obviously with operations, and he has a very good sense of what's going on in the basin. What this basically shows is actual gas production for the basin. Again, all of North Dakota is the red part of the lines. The blue part represents the current view, the base current view of where gas could grow, and you can see we're kind of in that, I don't know, somewhere between 3 and 3.5 BCF of gas, potentially growing up to, near 7 BCF of gas. And then what each of the gray lines represents at different points in times, what the expected forecast was going to be at that time. So you can see back in somewhere between 12 and 17, you can see gas was peaking at about 2.5 BCF. And then you can see pre-pandemic where the growth was kind of continuing on. Even those curves showed us getting in the 5 to 5.5 BCF, and then now you see kind of where it's going. So again, this I think demonstrates the challenge that industry had, that all of the operators in North Dakota had, which is how do we know what infrastructure we need to actually develop this, and until you start actually producing the wells, and even well design changes over time, which contributes to how productive the wells are. That also influences what the oil and gas and water production comes from those wells.
So what's the impact of the Bakken being gassier than originally expected?
So again, different from oil and water, you cannot truck gas off of well pads. So it's required infrastructure, it's required more pipelines, it's required more compressor stations, it's required more processing capacity, which has, been something that has been aggressively developed over the last decade plus.
Okay, let's turn to slide 15 then. Can you discuss Hess's midstream investment in the Bakken over the last 10, 12 years?
Sure. So again, this is a similar graphic to what I showed previously. We're calling out some key milestones from 2011 through current. I'll talk a little bit about current here in just a second, and I'll lay the chart out when we get to it. But so starting in 2011 is when we built the dual loop terminal for the Tioga Rail Terminal. This was enabling us to export crude oil out of the basin in the 2011-12 timeframe, but it also enabled NGL takeaway at that same time. And then in 2014, we expanded the gas plant from 120 million a day up to 250 million a day, and again, full fractionation capability. I talked a little bit about that earlier. 2015, I mentioned that Global Infrastructure Partners purchased 50% of Hess Midstream. 2016, we expanded the Ramberg terminal. 2017, we added the Hawkeye gas facility, the Johnson Corner header system, which is just an oil terminal.
Really gotta slow down.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Too fast.
Okay, sorry. So in 2016, we had the Ramberg terminal facility. In 2017, we had the Hawkeye gas facility and Johnson's Corner header system, which again was the oil terminal south of the river. That was enabled us to access multiple oil markets then. In 2019, we joint ventured for additional processing capacity south of the river with Targa Resources. That's a Little Missouri 4 gas plants, 200 million a day, of which 100 million a day is Hess's. And then in 2021, I mentioned this earlier, we expanded the gas plant for the Tioga gas plant from 250 million cubic foot a day up to 400 million cubic foot a day. And importantly, across this entire time frame, and you can kind of see it on the bottom, how processing's grow. So I've highlighted all of the processing adds on here, but the one thing that isn't on the chart is all the pipeline infrastructure, all the compression, all the water infrastructure that was added over this period of time as well. So when you just look at from 14 to 22, we're going from 120 million a day of processing to 500 million a day of processing, from about 150 million a day of compression to over 410 million a day of compression. And then even with that's going to increase by another 100 million a day. We're adding more compression this year, and we'll continue to do that for the next decade. So again, I think growth has been active this whole time and will continue to be active.
I'm curious about the rail terminal that was built in 2011. Does that have any importance as to, you'd use the term flow assurance? Can you describe what importance, if any, it had as to flow assurance?
Yeah, I would say that pretty much all of the graphics on here are focused on flow assurance. The terminal, the rail terminal was very important at the time because crude oil export out of the basin was constrained. So this enabled Hess, and all of the wells that we operated enabled us to have flow assurance out of the basin. We didn't have to rely on the timing of adding pipe to export crude oil out of the basin. So it was a significant benefit. The other thing that it added is we were actually able to add NGL takeaway from that terminal as well. So again, we're fractionating the gas. Some of that goes to local markets. Some of that goes to other markets around the U.S.
Okay. Is that still true today? Does it have any importance as to flow assurance today?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as we, and I would say over the last 6 to 12 months, there's been some discussion around DAPL and whether there's going to be issues with DAPL. Having a Hess midstream owned and operated facility ensures that flow assurance is there from a crude oil standpoint.
Okay. Let's turn to the next slide. Slide 16. What are you showing in terms of gathering system reliability?
Sure. So on the gathering system reliability, what this basically shows is this shows the reliability and as it's reflected in curtailment between Hess and third-party operators from a midstream perspective. And these are all Hess-operated wells. So the green line represents the curtailment associated with Hess-operated wells where Hess Midstream is the gatherer and handles all the downstream operations for the upstream. And then the purple line represents where a third party is the gatherer, and those are also Hess-operated wells, but where you can see that those wells were curtailed. The tables on the right show exactly how much of the production, or wells, I should say, is assigned between Hess Midstream and third parties. And again, from a performance perspective, obviously the upstream prefers to have the ability to work together and integrate the infrastructure needs with the development needs on the well side. And you can see that we've actually been over time transitioning much more of our activity towards Hess Midstream operated infrastructure versus others.
What happens, well, have you ever had any instances where Hess Bakken has been pressured out on a third-party midstream?
Yes, I mean you can see it here. It happens pretty regularly, and in fact, and I can't remember exactly what year it was, but in our Stony Creek field, which is a field north of the river and west of Tioga, where Hess Midstream built a 16-inch pipeline from Highland system up to our system so that we could actually debottleneck their gathering system to enable that production to fully operate. Primarily to prevent curtailment, but also to capture the gas, minimize flaring, and get the full value of the hydrocarbon that we possibly could.
Absent actions like that, if you're pressured out, what happens?
You flare or you shut in is what's happening.
Okay. Let's turn to slide 17. We actually have a larger blow-up, so perhaps I can put that up. Number 17. Right here. I got it. We're good.
Sorry.
Mr. Gatlin, can you
You,
describe slide 17?
you mind if is it okay to get up and?
Well, we need you talking into the
Oh,
mic. So.
okay, no worries, okay, that's fine, sure. Okay, so, what I'll just describe it from here, and if anybody's got any questions, I can point to something on the map if need be. Again, this is the exact same view that we showed in about 2010, but now we're showing kind of the current view. Again, just to orient everybody on the chart itself, the green rectangles represent Hess-operated DSUs. Now you see much more infrastructure in place, obviously, with the growth of the Bakken over time. Again, just reorient everybody. C's represent compressor stations, P's represent processing, O's represent oil terminals. And then we've got, and it's the only one that's kind of its own little cartoon on there, which is the rail terminal, which can handle both oil and gas. That's why there's a red outline on that.
Okay. So this describes both the oil and gas capabilities.
Yeah, this is oil and gas. We don't have water shown on here, but you can see the kind of pipeline network. You can see the vastness of the gathering systems that are necessary to produce and operate the field, and then you can just see kind of geographically where the assets are.
Okay.
As it relates to our operated DSUs.
Well, then let's turn to the next slide, slide 18. And for the commission's benefit, slide 18 are the last two, the last page of each of Hess Exhibits 1 and 2. It's the 2022, the full exhibits that we have that are Hess Exhibits 1 and 2 are a period of years, 2016, I believe, through 2022. This is just the 22, the state of the facilities as of December 31, 2022. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's pretty simple. What this is, these are GIS maps, so these are actual point maps with XY coordinates, very precise, that show. So when you look at it, you see the kind of the gray rectangles. These gray rectangles represent the Hess-operated DSUs, where Vitesse is a joint owner in those locations. And then we've got an oil system and a gas system, and really the big difference between the two is the pipeline network and then the associated surface facilities, again, to support the oil system and the gas system between the two.
Now, are these documents that are kept in Hess's normal course in the business record?
Yes, absolutely. And I would say that it's difficult to tell on the images here, but you can see that the pipeline system and the infrastructure kind of goes all through the field. And in fact, while you can't tell here, the pipelines actually go across the DSUs because you have to tie into every DSU. You have to actually physically be on the well pad to actually be able to take the production off pad.
So again, there's midstream assets of Hess Midstream on those DSUs.
Yes, absolutely. Again, the custody transfer point is on the DSU, but also even upstream of the custody transfer point, there's infrastructure that's owned by the midstream.
Okay. Let's turn then to slide 19. What are you portraying in slide 19?
Again, this is the current view of Hess Midstream operations. So you can see a significant growth in the oil gathering and export facilities, pipelines, oil terminals, the crude oil, adding the rail cars and the rail terminal. Then we've got the gas gathering, where we've added again a lot more pipe. Basically almost tripled our compressor stations and 7 times increased, so 7x increased our compression capacity, and then significantly added additional processing, and then actually developed our Bakken water and disposal systems as well.
Okay.
And then the map, which you remember the prior chart showed just kind of the three facilities. Now this is kind of the full landscape of major infrastructure in North Dakota.
So that's the footprint today.
It is the footprint today.
Okay. Just to recap, why was it necessary to build all of this midstream?
Again, when the field development plan was put together and continually evolves, the necessary infrastructure to actually produce and operate those wells has to be in place. You got to take the hydrocarbon off the pad and ultimately get it to an end point. And so from that perspective, we had to have the infrastructure necessary to produce and operate those well pads and the wells.
What would have happened from 2010 on if Hess had not created HESM and invested billions of dollars in the midstream?
Object to speculation.
Maybe rephrase the question.
Certainly. Would it have been possible for Hess to produce the same volumes and operate the wells that it operates today without the building of this infrastructure?
No, from the standpoint of the development, again, we could have contracted with third parties to provide those services, but it would have been in a non-coordinated way. Again, the upstream team, the Bakken team, the Hess Bakken team, and the midstream team, they work together. They work on the same floors in Houston. They work out of the same office in Minot, North Dakota. Had those teams not been working hand in hand, there is no way that Hess would have been able to develop the field the way it's been able to develop it.
Okay. Let's turn to slide 20, our last slide. Can you describe Hess's plans for future investment in the Bakken?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object as to relevance. I don't think we should be talking about future plans on its jurisdictional context.
Yes.
It goes to the context of showing why this infrastructure was built and what they've invested in, and it goes forward, the infrastructure goes forward, it's preparing for that future development, so it's relevant.
The objection is noted. The commission and overruled. The commission will take the evidence and give it its due weight.
Go ahead, Mr. Gatling, please describe Hess's plans for future investment in the Bakken.
Sure. So again, as price has recovered some, we added our fourth rig back to the Bakken in 2022. We expect to have 4 rigs running through at least the end of the decade. That would add about 120 new wells per year. So the well chart that showed before, it would just continue to increase. In 2023, between the upstream and the midstream, to support that 4-rig program, we're spending about $1.3 billion between the two, the upstream and the midstream. And the company's made it very clear, and this objective for me is very clear, which is to grow our production to 200,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day average by 2025. We have just about 1,700 wells in the ground now, with plans to add another 2,000 wells over the next couple decades. So we're basically doubling our well count. Again, as I mentioned before, we couldn't do that if we weren't adding infrastructure in place to actually support those operations. So as we're doing that, we're adding oil, gas, and water infrastructure, but in particular, again, because of the necessity of its gas infrastructure, because you can't truck gas off of a pad, and we have the objective of minimizing flaring and capturing as much of the hydrocarbon as we possibly can. We're building the infrastructure to support that, so it's a fully integrated development plan. And then the last item on here, which is related to pretty much everything above and some of the things that I mentioned previously around Hess's values, just from an environmental perspective. Hess signed up for the World Bank flaring reduction initiative, so basically zero routine flaring by 2030. Hess's commitment was more aggressive than the World Bank commitment, so Hess actually committed to getting to zero routine flaring by the end of 2025. And again, that in combination with the growth is going to require continued integrated field development planning and infrastructure planning to be able to support that production over time.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, based upon the foregoing testimony, Hess moves for the admission of Mr. Gatling's demonstratives, which are Hess Exhibit number 43.
Any objection?
We object to almost entirely all of the, object to Slide 3, definitely slide 4. Slide 14, slide 15, 16, and slide 20.
Is that on relevance again, or
Relevance in here, sir.
any comment?
Certainly relevant, and it's supported by the witness's testimony. They have the opportunity to cross-examine him as to these subjects, so I would say it's not hearsay.
The objection is noted, overruled, and the commission will give it its due weight. Thank you.
Thank you. One other document.
Exhibit is admitted, yeah.
Thank you, sir. One other document, per Mr. Gatling's testimony about the schematics, we have exhibit number 29, which are the actual wellfield schematics. Only Mr. Hearing Examiner has the actual box somewhere that has the 5,000 pages. Everyone else has gotten a thumb drive, and so that it's spare them the 5,000 pages of the schematics. But Mr. Evans, on behalf of Vitesse, has not objected as to the foundation. He only has objected as to relevancy. Given Mr. Gatling's testimony that those do show, in fact, what structure is on the DSU, we submit it's clearly relevant, and we move for admission of exhibit number 29.
No objection.
And exhibit 29 is admitted.
And with that, thank you, Mr. Gatling. I'll pass you. Ask the witness.
And cross-examination?
May I call you John?
Of course, yes.
Okay, you can call me Rob. So I want to use some terms that we'll both be familiar with. When we're talking about the operator of the well, do you want to use the term Hess-Bakken, or I think Mr. Stahl said Hibick? Which one would you prefer?
Whichever you prefer.
Okay,
Hess-Bakken is probably simpler.
okay, we'll use Hess-Bakken.
Okay.
And then as to Hess Midstream, can we agree that we just call that Hess Midstream?
Sure.
Okay. And you would agree with me that Hess Midstream is not the operator of any of the wells we're talking about here today?
Yes, Hess Midstream is not the operator of the wells.
And so the operator of the wells is Hess-Bakken, correct?
That's correct.
And Hess-Bakken then is the one that has to produce the bond to the NDIC for each of the wells, correct?
I'm not familiar with exactly how that process works, but it doesn't sound incorrect.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, what did you say your title was with Hess-Bakken?
So Vice President of Bakken?
So, would you disagree with me that there is a requirement that operators of wells put up a bond with the NDIC?
No, there's a permitting process for drilling new wells.
Okay, and as a part of that, there's a bond? Correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And as a permitting process, who submits the permit? The operator?
Yes, the operator.
And in this case, that would be Hess-Bakken, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And would you agree with me that Hess-Bakken does not sell its oil and gas that it takes from its wells directly to Hess Midstream?
It does not sell directly to Hess Midstream.
It sells to Hess Trading?
It sells to Hess Trading, correct.
And these sales are demonstrated in written contracts, correct?
Yes, they are.
And you would agree with me that these written contracts are binding on each of the parties,
Yes,
and that there are, in fact, two separate parties to these contracts, correct?
can you tell me which parties you're referring to?
I am referring to Hess-Bakken and Hess Trading.
Yes, that's correct.
You'd agree with me that these are private contracts?
What do you mean? What's the definition of private contract? Does that-
Between, well, I'll give you my thought is these are contracts between two private parties, correct?
There are contracts between two parties. I don't know what the significance of the definition of private is, but there are contracts between the two entities you referred to.
Okay, and is Hess Bakken a public utility?
No, it is not.
It's not a government agency?
No, it's not.
It's considered a standalone private entity, correct?
It's a subsidiary of Hess Corporation, which is a public company.
Okay. Are these contracts that we're talking about, are they free and open to the public?
No, they're not.
Do you have an exhibit book in front of you? Could we put the one that has 23 and 24 in front of him, please?
Hess exhibit or Vitesse exhibit?
We don't
Yes.
have numbered exhibits, we have
Yes.
lettered exhibits.
Okay.
Sorry, which number again?
If you could turn to tab 23, just let me know when you get there.
Okay, I'm there.
What is exhibit 23?
It's the amended and restated crude oil purchase and sales agreement between Hess Bakken Investments II LLC as seller and Hess Trading Corporation as buyer.
How about exhibit 24? What is that?
It is the gas purchase and sales agreement between Hess Bakken Investment II LLC as seller and Hess Trading Corporation as buyer.
And from there, Hess Trading enters into contracts with other entities, correct? Including Hess Midstream?
Yes, it enters into contracts to provide the service for Hess Bakken.
What kind of services are usually provided by Hess Midstream?
Sorry, Hess Midstream?
Yes.
Hess Midstream provides all of the midstream operations from the well pad to the end market.
Could you give me some examples?
Pipelines, compressor stations, oil terminals, pump stations, gas processing plants, water disposal wells, to name a few.
So would you agree with me that when we talk about an act like compressing gas, that describes what's being done for that service, correct?
Yes, I think so.
And so when Hess Midstream provides that service, they consider that to be a source of income for them, correct?
Yes, there's income associated with that, yes, that service.
And would you agree with me that really, no matter what we call that or what bucket we want to put that particular cost into, it's still going to be the act of compressing gas, correct?
Yeah, if it's a gas compressor, it's the system's designed to compress gas.
And so if we call it a post-production cost or a production cost, it doesn't matter, it's still compressing gas, correct? That service?
It's still compressing gas, yes.
Hess Trading Company enters into contracts, as we said, with Hess Midstream. Who are some of the other entities that are non-Hess entities that Hess Midstream enters into contracts with?
One Oak, Highland Partners, Dakota Access, Enbridge, number of others.
And so you provide the same services for those companies?
It depends on the company.
And I'll ask you maybe a little bit more artfully this time about those contracts. Those contracts are generally not open to the public, are they?
I don't know. I don't have anything to do with the contracts. I've got a team that are responsible for managing those contracts.
Okay, so are you saying those would be freely available?
I've told you that I'm not familiar with the contracts. I don't believe so. I think that they are similarly private contracts.
Okay, thank you. Is it fair to say that when Hess Bakken sells its oil and gas to Hess Trading, Hess Bakken no longer owns that oil and gas, correct?
Yes, when Hess Bakken sells its oil and gas, it no longer owns it.
And it no longer controls its oil and gas anymore, correct?
It does not control it from that point. However,
No,
it,
sorry.
however, it
Please,
does.
I'm going to stop you there. You can
Objection, please
clarify
let him
with,
finish his
you can
answer.
clarify with Mr. Stahl. Would you agree with me that Hess doesn't own any interest in
Overruled, but yeah.
Hess Midstream Equipment? Hess Bakken doesn't own any interest in Hess Midstream Equipment.
Yes, that's true.
Would you agree with me that Hess Bakken doesn't own any equipment or facilities of Highland Partners?
Yes, that's true.
And would you agree with me the same thing for Petro Hunt,
Yes,
One Oak,
yes,
Targa?
no. Oh, sorry, sorry. I apologize. Yes, that's correct.
So it's my understanding that there is a partnership at some point with Targa, correct?
Yes, there is.
It's
Yes.
not with Hess Bakken.
No, that's correct.
Would you agree with me that Hess Bakken doesn't supervise any of the operations of Hess Midstream?
No, that's not correct.
How about Highland Partners?
No, it does not supervise anything with Highland Partners.
Petro Hunt,
No,
One Oak Rockies?
no.
Is it fair to say that besides the meters that you talked about earlier, that Hess Midstream doesn't own any of Hess Bakken's well equipment?
Hess Midstream has infrastructure upstream of the sales meters in some cases.
So let's talk about this hearing and actually why we're here. John, you're aware that the commission issued a bifurcation order and told us that we had to do this in stages, correct?
Vaguely familiar.
And are you familiar with the fact that the commission said that this stage, the one we're sitting in right now, is to determine whether it has jurisdiction over each of the disputed costs or group of costs? Does that ring a bell?
I know that this is a jurisdictional question that's being posed to the commission.
And so is it your understanding then the decision to be made today and the things they're going to be considering is jurisdictional and decides whether or not they continue to hear this matter, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Would you agree with me that the decision here today is not about whether or not Hess is a good investment?
It's not because Hess is a good investment, but it goes to the scale and scope of our business. I think all of that is relevant to the conversation.
How about whether or not Hess is vitally important to North Dakota's economic future? Is that what this hearing's about? Or is it about jurisdiction?
It's about jurisdiction, but again, the relationship is important and is a critical aspect of how we manage our business.
Is it fair to say, I'm sure you'd agree with me, that Hess Bakken and Hess Midstream and all the Hess companies are good law-abiding entities? They follow the law in North Dakota and federal statutes?
Yes.
The best they can.
Yes,
Well, along those lines, you'd agree with me then that Hess Bakken and the rest of the Hess companies shouldn't be treated any differently than any other company under the law, correct?
of course not.
So you'd agree with me that the commission should treat all companies that come before it equally and apply the law the same, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
You said that Hess is a part of North Dakota. Do you recall saying that?
Yes,
Are you familiar with, for example, the Bobcat Company?
no,
How about Benson Quinn?
no.
Okay.
I'm familiar with Noble Drilling. I'm familiar with Titan Energy Services.
Okay, well, we can use them if you want. My question is you talked earlier about these things that Hess has done in the state and the long history. Could you turn to page 3 of your demonstratives, please?
Sure.
Right there.
I am, sir.
So that's a graph showing Hess's investment in the Bakken. It starts in 1951, doesn't it?
Through the acquisition of Amabrata Petroleum, yes.
I think we've heard about that well being drilled in 1951 at least 3 times, maybe even 4 times. In
So-
briefs, correct, and now in your testimony, at least 3 times, correct? Let's take a look at the next slide. Slide 4. Down at the bottom, you talk about Hess being a community leader with 50 million plus in civic contributions since 2010, correct?
Yes,
And then up from that, supports an additional 1,000 contractor jobs in North Dakota, correct?
yes,
And then you have also 600 plus employees and contingent workers based in North Dakota, correct?
yes,
And then if we flip back to your last slide, looks like it's fair to say that Hess as a whole, their investment in the Bakken is going to be substantial into the future, correct?
yes.
And so, is it fair to say that a company like Hess or another out-of-state, let's pick Titan, perhaps an in-state, Continental Resources, companies that you might be familiar with. Is it fair to say that if they do these things that Hess has done, has been part of North Dakota, and that you're going to invest a lot of money in the state going forward, is it fair to say that they should be treated equally by the commission? They shouldn't get any special favors, correct?
Yes, of course.
Are any of the Hess companies we're talking about today nonprofits?
Not the entities that we've discussed, no.
Fair to say that they're all for-profits?
Yes,
And would you agree with me that the primary purpose of a for-profit company is to make money for their investors and owners?
I think the definition is fairly clear, yeah. For profit, yes.
Okay. Are any of these companies, let me back up. You talked a lot about the integrated process that you have. Am I using the right term, integrated system maybe?
It's more, I think, the field development plan process is fully integrated.
Okay. Would you say the companies are integrated?
I think there's a tight relationship between the companies, yes.
So would you say the companies are alter egos of each other?
That sounds like a term that it has a specific definition. I can't speak to that.
Tell me what you understand alter ego to mean.
That basically, basically one is the same as the other.
Okay. Using that definition, is it fair to categorize any of these Hess companies as alter ego of the other?
No,
They're all separate entities.
they are separate entities.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I had one question. I don't want to miss my opportunity for redirect if
So
it's
we'll go to
appropriate.
redirect after.
Thank you. I didn't realize that. Okay, very good.
John, I'm looking at your slide 6 under tab 43.
I'm sorry, is it my presentation?
Yes.
Slide
Okay.
43, I mean, tab 43, slide 6, yes, that was
Okay,
yours.
yes,
And you're showing the crude oil, that it goes to the crude oil gathering by pipeline or trucked, then terminals, and pipeline or rail cars, and then finally to the refinery. At what point is the oil sold by Hess Bakken?
It's sold at the custody transfer point on the well pad. So there is a lacked meter, and then there's also a gas meter, and there's a water skid that has measurement on it as well on the well pad.
Okay, so any of the costs that are associated with any activity beyond that point is not passed on to the royalty owners or other working interest owners, is that right?
So the royalty owners is going to be different from working interest owners. The cost associated with the operation of those post-production activities is borne at that custody transfer point.
Okay, so the royalty owner would get their price at the wellhead then, is what you said, right?
Again, the accounting for, and I'm not specifically, exactly how the accounting works, but the accounting for royalty and working interest owners are slightly different depending on the post-production definition and production cost definition. So I'm not exactly sure the difference between the two of those, but from a DSU owner perspective, a well owner perspective, the cost associated with those post-production activities is paid for at that custody transfer point.
Okay, so even though you say it's sold at the wellhead, it's based on a price downstream, is that right?
Well, this, again, the HTC's responsibility is to find access to best markets. So whatever the sales point is, along with the operation necessary to get it to that market, it is the revenues and the costs are passed back to that custody transfer point.
Okay, so they would also get the benefit of the revenues
Yes, absolutely.
by any costs that they would be assessed downstream.
Yes, absolutely.
So, and that's the same with oil and gas then?
Yes, sir.
On slide 19, you're showing the gas plant in red, the Little Missouri 4, which is a gas plant in red highlight.
Yes, sir.
And then also you show the Hawkeye gas facility. Just glancing at it, it looks like that's also a gas plant, but it isn't, is it?
No, it's,
What activities are
yeah.
there?
So it is a compressor station, but different from our other locations. It has a full refrigeration process. So the liquids are separated there and then either sent to Tioga or sent to LM4, Little Missouri 4 gas plant for further processing. Again, it's an ability to create capacity in the system. So we have a direct NGL line and a gas line, and it enables additional capacity through the system.
And all owners would benefit from those liquids that are dropped out there, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Are the royalty owners also?
Yes, they would.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
John, I'm looking at your Exhibit 18.
Yes, sir.
There's some blue boundaries there that I don't think you described for us in your testimony. And they're labeled tariff zones.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Is
Yes.
that what, so the blue text and the blue line correspond?
Yes, so the infrastructure in those areas that are related to the gathering of those wells, both oil, water, gas systems, that's the kind of demarcation for those systems.
Are they identical for oil gathering and gas gathering?
Yes, they are.
And do the tariffs, and I guess I should ask you to define that, what's a tariff?
So a tariff is the cost associated with the actual capital investment and actual operation plus a rate of return associated with the infrastructure applied to a volumetric forecast that or volumetric volume that then is a way to have that cost pass back to the well.
And does each zone have a unique tariff?
It does, yes.
And I think you touched on it. That tariff is determined based on, what did you say the factors were?
So it's essentially all actual costs, so actual capital invested, actual operating expenses associated with that operation.
I think earlier you mentioned return on investment, but is that part of the capital cost that's assigned, or?
No.
Or was that not, that's not one of the factors?
Going into the calculation, there is a return on investment that's built into the tariff agreements.
And those tariff agreements, are those the contracts that we were pointed to earlier? For example, exhibit number 23 would be the contracts for, or a typical contract for the oil gathering system tariffs?
So this would be the contract between Hess Bakken and Hess Trading Corporation. Hess Trading Corporation has agreements between them and the midstream companies.
So it would be made up of information in all of the oil contracts, Bakken to trading to midstream.
Yeah,
Those all go into the tariff.
So the agreements between Hess Bakken and Hess Trading is basically the services that Hess Trading is providing on behalf of Hess Bakken at the well pad. And then it's basically, it being Hess Trading Corporation is then facilitating, coordinating the midstream services and ultimately export services for those same hydrocarbons.
So the terms of those contracts, 23 through 28, are what would go into the determination of this tariff. Is that correct?
So 23 and 24 are between Hess Bakken and Hess Trading, and then 25 is the gas processing and fractionation agreement between Hess Trading and the processing entity for midstream. And then 26 is the agreement between Hess Trading and Export Logistics, which would be providing the oil terminal services and export services. And then 27 is between Hess Trading and Hess North Dakota Pipelines, which would basically be the gas gathering agreement.
Okay.
And then I believe the last one, which is 28, would be between Hess Trading and Hess North Dakota Pipelines, which would be the crude oil gathering agreement.
So again, it's the terms in those contracts that make up this tariff that we're talking about.
Yes, maybe the one nuance here is what goes between these agreements. So as an example, I mentioned about the field development plan. So Hess Bakken and the midstream together develop the field. They decide where the wells are going to be drilled, and they decide where the infrastructure is going to be placed in support of those wells, those Hess operated wells. These agreements between Hess Bakken, Hess Trading, and Hess Midstream, in just that defined example, because there's going to be third-party service providers as well, but in this example, basically, that service is happening at the well, or at the well pad, I should say, at that custody transfer point, and sometimes upstream of that custody transfer point. But again, Hess Bakken is operating the wells, Hess Midstream is operating the midstream infrastructure, and then Hess Trading is responsible for buying and making services available, or I should say, selling and making services available for that production on those well pads.
Are there hundreds or thousands of these agreements? Well, one
No.
for every well pad, or?
No, so there's, and I think it's in the back, but there's delivery points that get updated periodically
Okay,
that specify, as new wells are added or new delivery points are added, the appendices are updated.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
John, I do have a couple follow-up on that. What is the percent that you have assigned to the return on investment?
So the actual return on investments is confidential.
And is the tariff ever changing due to projects that are ongoing in that area?
Yeah, so the way the tariff model works is basically the actual capital expended, or the actual operating expenses, and the volumes that are anticipated go into the tariff calculation. So they do change over time depending on both of those variables.
So is the tariff just one calculation, or is it a bunch of tariffs for every project that was going on in the area added together?
No, so the tariff is one calculation aggregating the capital investment, aggregating the operating expenses, and aggregating the volumes.
Okay, so what happens to the tariff when certain projects have paid out? I mean, evidently, if you've got a rate of return, they're gonna pay out at some point, right?
The way the tariff model works is it's over a 20-year period, and it is the overall service being offered in that particular tariff zone. It's not the same sort of, maybe you're thinking more of like a well and a non-consent and that kind of thing. And in this case, this is an investment in the infrastructure that will provide those services over a period of time.
Okay, so what you're saying is the tariff will never go away then?
No, the tariff will never go away.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move to redirect.
Very briefly, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Gatling, Mr. Forward asked you a question about does Hess Bakken have any control over HTC, and you didn't get an opportunity to finish your answer. So let me ask you that question. Does Hess Bakken have any form of control over HTC?
Again, HTC's responsibility is to ensure that the production from the well pad can ultimately be produced on the well pad and get to market. Hess Bakken is responsible for developing the field development plan, which then gets submitted through Hess Trading Corporation to the midstream, and then the midstream is obligated to then build a system plan to support that. So and I mentioned this earlier in my presentation, just around the control aspect of this, all of this originates from that development plan. The well plan is what dictates the system plan to support that.
Is HTC contractually obligated to Hess Bakken?
Yes, it is.
No further questions. Thank you. Pass the witness.
We'll move on to your next witness.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we're going to change counsel. I'm going to step back. One of my partners, Mr. Beatty, DJ Beatty, is going to present the next witness.
We'll begin by swearing in your witness. Please make sure your mic is on.
It is on.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. Thank you. Mr. Hearing Examiner, may I proceed?
Yeah, please. Have you made an appearance yet?
I have not. I'm DJ Beatty with the law firm Haynes and Boone. I'm here for the Hess entities as well.
Sure. Go right ahead.
Could you please state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Ram Gauri Kumar.
And who you work for, Mr. Gauri Kumar?
I work for Hess Corporation.
And before we get much further, is it okay if we call you Ram?
Definitely.
Okay. Is that what you go by typically?
Yes.
And how long have you been with Hess altogether?
I've been with Hess for about 17 years.
Okay. And what position do you hold with Hess today?
So currently I'm the finance director for the Hess onshore business unit.
Okay, and that's Hess Corporation, correct?
That is part of Hess Corporation, yes.
Okay, and can you tell the commission at a high level about your responsibilities in that role?
Yes. I am responsible for the, to ensure that, finance controls and processes are adhered to within the onshore business unit. Now the Hess Barken asset comes under the onshore business unit. And as part of my responsibility, it is, I also ensure that, the revenue earned and cost incurred are reflected accurately and appropriately in Hess Barken's books. That it summarizes kind of like my overall responsibility.
Okay, and today we're going to try to touch on two broad topics. First, the contracts that were just being discussed between HIBIC or Hess Bakken and Hess Trading Corporation or HTC.
Mm-hmm.
And second, how HIBIC or Hess Bakken accounts for the transactions that occur under those contracts. Are you prepared to talk about those subjects today?
I am.
Okay, can you turn please to what's been marked and pre-admitted as Hess Exhibit 23?
That's where I am.
Okay. And let others catch up briefly. Can you tell the commission what this document is?
This document is the amended and restated crude oil purchase and sales agreement between Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC as seller and Hess Trading Corporation as buyer.
Okay, and how much of Vitesse's oil that is sold by Hess Bakken is sold under this agreement at Hess Exhibit 23?
That'll be all of them.
Okay. And let's talk about the sales transaction itself that occurs under this agreement, keying in on some of the details about the location of that transaction and the price. If we could start by turning to Article 5.1 of the agreement, please. I believe that's on page 10 of the contract.
I've got it.
Okay, could you read the first sentence of that provision to the commission, please?
Buyer shall pay seller with respect to each month from and after the effective date, the contract price for the contract quantity sold and delivered to buyer at each delivery point pursuant to this agreement during such month.
Okay, a couple of things to touch on there. First, where is it? Where's the location that the contract quantity or the oil under this agreement is sold and delivered to buyer under this provision?
That'll be at the delivery point.
Okay, and second, what does the buyer or HTC pay to Hess Bakken under this provision?
Under this provision, that'll be the contract price.
Okay, and those are defined terms, correct?
That's right.
All right, now, if you could turn to Appendix A of the contract, which is the page immediately following the signature page. Okay, are you there, sir?
I am.
All right, could you please summarize for the commission what you understand this Appendix A to be?
This appendix shows the delivery point and the applicable contract price for the various type of crude oil that is sold between Hess-Barken and HTC.
Okay, and the leftmost column on the sheet is called description of crude oil. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And there are 4 categories of listed, right?
That's right.
Which of those categories of crude oil does the oil sold by Hibbik from Vitesse's non-operated working interest fall into?
Yeah, that'd be the Barken wells. So that'd be the one shown on the top row. So that'd be North Dakota Sweet.
Okay, and what is the listed delivery point for North Dakota sweet oil in this chart?
The delivery point would be the lease custody transfer point.
All right, and in the actual course of dealing between Hibbik and HTC in the field, where does the custody transfer of oil actually occur?
So for oil, the custody transfer is basically the lagged meters, and they are situated at the well pad.
Okay, so the equipment, the LAC that you just described, that serves as the lease custody transfer point under this agreement, is that right?
That is correct.
And there are many LACs?
That's right. My understanding is generally every well pad has a lag meter.
Okay. And I think you just said it there, but are the LACs located on the well pad?
The lags are typically located at the well pad.
Okay. Now, let's turn to the pricing mechanism there. Do you see a contract price formula that's listed in Appendix A?
I do.
Okay. Can you summarize the formula for North Dakota sweet oil for us?
Sure. So first you take the weighted average price of all crude oil sold by the buyer and produced in North Dakota, and then you deduct certain fees from there to arrive at the contract price.
Okay, let's go through those the fees or charges there that are listed at subcategories B, C, and D. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And starting with Part B, all trucking charges actually incurred by buyer. What kind of trucking services are these fees for?
These would be services for trucking the oil from the well pad or from the lag meter to a certain terminal, for example.
Okay. And physically speaking, just in relation to the well and the LAC, how much of the services associated with that trucking occurs at or near the well?
Right, so a portion of the trucking services would occur at the well pad, and by that I mean, when you load oil onto the trucks, that happens at the well pad, just off the lag meters. But by and large, most of the trucking services, because you got to truck the oil from the well pad to a different location, most of the services occur downstream of the well pad.
Okay. And now let's turn to Part C, gathering, transportation, terminaling, and storage fees. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, same question as before. Can you give the commission an idea where, physically speaking, the services associated with those fees occur?
I'll address gathering first. So similar to how I was explaining it for trucking, the gathering lines extending to the well pad. So part of the gathering services occur at the well pad, but by and large, most of the services pertaining to gathering, transportation, terminaling, and storage fees actually occur downstream of the well pad.
Okay, and what companies or who is it that typically performs the services associated with the cost described in subpart C?
Those would be midstream service providers. Hess Midstream would be an example. And I think we heard in the previous testimony, Highland, ONEOK could be other examples of midstream service providers that provides those services.
Okay, and would these be the types of fees that were that arise under those Hess Midstream contracts that were discussed at the tail end of Mr. Gatling's testimony there?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the fourth component of the contract price formula listed there at Part D?
The fourth component would be the marketing fee.
Explain to the commission what that marketing fee is for.
So the marketing fee is charged by Hess Trading Corporation basically for efforts, marketing efforts that you take to, get access to the best markets possible, identify the best price possible to basically sell crude oil to, and in handling the logistics and delivery and timing of those oil deliveries.
Okay, and you said it was HTC that provides these services, correct?
That's correct.
And from where does HTC provide those services?
That would be typically from the Houston office.
So services are provided in Houston, but where is it from a business perspective, kind of in the ordinary course, that HIBIC actually incurs those marketing fees from HTC?
HIBIC incurs those marketing fees and also the other fees that I mentioned in here at the custody transfer point. So for oil, that would be the lag meters, and that would be the point that Hess-Barkan incurs those costs.
Okay, and again, that's where the sales transaction under the contract occurs, correct?
That is correct. And again, these lag meters are typically at the well pad.
Okay, if you could turn now to Hess Exhibit 24. Could you share with the commission what this document is, or just remind us?
This is the gas purchase and sales agreement between Hess-Barkan Investments 2 LLC as seller and Hess Trading Corporation as buyer.
Okay, and again, this is the gas contract between HIBIC and HTC that we were discussing just a few minutes ago with Mr. Gatling, right?
That's correct.
And how much of Vitesse's gas sold by Hess-Barkan or HIBIC is sold under this contract?
My understanding is all of them.
And could you explain for the commission how you believe this contract generally compares to the crude oil purchase and sale agreement that we looked at that was marked at Hess Exhibit 23, please?
Sure. The general framework and the structure of the agreements between the crude oil purchase and sales agreement and the gas purchase and sales agreement are very similar. There are some complexities within the gas purchase and sales agreement, given that the gas production is then converted into various different residue gas and NGLs, and there's also kind of like a different recovery mechanism for some of the processing services. But by and large, the overall structure and framework between these two agreements, they are very similar.
Specifically as to the location of the sales transaction that occurs between HIBIC and HTC under Hess Exhibit 24, how does that compare to where the sales transaction occurs under Hess Exhibit 23 for crude oil?
For gas, the sales transaction occurs also at the custody transfer point, and for the case of gas, that would be at the sales meter.
And where, physically speaking, is the sales meter located?
The sales meter is located typically at the well pad.
Okay, as for the pricing structure of the two agreements, could you tell us how, from your business understanding, that the contracts compare to one another?
Sure. As we went through the pricing structure earlier for crude oil, that uses a netback pricing mechanism where it takes the proceeds less any fees incurred to basically earn those proceeds. That same netback mechanism is used for the gas purchase and sales agreements as well.
Okay, and the costs that factor into that netback formula, can you give us some examples of what types of services those costs are associated with?
In respect of gas, the services would be, examples of services would be gathering, compression, processing or fractionation, transportation, and marketing of those volumes.
Okay, and those are post-production services, right?
That's correct.
And where in relation to the gas sales meter do all those services occur again?
In relation to the gas sales meter, those services occur downstream of those of the sales meter.
Okay. And are there, and just remind us, are there any of those services provided on the well pad itself? I believe you said gathering?
That's right. So similar to how I was explaining for oil earlier, gas gathering lines, part of it extends into the to the well pad. So there's going to be some gathering services that are provided at the well pad, but then again, by and large, most of these services like gathering, processing, transportation, fractionation, basically they occur downstream of the well pad.
All right, so with regard to all of these types of post-production services that we've been talking about, are the costs associated with those services incurred downstream of the well pad?
No, the cost associated with those services. So in respect of the HIBIC entity, Hess-Barken incurs those costs at the at the custody transfer point, right? So in this case, it would be lagged meters for oil. It could be the sales meter for gas. Depending on which entity that you're talking about, like for example, if you're talking about, let's say, Hess Midstream, now some of the costs associated with those services could be incurred downstream of the well pad. I'll give you an example. Hess Midstream provides processing and fractionation services, also compression services, and as part of that, it incurs certain electricity cost. Now, those costs Hess Midstream incurs at the downstream of the well pad where the services are provided. But when it comes to Hess-Barken or HIBIC incurs those costs at the custody transfer point because those costs are then passed on to HIBIC. HIBIC incurs it at the custody transfer point, which would be the sales meter for gas and the lag meters for oil.
Okay, and Mr. Gower Kumar, or Ram, sorry. Do you recall being deposed by Vitesse back in 2021 in the proceedings before the district court?
I do.
And are you aware that Vitesse has designated certain portions of your deposition to use at this hearing, primarily concerning the location of where some types of post-production costs are incurred?
I am.
And just as an example, in response to a question about whether trucking fees for transportation are incurred downstream of the well site, then you responded, yes, those fees would be incurred downstream of the wellhead. Do you recall things along those lines?
I do.
Okay, with respect to those answers, can you explain to the commission today why your testimony was what it was then?
Right. As I understood the question at the time, and the question was kind of going back and forth between location where the services were provided and location where the fees were incurred. My understanding of the question at the time was where the costs were incurred in associated with the provision of those services. Now my answer at the time was those were kind of incurred downstream of the well pad. Again, that was based on the location where the physical services were provided. Since then, I had studied the specific provisions of the agreement between Hess-Barken and HTC, and as I was explaining earlier, Hess-Barken incurs those costs at the custody transfer point, so that would be the lag meters for oil and the sales meter for gas.
Okay, now turning to how those transactions are accounted for on HIBIC's books. Please explain to us how the sales transactions of oil and for gas are ultimately reflected in HIBIC's accounting records.
In HIBIC's accounting records, the gross proceeds are recorded separately as gross proceeds, and any post-production costs incurred in getting those production to sale are recorded separately as costs.
Okay, and when you say gross proceeds, are you referring to the actual downstream sales price of the oil or gas or NGLs?
That is correct.
And in terms of the fees and charges, those are, you're saying that HIBIC actually books the costs for the post-production services that are performed downstream of the actual physical wellhead, right?
That's correct.
Okay. We'll pass the witness for cross.
Your witness.
One point of order, Mr. Herring, Commissioner, I intend to go beyond the scope of his direct, because they told me they were bringing him here today to testify in person, so we withdrew our designation. So I intend to ask him the questions that I would have designated, but for their representation, they were going to present him in person. So I don't know if I'm going to draw beyond the scope, but I intend to examine beyond the scope.
Well, I guess we'll see where the questions go. If there's an objection raised, we can address it as it comes up.
I mean, I don't like getting whipsawed here, is my point. Can I call you Ron?
You can.
In fact, I was the one who deposed you in September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified in that deposition on behalf of Hesbach Investments 2 LLC, correct?
That's correct.
And you were what's called a 30B6 witness on behalf of Hesbach, correct?
That is correct.
And you came prepared to testify to the topics that were raised in the 30B6 deposition topic list, correct?
That is correct.
And you were prepared to testify on those topics, correct?
I am.
And you recall being sworn to give the answer truthfully?
I do.
And you did answer truthfully, didn't you?
I try to answer truthfully to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And, all right, so we'll get back to one of the questions Mr. Beatty asked you in a bit. But before I get into my questions, Mr. Beatty asked you about Exhibits 23 and 24 and asked you where certain costs, what were the components of certain costs, and one of those was marketing fee, right? Remember those questions?
That's correct.
You would agree with me that a marketing fee includes, I know it includes more, but includes finding a buyer for the oil and gas?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Can I get you, do you have, yeah, I think you have Vitesse's exhibits there. Do you have, DJ, could you give him Exhibit E, the book with Exhibit E? That should be number one. And, Ram, can I get you to turn to Exhibit E for me?
I've got it.
And I'll wait until everybody has Exhibit E. While they're doing that, I'll just identify this as defendant's answers to plaintiff's first request for admission, interrogatories, and requests for production of documents. And this was in the district court case, correct? So defendants were the Hess entities? You understood that?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Sure, you understood defendant's answers. You see the title there?
That's right.
Defendant's answers, you see that?
I do.
You understood defendants to mean the Hess entities, right?
I understand the defendants to be the Hess entities
Okay.
listed above, yes.
All right. Can you turn to page 3 for me? There's an interrogatory number 1. Do you see that?
I do.
And that says identify each of the costs by description, reason, purpose, and amount that Hess deducted from and charged plaintiffs during 2015 in connection with the wells identified in Exhibit 1 to the complaint. Do you see that?
I do.
And if you, and we talked about this during your deposition, but if you go over to page 4, flowing over onto page 5, you will see there that Hess listed a number of deductions. Do you see that?
I do. You mean the electricity fees, compression fees, and so on?
Correct. Electricity fees, right?
Okay,
Compression fees, gathering fees,
that's right.
transportation fees, processing fees,
Right.
marketing fees,
Mm-hmm.
trucking fees, right? You see that?
Yep.
Pipeline fees on page 5.
Right.
And then for costs may also have included the following types of fees. Again, a marketing fee, you see that?
I do.
And an H2S fee, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
One of the fees that's not listed there is an admin fee, right?
Correct.
But we did talk a lot about admin fees during your deposition, right? You recall that?
We did.
Okay. You would agree with me, would you not, that all the fees that are listed by the Hess entities on pages 4 flowing over onto page 5 are post-production services and costs, right?
Yes, starting from the electricity fee up to the marketing fee.
Yeah.
Yes, those would be post-production costs.
Okay, and admin fees, admin costs that Hess Bakken deducts from Vitesse's revenue, that also is comprised of post-production costs, correct?
That's correct, and I think we also talked about what the nature of those admin
Yeah,
fees are,
yeah.
right? So the admin fees are basically, again, these electricity fees, compression fees, processing fees, and so on, that are basically categorized separately under the admin fee. But the nature of those fees, or where those fees originated from, I mean, they are not exactly admin fees per se. It was just a category that the NDICS, stipulated 4 categories to use, and we use that category. But those costs specifically, I mean, originate from the same services that are provided here, which would be electricity, compression fees, and so on. If you want to go into detail why it's categorized as admin fees, I can.
No, I don't think that's, we did during your deposition, and it's in your answers. I don't think we need to dwell on that. These are
Okay.
going to be into evidence, but I just want to make sure that when we talk about admin costs or admin fees, we have an agreement that those admin costs and fees, the costs that comprise that bucket, that category, those are all post-production costs, right?
Those consist of post-production costs, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to, go back to page 4 if you would. And the first full paragraph on page 4, the second sentence in that answer begins all drilling. Let me know when you're there.
You mean the first full paragraph?
Second
Okay,
sentence.
I got it, yes.
Okay. Says all drilling or production costs assessed to plaintiffs as working interest owners during 2015 are stated on plaintiffs' monthly invoices or joint interest billings. Do you see that?
I do,
And you agreed with that you agree with that statement, right?
I do.
And you would agree with me that none of those 10 post-production costs listed by Hess in its answer to interrogatory number 1 were included on monthly invoices or joint interest billings that Hess-Bakken issued to Vitesse, right?
The electricity fees and all the fees that I mentioned below that, the 10 category of fees that I mentioned below that are not, issued to Vitesse on the joint interest billings, but those would appear under the revenue statements that are issued to Vitesse.
Yeah, we're going to look at one of those in a little bit, but yeah, I appreciate the clarification. What is it, what kind of costs are included on joint interest billings?
Typically, costs included in joint interest billings would be for the development. So for example, let's say, drilling of wells and completion of wells, and any costs associated with bringing hydrocarbons from subsurface up to surface. So basically what I call those as production costs. Those are the type of costs that goes under the joint interest billings that are sent to the working interest owners.
Well maintenance fees get included?
That include maintenance cost, cost of maintaining the wells, cost of workovers, if there's any, clean out associated with the maintenance of those wells. Those would be the type of costs that would be included under the joint interest billings.
And another one would be like pumper fees?
I'm not sure what you mean by pumper fees. Maybe we use a different term.
Well, who brings the oil and gas to the surface? What do you call that?
You mean artificial lift,
Yeah, who does that?
pumping units, and so on?
Yeah,
Yes, those would be, part of our development costs as well. Those pumping units and artificial lifts, that would be part of our joint interest billings. Again, going back to the point, I mean, those activities are involved with bringing the hydrocarbon from subsurface to the surface.
you would agree with me that none of the 10 categories of fees, I think it's 10, listed on pages 4 and 5 of Exhibit E, none of those were incurred to drill wells?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that none of those 10 categories of post-production costs were incurred by Hess-Bakken to produce oil or gas from a well?
Right. I'll clarify a bit. I mean, specifically, these fees are not incurred to basically bring the hydrocarbon from subsurface to surface, but for the continuing production from those wells, you need to make sure that the production goes somewhere, that it has a place to go. So you're kind of like incurring these fees as part of his operations to make sure that you can continue production from the well.
Well, I know that's Hess's theory in this case, Ram, but my question was, you would agree with me, and I can pull out your deposition if you want,
Sure.
but you would agree with me that none of the 10 categories of post-production costs listed on pages 4 and 5 were incurred by Hess Bakken to produce oil or gas from a well.
That's right. These are post-production costs. These are not incurred in bringing the hydrocarbons from subsurface to surface.
And then, if you would look over, turn to Exhibit 2, which is on page, excuse me, Interrogatory 2, which is on page 5. This asks the same question, but with respect to the year 2016. Do you see that?
I do.
And then, you were also, the subsequent interrogatories also asked, like Exhibit 3 asked for the same information for 2017, right?
That's correct.
Exhibit 4 asked for the same information for 2018.
You mean interrogatory 4?
I mean, interrogatory 4, you were correct.
That's correct.
Interrogatory 5 asked for the same information for 2019.
That's correct.
Interrogatory 6 asked for the same information with respect to 2020.
That's correct.
And finally, interrogatory number 7 asked for the same information with respect to 2021, right?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that the answers that you just gave me with respect to the questions I asked regarding interrogatory 1 for the year 2015 would be the same for those years as well?
That's correct. So up to interrogatory number 7. Yeah.
You would agree with me that Hess Midstream, for instance, performs midstream services with respect to oil and gas produced by Hess Bakken, correct?
Yeah, Hess Midstream is one of the midstream service providers, and it does is a main midstream service provider for oil and gas produced by Hess Bakken.
So, for instance, Hess Midstream processes gas? Is that fair to say?
Hess Midstream processes gas, yes.
Hess Bakken doesn't process gas, does it?
Hess Bakken does not process gas.
And Hess Bakken doesn't tell Hess Midstream how to process gas, right?
In terms of running the specific operation of processing gas,
Yeah.
that is, Hess Midstream performs that.
Yeah, and is there a Hess Bakken person on site at Hess Midstream telling Hess Midstream how to do its business?
So if you're talking about employment,
Yeah.
they're all employed by Hess Corporation, right? So whether they, perform tasks in relation to Hess Bakken, or whether they perform tasks in relation to Hess Midstream, so they are employed by Hess Corporation.
Is there a Hess Bakken, is there a person who is involved in drilling and producing wells for Hess? Is there a person who does that who then goes to Hess Midstream and tells Hess Midstream how to process gas?
As I sit here, I'm not sure whether that happens or not.
We can, so the costs that are incurred by Hess Midstream to process gas, for instance, those are incurred downstream of the well site, right?
Yeah, so if you're talking about Hess Midstream,
Yeah.
so Hess Midstream would incur certain costs, for example, chemicals and maintenance and so on as part of its processing activity. Now, the cost that Hess Midstream incurs would be downstream of the well pads.
Yeah. And the operations are downstream of the well pads too, correct?
Which operations
Objection,
are we talking
no.
about?
The Hess Midstream gas processing operations.
So what was the objection?
It was the answer, or the question was unclear. Sorry. That was-
Do you understand it now?
Can you repeat that again?
The Hess Midstream gas processing operations occur downstream of a well pad, right?
The Hess Midstream processing operations happen downstream of the well pad, yes.
In fact, Ram, they occur off the DSU, don't they?
I don't know that for a fact. I saw your exhibits earlier. So, you know, assuming those exhibits are true, you could say that, but that's not something that I'm familiar with.
Okay, well, you don't have any reason to doubt, you know those came from, or maybe you don't know, but did you know that those exhibits came from Hess Maps?
I'm not familiar. You might have said it earlier.
Do you have any reason to question the information that Hess puts on its maps?
No, but I'm not sure whether that's a Hess-produced map. If you say that's a Hess-produced map and it's not altered, then, you know, definitely has to be correct.
Do you have any reason to doubt when I tell you that the Tioga gas plant is not located on a DSU that encompasses a well operated by Hess Bakken?
I have no reason to either believe or doubt that statement that you mentioned.
How about Highland Partners? Does Highland Partners operate a processing plant on a spacing unit in which Hess Bakken operates a well?
I do not know the answer to that question.
But we could take a look at the Hess maps and make that determination, correct?
We could.
Same with One Oak?
Same answer for one.
Same with Petro Hunt?
Same answer.
Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Gas transportation and processing fees are post-production costs and are not drilling or operation costs.
So I can put out a statement that I agree,
Yeah, do you agree or disagree with that statement?
disagree.
You disagree with that statement. You know who made that statement?
Sorry, can you say that statement again?
Gas transportation and processing fees are post-production marketing costs and are not drilling or operation costs.
Yeah, I disagree with the statement.
You know who made that statement?
No, I'm not aware.
You're aware that the Crowley Fleck Law Firm is representing Hess Bakken in this proceeding?
I'm aware that Crowley Fleck represents Hess Bakken in this jurisdictional review. Yes.
Were you aware that Crowley Fleck made that statement to the commission?
No, I'm not aware.
Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Gas transportation and processing fees are clearly separate from well operating expenses.
I disagree with it.
You know who made that statement?
No.
If I were to tell you that Crowley Fleck made that statement to the commission in August of 2018, that would be news to you?
I guess that'd be some type of information. Yes.
Okay. And you disagree with the statement that Crowley Fleck made to the commission in August of 2018 as you sit here today?
I disagree with that statement. Yeah. But then again, you know, as with all those, we are just talking about a particular statement. There might be certain context behind it, which I am not aware. So if you're talking about just that statement, yes, I disagree with it.
Okay. Well, I think the commission is intimately familiar with the Mott case. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Post-production costs such as gathering and processing costs are outside the scope of the commission's jurisdiction.
I'm going to object to the line of questions and keep going down this front.
That's my last one.
They're not admissions of Hess anywhere. He's asking questions about law firm's representation of clients in different matters.
Sure, and I guess as far as you're asking if he's aware of it,
Yeah.
I'll have the question, but I don't, as far as, yeah, it
Well,
seems like
that's-
we're going a little down the, picking a field here.
Well, if he is aware of it, then I'd like to know why he disagrees with it. But if he's
So,
not aware of it, he's
I
not
guess-
aware of it.
If this is your last question,
Yeah.
I'll allow, but yeah. let's move
Were you aware of that statement?
I'm not aware of it.
Were you aware
I'm
that-
not aware of the earlier two statements that you asked as well.
And are you aware that, anybody ever share with you, or do you know that Crowley Fleck made that representation to the commission in September of 2018?
Same objection.
I think we can probably move on from this line of questioning. Seems to, again, go to representation and not statements from Hess, so I'll sustain the objection.
Can we put up Exhibit 00? And Exhibit 00 is in the books, Ram, in the second volume, if you want to, it's easier for you to look at it there.
Thank you.
In your earlier testimony, you referenced revenue statements when I was asking you some questions. Is this what you had in mind?
This appears to be a revenue statement.
Okay. And it appears to be a revenue statement that Hess-Bachmann issued to Vitesse, right?
It appears so.
Okay, and do you see in the column under owner, royalty interest for gas, oil, and plant products?
I do.
All right, and do you see deductions made under the royalty interest for transportation, processing, compression, for instance? Do you see those deductions?
I do.
Do you understand, in connection with revenue statements to royalty owners, do you understand that drilling and well operating expenses are not deducted from royalty revenues?
Drilling and which cost do you say?
Well operating expenses.
I'm going to object to the extent it's a legal question.
It's not, it's a factual question. Is he aware that they're not deducted?
Yes, I will. Yeah, I'll allow the question and to the amount that you can and understand.
Sure.
Within your knowledge, you may.
So drilling and production costs, and when I say production costs, is basically to bring the hydrocarbons from subsurface to surface. Those type of costs would not appear on the revenue statement, but as I explained earlier, they would appear on the joint interest billings that are sent to the working interest owners.
Okay, well, we're talking about revenue statements now, so I wanted your understanding of what's included on what gets deducted from royalty revenue. And are you telling me that costs to operate a well get deducted from royalty owners? Revenue?
Objection, I don't think that misstates testimony.
Is that, I'm trying to clarify, is that what you're telling me, or is it, or not?
So Hess-Bachmann, as operator of the subject wells, as part of its operations, obtains midstream services, and the cost of those services are post-production costs that are shown on this revenue statement. And to the extent that the lease agreements between a working interest owner and a royalty interest owner dictates that the royalty interest owner would bear some of these costs, some of the post-production costs. Those post-production costs would be charged to the royalty interest owner under the revenue statement.
Yeah, and
Now, there are certain cases, depending again on the lease agreements, where the royalty interest owner would not bear any post-production costs. And in that case, the working interest owner would be bearing the burden of that royalty interest owners, and those costs would be charged to the working interest owners. Again, it goes back to the lease agreements between those parties.
and you answered a different question. I asked about drilling and cost to operate a well. Are those deducted from royalty revenue?
The cost related to drilling and production costs, as I explained earlier, are charged to the working interest owners, not to the royalty interest owners.
Okay, but post-production costs, depending upon the lease terms, could get deducted from royalty revenue, right?
Post-production costs, depending on the lease agreement between the working interest owner and the royalty interest owner, could be deducted from the royalty interest owners.
How about gathering expenses? Are those deducted?
Those would be post-production costs, as I explained earlier.
Okay, and dehydration expenses, they get deducted from royalty owners?
Any cost associated with dehydration, as far as those are post-production costs, would be treated in the same way as I explained earlier.
Yeah, and if they were deducted, you'd expect to see them reflected on the revenue statement?
Which cost specifically?
Well, for instance, gathering or dehydration, where do those get reflected in terms of the deductions on a royalty statement?
I can talk to gathering. Gathering would be included under the compression category. Dehydration, there could be some dehydration that occurred compression there could be some dehydration that occurs at processing, so it could be categorized under those categories.
Okay, so you would lump them together under one of these other categories, right?
That's right, and these are the categories that that has been stipulated by North Dakota for all operators to use.
Okay. And on a revenue statement, where are the deductions for instance, for saltwater disposal fees?
So saltwater disposal fees, now that would come under handling water production.
Mm-hmm.
Now that is associated with the cost, again, with the activities of bringing hydrocarbon from surface to surface.
Right?
Now, any water disposal, gathering type cost, associated with those activities would appear on the joint interest billing sent to the working interest owners.
And that would be the same thing with respect to, for instance, pumper fees?
I think we did discuss this earlier. Any costs associated with, let's say, installing pumping units or artificial lift, or maintaining those equipment would be included within the joint interest billing.
Yeah, they don't appear on a revenue statement because they don't get deducted from royalty revenue, right?
So they don't appear on the revenue statement because, again, those are related to activities to bring production from subsurface to surface.
And they do not get deducted from royalty revenue, correct?
They do not get deducted so royalty interest owners do not share in those costs.
Now, we've discussed the fact that HBI deducts, Hess-Bakken deducts post-production costs such as processing, transportation, compression, dehydration, from payments to royalty owners. We've discussed that those deductions get made. It depends upon the lease, but they can be made. And these are the same type of post-production costs that are reflected on pages 4 and 5 of Exhibit E, right?
Of Exhibit E.
Yeah, the interrogatories?
Let me open the Exhibit E again. It's okay. Can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, these type of post-production costs that get deducted from royalty revenue, like transportation, processing, compression.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the same type of costs that are reflected on exhibits, or Exhibit E, on pages 4 and 5, for instance, correct?
That'd
Those are
be correct.
post-production costs?
Those are post-production costs, yes.
Okay. So and is it your understanding that Hess-Bakken's position in this proceeding, this jurisdictional proceeding, is that costs, for instance, to transport, process, compress, that those are costs to operate a well on a spacing unit? Is that your understanding?
My understanding is, Hibbik as operator, operates these wells, and as part of his operations, he needs to make sure that those volumes are gathered, the volumes that it produces are gathered, compressed as need be, processed as need be, transported and marketed. And these post-production, and by performing those activities, it incurs certain post-production costs, as we just discussed, and those post-production costs are incurred as part of his operations.
Okay. And so you consider them costs to operate a well on a spacing unit, right?
I consider them to be cost for Hess-Bakken to basically, run its operations.
Well, I didn't
It's
ask,
post-production costs incurred by Hess-Bakken in running its operations.
I didn't ask you running its operations. I asked you, do you consider those costs to be incurred by Hess-Bakken to operate a well on a spacing unit?
Objection asked and answered.
He hasn't answered it.
I guess it is a clarification. I'll allow you to answer, yeah.
Can you ask your question again?
Yeah, do you consider these post-production costs that are reflected on this revenue statement, for instance, transportation, processing, and compression? Do you consider those post-production costs to be costs incurred by Hess-Bakken to operate a well on a spacing unit?
Those post-production costs are incurred by Hess-Barken as part of its operations, basically to operate the wells.
Okay. So if these are costs to operate a well, these post-production costs are costs to operate a well, would you agree with me that Hess-Barken should not be deducting those costs from royalty revenue?
You'll need to repeat your question again.
If these costs, transportation, processing, compression, those post-production costs are costs to operate a well on a spacing unit, would you agree with me that Hess-Barken should not be deducting those costs from royalty revenue?
Objection. This calls for a ultimate legal opinion conclusion.
And I'll say, based off his knowledge, overruled. I think he's been testifying that he does have knowledge in this area.
These are post-production costs, and post-production costs are charged to royalty interest owners depending on the lease agreements between the working interest owner and the royalty interest owners. That's my answer.
So are they post-production costs, or are they costs to operate a well on a spacing unit?
So cost to operate a well would include both production and post-production cost. Right? So without incurring the post-production cost, Hess-Barken would not be able to run its operations, which would be, to continue production from the subject wells.
So you just said cost to operate a well on a spacing unit include production and post-production costs, did you not?
I did.
Okay, well, are you aware that Hess has been you're obviously aware that Hess has been deducting these post-production costs from royalty revenue, right?
I think it was asked and answered. Those post-production costs are deducted from royalty interest owners depending on the lease agreements between the royalty interest owner and the working interest owner.
Are you aware of any a lease agreement with a royalty owner that says that Hess-Barken can conduct or can deduct costs to operate a well from the royalty revenue?
What I mentioned earlier was as part of HIBIC's operations, it incurs production and post-production cost. The production cost are charged to working interest owners. Production cost is not charged to royalty interest owners. Now, post-production cost, depending on the terms of the lease agreement, it definitely is charged to the working interest owners, but depending on the lease agreements, it could be charged to the royalty interest owners. And I think what I've said is pretty clear. If you want to ask the same question again, I can give you the same answer.
No, I think we understand your testimony, Ram, here today, and I appreciate that. I'm sure the royalty owners are going to appreciate it too. You heard Mr. Gatling's testimony here today, right?
I did.
Okay. And you heard about all this talk about future plans and growth in North Dakota? You heard about that?
I did.
You're aware of that?
I am.
And that's going to carry with it obligations to royalty owners with respect to that increased production, right?
Can you say the last bit again?
That's going to carry with it obligations to royalty owners with respect to that increased production, isn't it?
Again, going back to the, if there's any, so from that high investment from the additional investment, future investment, there's going to be wells that are going to be drilled and developed. There's going to be production from those wells, and those wells are going to be developed. Assuming they have to be economic for us to develop them, and as part of production of those wells, any proceeds earned from the sales of the production, net of any production cost and post-production cost, would be charged to the working interest owners. The royalty interest owners would basically get the sales proceeds, net of any post-production cost,
And that was my.
depending on the lease agreement terms.
Yeah, you were prescient, because that was my final answer. My final question was going to be, and with respect to that increased production and obligations to royalty owners, you expect Hess-Barken to continue to deduct transportation, processing, and compression fees from royalty revenue to the extent the lease is permitted, right?
Yeah, as far as those production volumes are brought to sales, and proceeds is earned from the sales of the production volumes and post-production costs incurred, those proceeds will be shared with the working interest owners and the royalty interest owners. Any post-production costs associated with those volumes will be again shared with the working interest owners and the royalty interest owners, again depending on the lease agreements, the term of the lease agreements.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Ram, I'm looking at your exhibit 23. This was the appendix A. And this is talking about the contract price.
I've got it.
Okay, and you're talking about the marketing fee that's charged by Hess Trading to market the oil to get the best price. What if some wells, well, let me back up. Does this have anything to do with the tariff charges that we saw, the zones, the different tariffs that were being charged? Does this enter into that calculation? Or is this a fee that is based upon, or a price that is based upon a pad-by-pad basis?
No, this is the per unit fee that is charged to. So in this case, this would be to every barrel of oil that is sold. So
But is that on, what basis is that? Is it on a pad-by-pad basis? Do you calculate it for each pad that's producing? Or is it just a wide brush where you say, oh, you're falling in this tariff zone, so you're gonna get this charge?
Yeah, it's a unit. It's a unit fee, so it's a per barrel fee, and that fee is only charged for any oil that is sold. This is not part of the tariff fee, or it's not dictated by the tariff zones. That
Okay,
know,
so
that
you
reside.
take into consideration every well, if it's pipelined, it's treated different than if it's trucked.
That's correct. So for oil, whether it's piped or trucked, because piped volumes will still need to be, we can still access different markets. It could be railed, it could be trucked. So for every oil sold, there is a per barrel marketing fee that gets charged.
Okay. And you talked briefly about the royalty statements and that how you take the fees and you place them in transportation, processing, compression, and also the administrative fee. Do you believe that the royalty statement rule that we have allows you to deduct all of those? Or are they just categories that you have to place the fees into that are allowed by the lease?
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat your question again.
Okay. Do you believe that the royalty statement rule that the commission has allows you to deduct, compression and transportation and processing and administrative fees? Do you believe that gives you the right to deduct those?
Yes, we believe so. Yeah,
Okay.
we believe it gives us the right to deduct those post-production costs. Now, in terms of categorization of the post-production costs, there's going to be different types of post-production costs, as we went through earlier. We try to fit in those services within the 4 categories that are stipulated by the NDIC.
Okay, and so I don't know if you quite answered the way that you intended to, the way that you answered that, but my question was, does the commission rule allow you to deduct them? And what you kind of described is you make them fit into those categories. Is every lease looked at separately to see what fees can be deducted, and then you try to put them in these 4 categories?
Are you referring to royalty interest?
Royalty interest.
Right. So every lease is looked at to see whether any of the post-production cost, should be charged to the royalty interest owner. In some cases, I'm not sure how frequent this is, but it is clearly stipulated that the working interest owner would bear those burden of those costs of the royalty interest owners. So those costs would then be charged to the working interest owners. Now, the other thing that we make sure is we don't take the the royalty interest owner negative. So, for example, there could be situations depending on the price, environment at the time, where the post-production cost exceeds the proceeds of the product. Like, for example, if you're talking about gas, for example, and you call that a negative balance when the post-production cost exceeds the sales proceeds. Now, that negative balance is not charged to the royalty owner, right? So that negative balance is borne by the working interest owner. So we don't we ensure that the royalty interest owner is either get positive proceeds or zero and not negative.
So do you ever deduct, say the sale of gas is a negative value, do you deduct that from the oil royalties? To the royalty owner?
I don't. No, we don't. No, we don't.
Okay. Is that a recent change in your philosophy or billing, or have you never charged?
We have never charged it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none? You can, oh, sorry, Mark.
Rom, on Exhibit 23, Appendix A, Item C, the all gathering, transportation, terminaling, and storage fees. So that would be for pipelines and rail transportation?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions from staff? You can go to redirect.
Just one brief question. Ram, what document or agreement does Hess look to determine if it can deduct post-production costs
From
from a royalty owner?
it would be the lease agreements between the working interest owner and the royalty interest owner.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that one point. No further questions.
Any further for this witness? Seeing none? I guess the time is 12:37 p.m. We will break for lunch here and come back in just over an hour, I suppose. So at 1:40 p.m. we will reconvene.
Thank you.
We are back on the record in NDIC case number 29227, consolidated with NDIC case number 29226. The time is 1:40 p.m. And we will, I guess, first do your appearance, and then we can move on to the witness.
And good afternoon, Mr. Hearing Examiner. My name is Paul Forster, also with the Crowley Fleck firm in Bismarck, and and I'm representing the Hess entities in this case. And for our next witness, I will call Ms. Lisa Adair to the stand.
All right, Ms. Adair, please make sure your microphone is on.
Thank you.
And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony that you give today is going to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And please state your full name for the record.
Lisa Adair.
And Ms. Adair, were you retained as an expert by Hess in this matter?
I was.
And did you prepare an expert report in this matter?
I did.
I'll have you flip to tab number 5 of the Hess exhibits.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, wow, I understand you ruled on this, but I'm going to renew the motion just for the record.
And the objection is noted and overruled.
And I guess since we're addressing that, the preliminary, I'll just move to qualify Ms. Adair as an expert witness on the topics covered in her report.
I'm not asking her to qualify, just the opinion itself. So, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I'll qualify her. I'll qualify her. It's fine.
Do what you want, but.
So, Ms. Adair, is this a copy of the report that you prepared in this, the opening report you prepared for this matter at tab 5?
It appears to be.
And I want to ask you to step through it line by line, but are your qualifications and publications listed at Appendix A at the back of that report?
Yes.
Can you just give us, to start with, an overview of your educational background?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from Oklahoma State and an MBA in Finance from Southern Methodist.
And tell us about any work experience that you have in the oil and gas industry.
I went to work in the oil and gas industry in 1982. I was hired as an engineer for Arc Oil and Gas Company, and I spent a year training and getting additional education on specific oil and gas topics, technical topics, and then I rotated through different assignments in gas processing, engineering, maintenance and supervision, operations supervision. Then I did some major projects work. Then I was a reservoir engineer, rotated through reservoir engineering, and then was a crude oil marketing representative with ARCO before I moved to consulting.
What did you do when you moved to consulting?
I went to work for Muse Stansel and Company, and Muse Stansel consults on technical and economic issues between the wellhead and the end user. Along the energy value chain, and I worked at Muse doing a variety of consulting assignments until 2016 when I left to form Pearson Adair with my partner Kyle Pearson.
And give us an overview of what you've done at Pearson Adair.
Pearson Adair does the same sort of work that we were doing at Muse Stansel, working on technical and economic issues that occur along the value chain from the wellhead through to the end user. So all sorts of different issues and a lot of work on transactions and valuation of assets, things beyond just doing expert witness work.
In the course of your background in consulting, have you had occasion to serve as an expert witness in other matters?
I have.
Can you give us an overview of that work?
Sure. There is a listing of the cases that comports the federal standard, I think, attached to this. But I've worked on cases where I've offered pure technical testimony and cases where I've offered damage testimony or looked at the value of assets, that sort of thing, for gas processing, gathering, refining, gas transportation, oil transportation, oil and gas production. So really just a whole variety of things.
Can you tell us your understanding of what your assignment was for this case?
Sure. I was retained by counsel for Hess in this matter, and I was asked to analyze and opine the location and nature of the post-production costs that are being challenged by Vitesse in this proceeding, and whether those costs constitute operation of the wells, cost for operation of the wells, or reasonable charge for supervision of the wells on the spacing units created by the NDIC.
And I will move to qualify Ms. Adair as an expert on that topic.
Any objection?
Well, we have no objection, as I
It's
said
just-
before.
Sure, yeah. The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Thank you.
And Ms. Adair, can you tell us, just give us an overview of the information that you relied upon in preparing your report in this matter?
Sure. We received documents that were produced in the course of discovery in this matter. We looked at publicly available information. I got to interview Hess employees and then toured Hess facilities for a couple of days in the summer of 2022, and during those site visits talked again with the people actually doing the work for Hess on the ground here in North Dakota.
Having had a chance to page through Hess Exhibit 5, does it appear to you to be a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared?
It does.
And does that report accurately summarize your opinions and the facts that you relied upon in reaching those opinions?
It does on page 5.
Okay, so I'm going to move to admit at this point Hess Exhibit number 5.
And we had previously object on hearsay grounds, because typically you don't admit reports when the expert is here to testify. But there was an offer made, and we're willing to accept it, that if they're willing to accept the report, the admissibility of the report of our experts, we're willing to admit or agree to the admissibility of theirs, so.
So stipulated.
Okay.
Okay. Based on the stipulation, is admitted, and we can move on with your questions.
Thank you. So, Ms. Adair, before we dive down into the details of what you did here, I just want to ask whether you ultimately reached a conclusion in terms of an opinion in the case.
Sure. And it's listed as opinion 6E, I would say, is the primary conclusion, and that is that the post-production cost challenged by Vitesse in this proceeding are costs for operation of the subject wells, or charge for supervision of the subject wells, and these post-production services we're talking about are necessary to the large-scale oil and gas operations of Hess in North Dakota, and that includes the subject wells that are at issue in this matter.
Did you arrive at any sort of supporting opinions that support that conclusion?
Yes, and those are listed at 6A to D on that page 5. That the availability of the oil infrastructure, and you've heard about that this morning, including oil gathering by pipeline and truck, as well as the oil exports by rail, are necessary to realization of the value of the Bakken shale play, and to ensure safe and efficient operations with flow assurance. That assured flow is important. The availability of the natural gas infrastructure, again discussed this morning, including accessibility to gas export infrastructure, is necessary to the realization also of the Bakken shale play value, and to safe and efficient operations that protect the environment and that limit gas flaring. Further, that a range of operational philosophies and design considerations and business management practices is usual and customary in the industry and can result in different reasonable approaches to the same issues specific to any given geographical area. And finally, that it was reasonable for Hess to secure access to the infrastructure assets that provide flow assurance for the Hess operated production at those expected rates. We heard a lot about the way that planning is done, and safe, efficient operations that protect the environment and limit gas flaring.
Now, before we move on, I want to just clarify a bit and ask you something about that I don't think you're opining to, but let me ask. Are you opining somehow that the costs at issue in this case were production costs that can't be deducted from royalty payments?
No, my understanding is that the costs that are at issue in this matter are post-production costs. and that production costs, I think, as Rom discussed earlier, are really associated with those costs of bringing the fluids to the surface.
And in terms of your opinion, what is your opinion with respect to the post-production costs that are at issue with respect to your ultimate conclusion in the matter?
That those post-production costs are incurred in the course of operation of the well. They're necessary for the operation of the well.
Is it your opinion that those are costs for the operation of the subject wells?
Yes, on the spacing units that the NDIC created.
I want to ask one other clarifying question.
Okay.
Is it are you opining somehow that the commission has jurisdiction to regulate the activities of downstream sales points, like Henry Hub was thrown out as an example, for instance?
My understanding is that the commission would have the ability to look at the reasonableness and confirm the actual nature of the costs that go to non-operating owners from the operator to non-operated interests in the wells.
So in other words, looking at whether the operator can pass those costs along to a non-operating owner?
Yes, or to what degree, what costs and to what degree.
Okay. You're not saying that the NDIC somehow has jurisdiction to regulate, how the services at Henry Hub are provided or something like that?
No, I think there are other entities that are regulating all of that.
Okay. What's your understanding, just in general terms, of the nature of what's at dispute in this case in a larger sense?
I think we just talked about it, that the costs, these post-production costs that are incurred and necessary for the operation of the well, do they constitute operational costs for the well or cost for supervision of the operation of the well?
Okay.
And
you understand Vitesse is challenging those costs?
Yes.
Okay.
And those are the costs being challenged in this matter.
And what's your understanding of, when you use the term subject wells, what is your understanding of what the subject wells in this matter are?
I believe there are several hundred wells in which Vitesse has a non-operated interest and in which Hess is the operator.
Okay. And again, in general terms, what's your understanding about the nature of the relationship between Hess and Vitesse in those subject wells?
The spacing units were created by pooling, and there are no JOAs and no marketing agreements associated with the wells, the production from the wells, et cetera.
Mr. Gatling kind of gave us an overview of this, so I don't need you to go into depth, but just at a general level, what were the primary Hess entities that were relevant to your analysis in this case?
So looking at Hess Bakken, so the entity that operates the wells, HTC, which is Hess Trading, they purchase the oil and gas from Hess Bakken at the custody transfer point on the well pad, and then looking at Hessam or other third parties to the extent that they provide the services and charge back or charge to HTC and then on to Hess Bakken the actual post-production cost, that little chain right there.
And what about, well, actually, let me ask one more question about HTC while we're on that. Would it be fair to think of HTC as a marketing affiliate of Hess Bakken?
HTC is Hess, I would say, yes. They're really a standalone entity wholly owned by Hess Corporation, and were originally set up to market all of Hess's domestic production.
Is the use of a marketing affiliate customary or common practice in the oil and gas industry?
Yes, because marketing is a very outward-facing activity. It's an activity that requires building and fostering relationships with customers and working with other companies as oil and gas moves away from the upstream. whereas upstream companies tend to focus on and have core competencies in finding and producing oil, conditioning, getting it ready to move through the value chain. So it's a different really set of skill sets, and most companies do that.
What about Hess Midstream? Are you familiar with, I think you referenced Hessum, is that the same as Hess Midstream?
It is, yes.
And was Hess Midstream also a Hess entity that you became familiar with in the course of your work for this case?
Yes, as Mr. Gatlin described, the assets were owned without distinction at one point, and then in the 2014 timeframe, those midstream assets were separated off.
You mentioned Mr. Gatling. I believe he also testified at some length about the operational integration between Hess Bakken and Hess Midstream. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Was that consistent with your observations in your work in this case?
With documents we reviewed and with interviews we had with Hess personnel, yes.
I'm going to have you now turn to Figure 2 at page 8 of your report.
Okay.
Paul, what number is that again? The exhibit number?
That's also Exhibit 9, which has been stipulated into evidence. The figure is also at Exhibit 9, but we're at Figure 5, or at Exhibit 5, page 8.
Thanks.
And Ms. Adair, I think Mr. Gatling already testified about a similar flow chart, so I don't need you to step through it line by line. But what I wanted to ask you, as just to make sure we're on the same page, is it your understanding that the cost at issue in this case, in general, arise from midstream services like those depicted under the midstream header on this chart?
Yes.
And does Hess Bakken, as operator of the subject wells, bear those midstream costs ultimately?
Yes, those costs come back to that custody transfer meter on the well pad.
Is that where Hess Bakken incurs or bears the costs?
Correct.
Does Hess Bakken, to your knowledge, also pass along those costs in proportionate share to non-operating owners like Vitesse?
Yes, there's a process, an accounting process for that to happen.
And the revenues as well?
Yes.
I want to move on now and talk just a little bit about the, about the specific play that we're in, that these wells are drilled in. Do you have an understanding of the pool or zone that the subject wells in general produce from?
In general, I think these are Bakken Three Forks wells, Bakken Shale Three Forks wells.
Do you have any knowledge as to the impact of the Bakken Shale play on the need for midstream infrastructure in North Dakota?
The rate of development of the Bakken Shale outpaced the infrastructure development, and since there was limited, relative to where we are today, limited oil and gas production volumes at the time, a lot of things had to happen, and so flows out of the basin were constrained until that infrastructure could catch up.
Would that be true both for oil and for gas midstream infrastructure?
It would.
So as an illustration, I want to turn to page 11 in the body of your report. That's figure 4. Are you there?
Yes.
What does that figure show, Ms. Adair?
This shows historical gas sold and flared from the basin and depicts the natural gas processing plant capacity. So you can see there were periods where the gas, total gas, exceeded the capacity and were projected to exceed the capacity of available processing assets. And gas was flared not only because the plant capacity was not sufficient, but the gathering capacity was not sufficient either.
Okay, so this, just to be clear, this figure shows processing capacity, correct?
Yes.
But I believe you said the gathering capacity was also constrained.
Correct, because you have the issue that you may have plant capacity, but you may not have pipe to every area where it needs to be, and so there can be disconnects on the availability of gas and the availability of capacity to take it away.
And I think Mr. Gatling touched on this, but were Bakken wells more or less gassy than was originally projected?
The gas to oil ratio has exceeded what was originally expected, and it continues to grow, is what I heard him say.
Is that consistent with the facts that you reviewed in preparing your report?
It is.
Now, were there also any regulatory actions that you're familiar with that drove a need for gas infrastructure in particular in North Dakota?
Yes, the flaring regulations that I think came in 2014.
And was there a particular body that you're aware of that issued a flaring order?
Yes, I believe it was the NDIC.
And if we turn to page 13, table 1, what is shown at that table on the top of page 13?
It shows the gas capture targets that were established in that order and the time periods for which they those values were in effect.
And did those targets impact companies' ability to operate wells in the Bakken?
Yes.
How so?
Well, because of curtailment. So it's complicated, and the guidelines have changed over time. But generally speaking, there are certain limits to how much can be flared based on the gas capture targets. And so once you reach that limit, you would have to shut the well in.
Or curtail?
Or curtail.
Aside from the commission's flaring order, are you aware of any other regulatory actions that that limit or can limit flaring in North Dakota?
So there are VOC emission limits, and operators have to control to both those VOC emission limits as well as the flaring gas capture targets. And so they're constantly looking at both of those criteria to make sure they're not in violation.
In addition to the regulatory actions that you just discussed, are you aware of whether Hess has made any other, itself has made additional commitments with respect to gas capture or flaring?
Yes, Hess has, as Mr. Gatling described, a goal of 0 routine flaring by 2025.
And in your experience in the industry, have commitments like that become common among exploration and production companies in order to secure capital for their operations?
Yes, I've seen entire upstream operations completely rebuilt to try to achieve that 0 routine flaring target.
For Hess in particular, does achieving a target like that in North Dakota, does that necessitate investment in gas capture infrastructure in order to be able to continue operating the subject wells?
Yes, so you have to have your midstream infrastructure aligned with your development plan. We heard a lot about that coordination this morning to enable you to capture timely and effectively all the gas that's going to be produced.
Thank you, Ms. Adair. I want to shift gears a little bit now and talk about the site visit that you mentioned.
Okay.
When did that happen?
July 26 to 28, 2022.
What did you do during that visit?
We went to the field and started at a well pad location, toured another well pad location, and then followed the production through the midstream systems, touring and observing the facilities that Hess operates in North Dakota and also some third-party facilities in the area for a couple of days.
Did you have occasion to also talk to Hess personnel who were present at those facilities during your tour?
We did. We spoke to operators and maintenance folks who were on site at every facility that we toured.
And in the course of that tour, was there any drone footage that was taken under your direction while you were touring the facilities?
We did have a drone in the air while we were touring the facilities, as well as still photography.
And I'm going to have you now flip to a different exhibit. It's Hess Exhibit number 6.
Okay?
And just take a quick look at that and let me know whether this exhibit appears to contain photographs from the drone footage that was taken during your site visit.
These appear to be snaps from that drone footage, yes.
And do the photographs in Exhibit 6 contain a true and accurate depiction of the facilities that you visited at the time you visited them?
Yes, they do.
And do they also contain, on some of the photographs, some labeling by you of the subject facilities?
Some annotations, yes.
So I'll move to admit Hess Exhibit number 6.
No objection.
Exhibit 6 is admitted.
And Ms. Adair, I want to just quickly walk through these photographs with you at Hess Exhibit number 6.
Okay.
Just starting on page 2, the first photograph. Can you tell me what's depicted there?
This is a photograph of the pumping units, the mechanical pumping units on the Uran well pad. There were, I believe, 9 wells operating on the pad the day we visited there.
And the next photograph at page 3?
This is a view of that same Uran well pad from a different angle, showing the entire set of facilities that are on that pad, including the separation equipment, the tankage, and some of the measurement equipment that is on site, as well as the gathering systems, where the gathering systems would come in.
What's shown on the next photograph at page 4?
Page 4 provides an even higher level photograph of that same area looking west, with the Uran well pad down in the lower left-hand corner, and depicting the gathering lines moving away from the Uran and connecting to other well pads as the fluids flow down the value chain and towards oil terminaling and gas compression facilities.
Moving on, I see the beginning on page 5, there's a couple photographs labeled East Nesson Compressor Facility. Tell us what those depict.
Correct. So the natural gas that's produced at the well pads is produced at a low pressure, and therefore, to get all the way to the plant and raise the pressure for processing, that gas has to be compressed. It's also more efficient to move gas at higher pressures. So Hess has compression facilities in the field, like the East Nesson compressor facility shown on pages 5 and 6, where gas compressors just raise the pressure through 4 stages of compression.
And is this the compressor station where gas from that Uran pad would flow?
I believe so, yes.
Turning to page 7, and beginning at page 7, it appears there's several series of photographs about the Tioga gas plant. Can you just tell us what's depicted there?
Sure. So page 7 is an overview of the entire Tioga facility, and in the bottom, in the middle, you see high pressure inlet and NGL to TRT. So this is where the gas from East Nesson would come in, and drip liquid, any drip liquids that would be injected in that line would also come in there. There's also some low pressure gathering nearby to the plant, and it comes in that low pressure entry point on the left. And you can see the major processing areas in the plant, but if you turn to page 8 depicts the cryogenic plant. This is that 2014 facility that was built and installed, along with the fractionation facility where the ethane, propane, butane, and natural gasoline are recovered. Picture number 9 shows some of the compression buildings at Tioga, as well as the amine treating where they're actually sweetening gas. The expander building is part of the cryogenic plant, and then the upper right is the debottlenecking plant. There's a picture of it on page 10. That's the plant that started up in 2021 and is a refrigeration type system and is producing residue gas and a mixed stream of NGLs.
And we'll revisit the Tioga Gas Plant in a bit more detail later, but for now, let's move on to picture 11. And it appears that there's a couple of photographs depicting the Tioga Rail Terminal. Can you tell us what's depicted starting at 11?
Sure. So figure 11 provides an overview of the entire TRT. It's located about 2 miles west of the Tioga Gas Plant. And you can see NGL rack. The bulk of the cars there are NGL cars in the middle of the picture, and then the crude oil rack, and then in the back, the crude oil storage, pipelines, and pumps. Photograph on page 12 shows the NGL loading rack. So that's where they're loading rail cars with NGL. And on 13, the crude oil storage at TRT, because they have the capability to load unit trains at TRT. It's also a crude oil terminal for the Goliath gathering system. And so they are aggregating volumes there for rail and to move on to pipeline disposition at Ramberg.
And you mentioned Ramberg. Turning to photograph number 14, it mentions Ramberg truck unloading. You just walk us through the photographs of the Ramberg terminal facility.
14 shows the Ramberg truck unloading racks. That's where the crude oil trucks that are hauling from well pads pull in and offload their crude oil. That crude oil is accumulated in the tanks we see in figure 15 or photograph 15. And there are crude oil pumps at Ramberg that can increase the pressure, pull the oil out of the tanks, and pump that oil out of this facility, along with crude oil that's gathered from Hawkeye and Red Sky gathering systems. And that crude oil can go to, as you see on 16, the Enbridge pipeline terminal that's located nearby, and the Dakota Access pipeline that's located nearby.
And you mentioned Enbridge and Dakota Access. Are those shown on page 16 and 17?
They are, yes. And the only other facility that interacts with this related to crude oil is there's rental storage also located nearby, a 300,000 barrel crude oil tank on the MPLX terminal site that is also interconnected with these facilities. And I'll have a photo of that.
Okay. That's a big tank.
It is.
So now that we've done a high-level overview of the facilities that you toured, I want to circle back, Ms. Adair, and talk about a few more details about some of those facilities.
Okay.
So to start with, let's go to page 25 of your report. Again, that's tab 5 of the binder. And at page 25 of your report, there's a figure 7 labeled Hess Uran well pad. Are you
Yes. Yes, I am.
there? And is that the same well pad that you were just talking about in that series of photographs?
Yes, this has more annotation, but it's the same.
So, and I want to walk through the annotation a little bit, but let's start with the separation and tell us about that.
So each well and mechanical pumping unit has a dedicated separation facility. If you look in the lower left-hand corner, you'll see 9 vertical vessels. Those are the production units where the oil, gas, and water are separated, and they're measured in those buildings. And then once the oil, gas, and water are separated, those streams flow into, and measured, those streams flow either into the gas gathering line or for the oil and water to the tankage that's on site.
And What about the LACT? Tell us, the LACT, that label, tell us about that.
Yes, lease automated custody transfer unit. That is the facility that the oil flows through, so it is pulled out of the tanks, flows through the LACT, and that would be the custody transfer point for the crude oil. The sale from Hess-Bakken to HTC, and the delivery into the Hess and midstream facilities.
What about the VRU? What is that?
The VRU captures gas that's being evolved in the atmospheric tanks, so that gas is not vented to the atmosphere, so it's pulling that gas in, increasing the pressure on it, and then the higher pressure gas is able to mix with the gas coming off the separators, so that all that gas is captured for delivery into the gas gathering system.
And you mentioned gas gathering system. Is the Uran well pad gathered by Hess Midstream?
It is, yes.
Okay.
And the metering for that gathering would take place in this pipe rack that you see where all the pipes are running along the side of the pad. There's a meter that would be the custody transfer point between Hess-Bakken and HTC, and the delivery point into the Hessam facilities.
The Hess Midstream facilities?
Yes,
And just to be clear, you're talking about the pipe rack that's kind of over to the right side.
correct.
And when you said custody transfer point, would that be the same custody transfer point that Mr. Gaurav Kumar detailed earlier in the contracts?
It would be.
Okay. And while we're on that, using this well as an example, what would the custody transfer point be for oil on this pad?
It would be the LACT unit, or immediately adjacent to the LACT unit.
And is that the location at which Hess-Bakken incurs any midstream costs that are charged back to it?
Yes, the revenue statements would go back to these meters.
And is that also the physical location where the Hess Midstream services would begin?
That's correct.
I want to now turn to the different series of photographs. There's a series of photographs that are attached to the back of your report. I think they're labeled Exhibit 3, site visit photos.
Yes.
So let's just flip back to those. Are you there?
I am.
And the first one, the first photo here just has that same Uran well overview, so I won't make you go through that again. But just in case the staff are interested, are there additional photographs in this exhibit at the back of your report that detail the infrastructure at the Uran well pad?
Yes, there
What
are.
pages? And when I say pages, the photograph page number on the bottom right of the photograph.
Yes, I believe it's pages 1 to 11.
So, moving along, I want to talk about gathering and compression
Okay.
for a few minutes. And for that, let's go back to the body of your report at page 7 to start with.
Okay, I'm there.
What page? I'm sorry.
Page 7. And specifically figure 1 at page 7.
Okay.
And just for the record, I think this is also in the record at Hess Exhibit 8, which was stipulated in. So, page 7 of your report, figure 1, tell us what this figure depicts, Ms. Adair.
The red dots on the figure show well pads that include the subject wells, the Hess-operated wells in which Vitesse has a non-operated interest. And the drawing also depicts the layout of those gathering systems that we've been talking about in terms of their breadth and expanse, along with some of those key facilities that are necessary to keep oil and gas flowing, including the gas plants. LM4 is down in the lower left, Tioga's close to the middle. The Ramberg Duct Facility, Hawkeye Oil Facility, and Johnson's Corner, which are oil facilities.
And does this, in terms of the little lines that snake across this exhibit, would those be gathering, Hess Midstream gathering?
Correct, they would be.
Okay. And does the map also contain any scale to show the geographic span of the facilities?
Yes, down in the lower right-hand corner.
And you touched on this briefly, but are there gas compression and processing facilities within the span of the gathering systems and subject wells that are shown on the map?
Yes, and I believe Mr. Gatlin had Exhibit 18 this morning that lays out the locations of some of those facilities. I could be mistaken by the number, but he had the detailed locations of the 12 central compressor or compressor stations that are operated throughout the field.
Okay. And are there also oil terminal and interconnect facilities located within the footprint shown on this map?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the majority of Hess-operated wells in which Vitesse owns interests are connected to the Hess midstream system?
Yes, they appear to be.
I want to focus now a little bit specifically on gas gathering and compression.
Okay.
Does gas from some of the subject wells require compression after entering the Hess midstream gathering system?
Yes, so for two reasons. First, to be able to move the gas through the gathering system, it requires an input of energy. And then secondly, that gas pressure needs to be elevated for processing and also for delivery into the downstream takeaway pipeline systems.
As the use of centralized gas compression facilities like the East Nesson facility, is that customary in the industry?
It is, and especially in large-scale operations where there is an opportunity to capture the economy of scale of having those facilities in one place and designing them with similar equipment so that you can minimize working capital costs for things like spares, and you can better manage them because you have all the assets in a single location. It's very common.
Okay, so let's turn back to those photos at the back of your report.
Okay.
Exhibit 3 at the back of your report. And I think you said 1 through 11 were the Iran facilities. Let's turn to page 12.
Okay.
Labeled East Nesson Compressor Facility Overview.
Yes.
Is this the same compression facility that you briefly overviewed when we were walking through the other photos?
It is.
Can you just give us an overview of how the gas moves through this facility?
Sure. In the upper right-hand corner, you see inlets and outlets. So the larger pipe in the middle would be the inlet where the low-pressure gas comes in. The gas is routed to the left-hand side. There's a large horizontal vessel. It's a slug catcher where any liquids that have fallen out during gathering are collected. The gas is then compressed in a 4-stage compressor, so each one of these compressors can act independently to raise the gas to the required pressure. The gas is dehydrated in the dehydration system and then flows back out in the upper right-hand corner headed towards the Tioga gas plant.
And let's skip ahead a couple photographs and go to number 14. Can you tell us what's depicted in photograph 14?
Sure. Photograph 14 is the inside of one of those compressor buildings. These are electric drive compressors, and the blue equipment in the middle of the page shows the actual compressor cylinders. So the gas goes in one side of the cylinder at low pressure and comes out the other side of the cylinder at the higher pressure.
And I'm not going to have you walk through all of them, but if the staff are interested, does this series of photographs contain any additional photos that detail the infrastructure at the East Nesson compression facility?
Yes, through page 18.
12 through 18?
Yes.
Before we move on, I just wanted to ask, why is it that you maintain that the costs of gathering and compression from facilities like these passed back to Hess-Bakken are costs for the operation of the subject wells?
The natural gas can be captured on the well site, but if it doesn't have capacity to leave the well site in the pipe, and then further, if there's not addition of energy to keep it moving down that pipeline, it won't flow. Gas is going to flow where you push it to flow, or always to the lowest pressure outlet. So you either have to force it, or it's going to go to flare because there's nowhere else for it to go. It's necessary for the wells to operate.
Let's move on and talk about gas processing a bit.
Okay.
And before we dive into any more photographs, I just want to ask, in general, does Bakken gas generally need to be processed before it can be transported to market?
Yes.
Why is that?
The amount, the volume of liquefiable hydrocarbons in this gas exceeds the level of liquefiable hydrocarbons that transmission pipelines will accept. So therefore, the gas needs to be processed to reduce that concentration, lower the BTU value so that the residue gas meets those quality specifications and the gas can flow into those systems and be accepted for transmission.
Is Hess Bakken's gas processed while it's still in North Dakota?
It is, yes.
And for example, for wells connected to the Hess midstream system, where would that processing occur?
Well, it would occur at Tioga, or it would occur at LM4 in normal operations.
When you say LM4, just remind us what LM4 is.
The Targa, Little Missouri 4 train that is owned 50-50 by Targa and Hess.
Hess midstream?
Hess Midstream.
And that is that one south of the river?
It is.
Okay. So let's talk about the Tioga gas plant first. And to start our discussion on the Tioga gas plant, I actually want to flip back to the body report, if you
Okay.
bear with me.
Sure.
And let's go to page 29 at the body of your report.
Okay.
And specifically, I want to look at figure 9 at page 29. Tell me what's depicted there in figure 29, or at figure 9, page 29.
Sure. This is, again, one of those drone clips, and it's just generally describing how the areas in the TGP, Tioga Gas Plant, are divided, with the plant inlets being on the south side, NGL storage in the middle, and the processing area running across the north side up there.
And I think Mr. Gatling walked through some of the history of the plant, but can you just walk us through what the processing capacity is at Tioga Gas Plant?
Today, it's 400 million standard cubic feet a day.
And of that, how much is in the cryogenic portion of the plant?
250.
And then you referred to the debottlenecking expansion. How much processing capacity does that have?
That's another 150.
Million cubic feet of gas per day?
Correct.
And we'll get into this, but what about fractionation capacity to fractionate natural gas liquids?
The fractionation facility that is operated there in the middle is capable of accepting 60,000 barrels a day of Y-grade and produces from that ethane, propane, butanes, and natural gasoline.
So I want to now zoom in a little bit more on that processing area of the plant, and for that, let's flip again back to the end of the photographs at the end of your report.
Okay.
Exhibit 3 to the report, and let's go to photo number 20 back there.
Alrighty.
The one labeled TGP process area. Are you there?
Yes.
Can you just walk us through what's depicted on this photograph?
So if we start in the left-hand side of the photograph, you see the lean oil plant. That's the facility that's been decommissioned. And above it is a large area of the plant dedicated to compression. Some of that is low-pressure inlet compression. Some of it is high pressure that is boosting the residue gas, the dry gas from processing for delivery to transmission pipelines. To the right of that is the cryogenic plant, and below it is the fractionator facility we've been talking about, and then to the right of that, it's the debottlenecking plant.
And let's talk also about what the export options are for gas leaving the Tioga Gas plant. Just to break things up, let's start with options for residue gas.
Okay, so residue gas can be delivered through WBI delivery point, which is up in the kind of the top left middle. So that's one place residue gas can leave the plant. The residue gas can also leave the plant towards the bottom on the HNDP Northern Border Delivery Point location. And then natural gas can also be delivered to Alliance if necessary.
What about ethane that's separated out from the residue gas?
Very unique disposition alternative from TGP is ethane can actually flow on the Vantage pipeline, and it supplies petrochemical plants. Novachem operates in Canada, and so that the only thing that flows on Vantage is ethane.
Is there anywhere else that ethane can be, are there any other pipelines out of the plant into which ethane can be injected?
Ethane can also be delivered via Alliance, into Alliance.
And let's move on and talk about other natural gas liquids such as propane, butane, and natural gasoline. What are the export options for those natural gas liquids?
So the debottleneck plant makes a Y-grade stream, and that stream goes to One Oak, to ultimately to the Elk Creek pipeline.
Can that Y-grade pipeline also take ethane as well?
Yes, and it depends on the mixes they're accepting, but that's Y-grade does usually include ethane, or can include ethane. And the cryogenic plant can produce Y-grade, but it can also feed the fractionator, and from the fractionator, propane, ethane, propane, butanes, and natural gasoline are produced.
And what are the export options? I know that you mentioned the Y-grade line. Are there any other export options for propane, butane, natural gasoline?
Those liquids are transported in the 2-mile pipeline that connects from TGP to the TRT rail terminal, where natural gas liquids are loaded onto rail cars for export from the basin, or wherever they need to go. And then also they have truck loading capabilities at TGP, so they can send some fractionated product by truck out of the facility too.
And Ms. Adair, I want to ask, with respect to processing costs that are passed back to Hess Bakken on the subject wells, why do you believe that those costs are costs for the operation of the subject wells?
All of these facilities we're talking about here are necessary to deliver the residue natural gas into those transmission lines so that the natural gas can be exported from the basin. And further, by exactly what Mr. Gatling was talking about at the Hawkeye gas facility this morning, when they use an MRU to extract liquids, it creates more capacity in the system to flow gas. So to the extent that these liquids can be removed and leave the basin as liquids, that's creating more room for natural gas to leave the basin, and therefore you can have a greater amount of production and flow assurance for the wells.
And is flow assurance necessary to continue operating the subject wells?
Flow assurance is very important so that you can continually operate the wells, yes.
You talked a bit about the range of different export outlets from the Tioga Gas plant and the services provided by the plant. Why does that matter to your opinions in this case?
Having the flexibility to be able to adjust flows and move outbound on different pipelines move products into different markets, allows you to, A, do the best job you can in terms of selling your products. It gives you access to more markets. You're not captive, but also gives you flexibility if you need to rearrange how the processing or the gathering is working because you have a maintenance issue or you're doing construction or something else happens. And so it gives you that flexibility to keep gas flowing, keep gas from being flared, but still continue to produce from the wells.
And does the ethane separation and resultant quality of residue gas that's produced by the Tioga Gas Plant support your opinions in this case in any way?
Yes, flow assurance from the standpoint that to the extent that Tioga is able to deliver dry natural gas that exceeds the Northern Border specification, it gives you confidence that you're not going to be kicked out of Northern Border, that you'll always be able to deliver to that pipeline, and that you're going to be able to make that spec and not have to cut back because there is a problem on Northern Border with their quality.
And kind of like before, I'm not going to have you walk through every single photograph in the report, but are there additional photographs at the back of your report that detail the infrastructure at the Tioga Gas Plant?
Yes.
And what's
there-
the page range on those? I think starting at 19.
There are many, so. That would go to page 41, 19 to 41.
Before we move on from processing, I just want to hit on Little Missouri 4 a little bit more. Remind us what the Little Missouri 4 plant is with respect to Hess Midstream's operations.
So Little Missouri 4 also does ethane recovery. It uses different technology, but they do recover ethane there. They are delivering natural gas, residue natural gas to Northern Border, and the mixed grade, a mixed Y-grade stream is going to One Oak, same pipeline that TGP's mixed liquids are being delivered to,
Elk Creek Pipeline?
Elk Creek.
And what's the processing capacity at the Little Missouri 4 plant as it relates to Hess Midstream?
So Hess has reserved for its use 100 million standard cubic feet a day of capacity.
All right, I want to shift gears a bit again, and let's turn back to photograph number 42.
Okay,
And I want to talk about that Ramberg terminal facility a bit more.
okay.
So to start off with, can you just tell us in general what the function of the Ramberg terminal facility is?
It's a crude terminal is probably the best way to describe it. So at this facility, trucks roll in and the volumes are offloaded from those trucks and they're aggregated, building up batch sizes. This crude oil also mixes with any crude that's gathered into Ramberg from Red Sky or from Hawkeye.
And can you just tell us what the truck unloading capacity at these truck racks is?
Yes, there's 10 offloading racks here for crude oil at Ramberg, and they have moved up to 300 trucks a day through this facility.
Is the truck offloading capacity, for instance, at Ramberg relevant to your opinions in the case?
Yes, having the flexibility to be able to move crude oil by truck if there's any disruption in the pipeline gathering, or if pipeline gathering is not immediately available, or if the pipeline capacity is just overwhelmed, you have the flexibility to move crude oil by truck and therefore keep producing the wells.
Let's skip a couple photographs ahead and go to the photograph labeled 44.
Okay.
What's shown in this photograph?
These are the storage tanks at Ramberg, so there's about 30,000 barrels of crude oil storage available at Ramberg. And the Ramberg facility, as I said, Red Sky and Hawkeye gathering systems connect into Ramberg. And then there is a bi-directional pipeline between Ramberg and the TRT rail terminal. So you can flow oil from Ramberg to TRT, or oil can come southbound out of TRT back to this location, and that would be flowing oil that was gathered on the Goliath system. So depending on where the crude oil is going, if it's going on unit train or accessing pipelines, the oil can be moved around, and the system has the flexibility to adjust to whatever it needs to do to keep the oil flowing.
And in terms of storage capacity, I think you might have hit this earlier, but is there also some additional storage capacity leased adjacent to Ramberg?
Hess leases a 300,000 barrel oil tank that is accessible from Ramberg as well.
And is the storage capacity provided by Hess Midstream supportive of your opinions in this case?
Yes, and the flexibility of the interconnections in all the piping systems so that they can aggregate in different locations and they can move oil around and make sure that it gets somewhere to get out of the basin, so that they have flexibility to send it on unit trains or on pipeline and clear the tanks and keep oil flowing.
And just to be clear, why do you think that costs from services like that are charged back to Hess Bakken would be costs for the operation of the subject wells?
Again, as we have talked about, the crude oil has to be able to move away from the well pad to be monetized. And if we can't keep that crude oil flowing, then we have to curtail production or shut in the wells. And so this is definitely necessary for the operation of the wells on the spacing units.
Let's flip ahead now to photograph number 46.
Okay?
And is this the same bidirectional oil line that you were describing just a moment ago?
Yes, this is the piping manifold and pigging stations for that line that runs either direction between the TRT facility and Ramberg.
And when you say TRT, it's Tioga Rail Terminal?
Correct.
What are the primary export options for Hess Bakken's oil production gathered by Hess Midstream?
So the Enbridge pipeline, DAPL, and then via unit trains at the via the TRT.
In case the staff is interested, can you just give us the range of photographs that detail the infrastructure at the Ramberg facility?
42 to 47.
All right, last but not least, let's circle back to the Tioga Rail Terminal. And for that, can you please flip ahead to page 48, or photograph number 48 in this group of photographs?
I'm there.
And what's shown in this photograph, Ms. Adair?
This is that overview shot again of the entire TRT facility.
And I think you might have mentioned this, but is there also a tie-in to a gathering system at TRT?
Yes, the Goliath oil system flows oil to this facility.
What's the oil storage capacity at TRT specifically?
290,000 barrels of oil.
Let's flip ahead to photograph 53, so a few pages ahead.
Okay.
One labeled crude oil rail loading spot.
Okay.
You there?
Yes.
What's depicted in this photograph?
This is a photograph looking down that crude oil loading rack, and so each one of the aluminum brackets that are overhanging to the right is a loading spot for a rail car. There's 22 of those spots on this rail loading facility, and there's capacity in the pumping to be able to load those 22 cars simultaneously. Once that's done, the train moves, they load 22 more, and they can move 140,000 barrels a day of oil via unit train out of the basin using these facilities.
How many unit trains per day is that?
That's about 2.
Does the use of oil trains as opposed to just car loading have any benefits in terms of the transportation of oil?
Sure, unit trains move from point to point within the rail system. It's far more efficient than individual manifest cars. They kind of have to wait until they get picked up by the rail company. So the unit train is a much more efficient way to move products of any kind.
Does the variety of crude transportation options provided by terminal facilities like Ramberg and TRT support your opinions in this case?
Yes, again, providing that flexibility to move crude oil around to avoid logistics disruptions and also to be able to access the best markets to deliver the crude oil. Both of those are advantages and help to keep the oil flowing and moving out of the basin, which we have to do to allow the wells to continue to produce.
Do they provide any advantages in the event of transportation pipeline constraints?
Yes, having the functioning rail rack, crews that are trained to use that, and the fact that they are still using it today. They're running a couple of unit trains a week just to keep the facility going and maintained and ready to go should they need to switch back at any time and run more unit trains. It's ready to increase its capacity.
Are you aware of any ongoing risks with respect to any of the oil transportation pipelines that Hess uses for export from the Strait?
I understand there have been some concerns about DAPL and perhaps the future of DAPL. So should that occur, Hess can immediately start sending more crude oil out by rail.
So, Ms. Adair, can you tell us, though, to the extent that costs from facilities like these are charged back to Hess Bakken as operator of the subject wells, why would those costs be operation costs or costs for the operation of the subject wells, in your opinion?
This is a direct cost to move the oil away from the lease. If we don't incur those costs and we don't move the oil, then we can't continue to produce the wells. It's necessary to keep that production going and the oil flowing.
Let's turn to photograph number 54.
Okay.
What's shown in this photograph?
This is a view of the NGL loading rack facilities. There are 16 car loading slots on this rack. Today, this rack, and it was doing it when I was there in 2022, operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They are constantly loading rail cars with NGL. And in speaking with the operations folks there, they were very aware of their mandate to keep those cars moving, because if they get behind, then there has to be a reduction in the flow rates coming from the Tioga gas plant.
And I think you touched on it, so you're saying that this would be the loading rack that would handle volumes of NGLs from the Tioga gas plant?
The NGLs coming off the fractionator, so that would be the propane, butane, and natural gasoline. We talked about the ethane going to the Vantage or Alliance pipelines.
What's the loading capacity of the NGL rack at TRT?
About 30,000 barrels a day.
And in case the staff is interested, does your report contain any additional photographs detailing the infrastructure at the Tioga Rail Terminal?
Yes.
Give us a page range, I think starting at 48.
Starting at 48 through page 56.
I also meant to ask Ms. Adair, you talked, I think you touched on the NGL loading rack handling volumes from TGP, but I don't think I asked you specifically, does the NGL transportation capacity provided by TRT support your opinions in the case?
Yes, and especially after talking with personnel on the ground and understanding how critical keeping those rail cars flowing is to maintaining the flow rate through TGP, Because if you can't fractionate, then that's going to back volumes out of the gas plant, which backs volumes out of the gathering system, which then leads to either flaring or curtailment in the field.
And just to tie it together, why would that fact support your opinion that the costs from facilities like these borne by Hess Bakken as operator would be costs for operation of the subject wells?
Those facilities need to be operating to allow the gas and oil a place to go once it gets into the gathering system, and to flow away from the well pad.
And to keep the wells operating?
And that keeps the wells operating.
We've walked through a number of different Hess Midstream facilities that you toured. I wanted to ask you, how was the condition of those Hess Midstream facilities at the time that you visited them?
My observation is that the facilities are all very well built. They're well maintained. They maintain stocks of consumables and spare parts, so they have everything they need to address any issues or routine maintenance. The individuals that we spoke with were all very knowledgeable. They understood what the production plan was, where their area of responsibility fit into that production plan, and how important it was to keep the wells flowing while maintaining safe, efficient operations, protecting the environment. They showed us many innovations they're using to protect the environment and to limit gas flaring.
And how do those facts tie into your opinions in this case?
That the post-production services and the cost for those services are cost for the operation of these wells or the supervision of the wells. And specifically the subject wells we're talking about here, and that for large-scale oil and gas operations like Hess has in North Dakota, these services are necessary for the continued operation of the wells that are connected to those facilities.
Now, we've talked a lot about Hess Midstream facilities. To your knowledge, Ms. Adair, are there any subject wells for which production is gathered by third parties?
I believe there are, and you can see kind of where they are off to themselves and not connected to the gathering systems in one of the figures we looked at. I believe it was figure 1 on page 7.
Do you know who the largest third-party gatherer other than Hess Midstream would be for Hess Bakken's production?
I believe it's Kinder Morgan Highland.
And are you aware of any examples in which that Highland system has had gas capture issues that have affected Hess Bakken's ability to continue operating the wells that are connected to the system?
I think Mr. Gatling spoke about the Stony Creek area as one area where Hess actually stepped in and laid another pipeline to help alleviate some bottlenecks and help with takeaway capacity. And then I believe he also provided a figure that showed kind of third-party performance relative to Hess's performance in capturing gas and reducing flaring.
And was his testimony consistent with your review of the facts in this case?
Yes, and discussions we had with other Hess employees.
You mentioned building out that extra line. Are you aware of examples where production was curtailed or temporarily shut in because Highland could not accept all of the gas being produced?
Yes, and my understanding, based on my discussions with Hess personnel, was that there were 2 factors that led to curtailment. One was flaring, meeting the ordered curtailment of gas, and then secondly, the VOC emissions, because those are 2 competing things that are going to affect production if the takeaway capacity is not available for the gas.
Do those facts support your opinions in this case? Do you believe?
Yes, it shows that demonstrates the importance and necessity of the capacity in the post-production services to be able to allow the wells to continue to operate. We have to have those services available.
To your knowledge, does Vitesse take any of its production in kind?
I do not believe they do, no.
In that case where a non-operator does not take in kind, does Hess Bakken need to do something with the non-operating owner's share of production in order to get it off pad into market?
So to continue to operate the well, all those volumes have to be handled. They have to be captured and they have to be moved off the well pad, especially the gas. You can't just put up a tank and let it sit there. You have to move the gas every day to keep the well producing.
Are the costs of handling that share of production incurred by Hess Bakken as operator of the well?
Yes, they are. Those costs are allocated back to HTC and at those custody transfer meters on the well pad and pass through to Hess Bakken at that point.
As operator of the wells?
Correct.
And does that fact tie into your opinions in this case in any way? The fact that sorry, that was a bad question. The fact that Hess Bakken has to dispose of the non-operator's share of production or handle their share of production, get it off the pad, does that tie into your opinion that the costs for doing so are costs to operate the subject wells?
Yes, because that's just another segment of volume that the operator has to pay for and to provide services for, make sure those services are there so that all of the production can flow away from the well pad.
Can the production be stored indefinitely at the well pad?
No.
Does it need to be moved away from the well pad in order to continue operating the subject wells?
If the wells continue to flow, the capacity available on the well pad is not sufficient to allow the wells to continue to produce indefinitely without fluids being removed from the well pad.
All right, so now I want to just kind of sum up and ask you, based on the facts and observations that you've reviewed and that you've discussed today, have you reached a conclusion as to whether the post-production costs disputed by Vitesse in this case constitute a cost for operation or supervision of the subject wells?
Yes, I believe they do constitute costs for operations of the wells or supervision of the wells, and further that these services are necessary for a large-scale operation like Hess has in North Dakota, which includes the subject wells.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. Just looking at the time, it's almost 3 p.m. Why don't we take a 10-minute break before we go into cross? We'll be back here at 3:10 p.m. right, and we are back on the record. It is 3:11 p.m., and we were just starting cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Ms. Adair.
Good afternoon.
You and I have had the pleasure of meeting once before, right?
We did?
All right. In one of Mr. Stahl's offices, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just so we're using the right, correct terminology or consistent terminology, we've used all kinds of acronyms and names for Hess-Bakken throughout the course of this day. But it seems like you and Mr. Forrester were using Hess-Bakken. So can we use Hess-Bakken? You'll
Sure.
understand that means Hess-Bakken Investments too?
Sure.
Okay. Now, fair to say you're familiar with North Dakota Century Code, Section 3808082, correct?
Yes.
And did you read that statute before offering your opinion in this proceeding?
I probably looked at it.
Are you aware that your client, Hess-Bakken, has agreed that that section is clear and is not ambiguous?
If I didn't know it before, I believe I heard that earlier today.
Okay, and you yourself think that that statute is, quote, pretty clear, right?
I do think it's pretty clear, yes.
You agree with me that the statute does not use the phrase post-production costs?
That is true, it does not.
Does not use the word midstream anywhere?
I do not see the word midstream, no.
Does not use the word downstream anywhere?
No, does not.
Does not contain the word marketing, right?
It does not.
Does not contain the word necessary, does it?
It does not.
Does not contain the word required, does it?
No,
Does not use the phrase required to keep the oil and the gas flowing, does it?
no, but that would be what operation is, so
Okay. Does not contain the phrase necessary to keep the oil and gas flowing, does it?
it does not.
Does not mention anything about reduction of flaring, does it?
It does not address flaring, but again, that's, unless you limit flaring, you're not operating, so I think it's part of operations.
Does not contain the phrase reflected in the value the operator receives, does it?
It does not contain that phrase, no.
So you're offering an opinion here in this proceeding that the cost for, quote, drilling and operation of a well on the spacing unit means all costs necessary or required to keep oil and gas flowing, even though the statute doesn't say that, correct?
That's true, based on the fact that the statute is focused on the operation of the well on the drilling unit.
Are you offering an opinion here that the statute should be interpreted to mean what you say it means?
I'm offering my interpretation of the statute. I think the NDIC's, that question is before the commission.
Yeah, and your opinion is predicated upon your interpretation of the statute, right?
My understanding of operations, yes.
Your interpretation of the statute, right?
I'm going to object that this calls for a legal conclusion.
How is that call for legal conclusion? I asked her if her opinion is predicated upon her interpretation of the statute.
Sure, and I guess we have allowed her to have, as part of your argument in chief, her opinion on the term operations and what is and isn't operation, so I'll let it continue.
And I think I've addressed that. My interpretation of the word operations is what I'm basing it on.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you agree with me, Ms. Adair, that a reduction in the production and the flow rate would mean less revenue for Hess-Bakken?
I think if you reduce the flow rate out of a well, that would affect all the stakeholders.
Including Hess-Bakken, right?
Sure.
Okay.
If they're an owner, yes.
Well, doesn't Hess-Bakken make money by operating the wells?
Yeah, I guess you just weren't specific to what well, but the wells that they have an ownership in, sure.
Okay.
All the owners.
So let's be clear here, okay? I'm not talking about any willy-nilly well. You know what I'm talking about. Subject wells means the wells in question in this proceeding. It's the same phrase that you and Mr. Forrester used during your direct examination.
And
So a reduction in the production and the flow rate would mean less revenue for Hess-Bakken with respect to the subject wells. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yes.
And you also said that Hess-Bakken is the entity that operates the subject wells, right?
Yes, it is.
Hess Midstream does not operate the subject wells, does it?
No.
And Hess Midstream processes gas from various of the subject wells. You would agree with that?
That's true.
Hess-Bakken does not process gas from any of the subject wells, does it?
No.
Who transports the gas from the subject wells?
Well, I think they're probably different entities, but for wells connected to the Hess midstream gathering system, it would be Hessam. And then third parties may be transporting if they're the parties that are connected and accepting the well fluids.
Hess-Bakken isn't transporting the gas from the subject wells, is it?
It is not.
Who gathers the gas from the subject wells?
It would be the midstream companies that are connected to the well pads on which the subject wells are located.
Hess-Bakken isn't gathering the production from the subject wells, is it?
Hess-Bakken is aggregating the production from the subject wells and then delivering it to the gathering company on the well pad.
Is the word aggregating mean something different to you than gathering? Or do you view those as the same?
It does.
Okay, was there something unclear about my question? Did you not understand when I said gathering? I said Hess-Bakken does not gather the production on the subject wells, correct?
Hess-Bakken does not gather.
Thank you. Hess-Bakken, who compresses the gas from the subject wells?
It would be the midstream entities that operate the gathering systems.
Hess-Bakken does not compress the gas from the subject wells, does it?
No.
Who dehydrates the gas from the gas from the subject wells?
The dehydration facilities are operated by Hess, owned and operated by Hess Midstream and other third parties.
Hess-Bakken does not dehydrate the gas from the subject wells, does it?
No.
Who fractionates the gas from the subject wells?
The gas that goes to the Tioga gas plant produces some liquids that may be fractionated. So it would be Hess Midstream for the products that get fractionated. Not all of the gas has access to facilities that can fractionate NGLs.
Hess-Bakken doesn't fractionate gas from the subject wells, does it?
No.
Fair to say, you're not aware of any post-production service at issue in this case that was provided by Hess-Bakken, correct?
I think that's true.
You referred to Mr. Gatlin several times during your direct examination. Did you hear Mr. Gatlin say here today that there is Hess Midstream equipment upstream of the sales meter?
Yes.
Can you identify that equipment for me? Do you know what it is?
I think there may be some gas coolers, there may be some metering equipment. Those are the things that come immediately to mind that may be upstream of the actual inlet flange to the gathering systems.
Is that true with respect to each of the subject wells?
I do not think that's universally true, no. I think there's a mixture of different, each pad would be unique.
And we heard Mr. Gatlin say that there are, and I guess Mr. Gawa-Kamar said the same thing, there are non-working interest owners who take production from Hess-Bakken in kind. Do you recall that testimony here today?
I do.
Are you aware of any non-working interest owner who takes their production from Hess-Bakken in kind?
I am.
You know what percentage interest they own in the wells in which they take the production in kind?
I do not.
Are they a significant percentage interest holder?
I just don't have that information. I'm not sure.
You would agree with me that Hess-Bakken transfers all title to the production from the subject wells at either the LAC or the sales meter, right?
Yes. The custody transfer point, wherever that is, yes.
And they transfer that title to Hess Trading Corporation?
They do, and then Hess Trading immediately delivers the gas to the midstream company.
Right, it's Hess,
Oil.
you're prescient there. Hess Trading Corporation is the one that enters into contracts with midstream providers, right?
That's true.
You're not aware of any contract entered into with a midstream provider by Hess-Bakken, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you aware of any interest of Hess Bakken in any of the facilities or equipment at the Tioga Gas Plant?
I am not.
Are you aware of any interest by Hess Bakken in any of the facilities or equipment at the Little Missouri 4 gas plant?
No.
Are you aware of any interest by Hess Bakken in the facilities or equipment at the One Oak Rockies midstream plant?
No.
Are you aware of any interest by Hess Bakken in the facilities or equipment at the Highland Partners plants?
I am not.
Are you aware of any interest by Hess Bakken in the facilities or equipment at the Petro Hunt plant?
No.
Would you agree with me that other than the Waterford City gas plant operated by Highland Partners, none of the processing plants that process the production from the wells in question, the subject wells, are located on a spacing unit at issue in this case?
I have not done that analysis to know exactly where each of those gas plants is located.
Okay, well, I was hoping we could expedite this, but we can do it this way. We can do it the long way. Let's start putting some charts up. Start with XX.
We'll stipulate to the question.
No, well, you know, you didn't want to stipulate to her qualification, so we'll all take a look at it. And that's probably my bad. There we go. Okay. So, Ms. Dare, you have some books in front of you, some exhibit books. Can
I
you
do.
Can you take a look at Exhibit XX for me? And let me know when you're there.
Sorry. I don't have an Exhibit XX.
Second.
The last entry here is VV.
Do you have a binder that has XX on it?
I can give mine.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Okay,
Are we there?
I am looking at the map, yes.
Okay. And then, while you're looking at that, I'd also like you to, so you can just verify for yourself where this came from. If you could turn to Exhibit 5, which is in the
Exhibit,
Hess,
yep,
that's your
it's
report,
gonna be
right?
the bottom. I'm there.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, I'm at Exhibit 5.
Okay, just keep that open for a moment. You'll see that on the bottom of Exhibit XX, this is credited to Hess Midstream Locations from a Dare Expert Report.
Okay,
Do you see that?
I do.
Do you have any reason to dispute that came from, and you can look at your report if you want, but that came from your report?
Figure 1 doesn't have the DSUs on it, but I think we do have another figure that has
Yeah, that may be a typo.
those. I think it's perhaps one of these maps back here. Yes.
And can you just identify what you're looking at for me?
I'm in Exhibit 2, so I don't know which one of these maps in Exhibit 2 they're by year, but I can see where these are close. The last page, does that have a Bates number? 70291, 70291, I think, might be the one.
Okay. And so, do you see that there's a reference up here to Tioga Gas Plant on this exhibit XX?
I do.
Okay. Would you agree with me that that is not located on a spacing unit in which Hess operates a subject well?
Yes, I believe these drilling units or spacing units are depicting only spacing units that Hess operates in which Vitesse has a non-operated interest. So there may be Hess spacing units in which Vitesse does not have an interest, but with that caveat, yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's why I said subject wells.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, Mr. Evans, make sure you're talking into the mic. I think it might not be picking
I'm
up.
sorry. Yeah, that's my bad. And then you can see the Johnson's Corner header system and the Hawkeye Oil Facility and the Ramberg Truck Facility. The Ramberg Truck Facility appears to be on a spacing unit that houses a subject well, correct? But the other facilities, the Johnson's Corner facility, for instance, does not, correct?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to interpret the symbols in terms of the actual boundaries, but yes, I'll take your word for that.
Okay, and I'll represent, this comes from the Hess map, but the one in particular that I'm interested in is the Tioga Gas Plant, and that is located, I think we can agree that that's not located on a spacing unit on which there's a subject well, correct?
Doesn't appear to be, that's true.
Okay, Steph, can I get you to go to YY? Okay. And this is, are you at Exhibit YY in the book?
I am.
Okay, do you see the Norse gas plant up there?
I do.
Okay, and the Norse, would you agree with me that the Norse gas plant is not on a spacing unit that houses a subject well?
It doesn't appear to be.
Okay, but then we go down to the Waterford City gas plant. That's why I asked the question I did, that other than the Waterford City gas plant, that appears to be located on a spacing unit that does house a subject well, correct?
Yes, I'll take your word for it again. I'm not exactly sure where the boundaries of that facility are, but they appear to be on that spacing unit.
Okay, so let's go to ZZ. And then step AAA is next, but let's go to ZZ.
I'm on ZZ.
Okay, and these are the One Oak gas plants. And there appear to be several of them there, right?
Yes.
Okay, put Lonesome Creek aside for the moment, because we've got a better blow-up of that one, a more close-up. But do you see the other gas plants depicted on Exhibit ZZ?
I do.
And would you agree with me that they are not on a spacing unit that houses a subject well?
Assuming this is the same base map, I think that's true.
Okay, so let's take a close-up look at the Lonesome Creek gas plant, which is Exhibit AAA.
Okay, I'm there.
All right, so this gives us a better indication of where the Lonesome Creek gas plant is located. Would you agree with me that that's not located on a spacing unit housing a subject well?
Doesn't appear to be. It looks like it's definitely on a spacing unit, but not one that contains a subject well.
Right, and we just have two more of these left. We're gonna go to BB and then CC.
Is that triple B?
Yes, triple B. Triple B and triple C. Okay, this is, are you with me on triple B?
I am.
All right, this is the Petro Hunt gas plant, the little knife, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that that is not on a spacing unit housing a subject well?
Doesn't appear to be, no.
Okay, and last but not least is triple C, which is the Targa Badlands gas plant. Yep, that's it. All right, do you see the Targa Badlands gas plant?
I do.
Would you agree with me that that is not on a spacing unit housing a subject well?
That doesn't appear to be, no.
Okay. Would you agree with me, Ms. Adair, that Hess Bakken does not own an interest in any transportation facilities or equipment after the sales meter?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And maybe that's a better way for me to ask the question. Are you aware of whether Hess Bakken owns any interest in any pipelines downstream of the sales meter?
For oil or gas, not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of whether Hess Bakken owns any interest in any compression facilities or equipment?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you aware of whether Hess Bakken owns an interest in any dehydration facilities or equipment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of whether Hess Bakken owns an interest in any fractionation facilities or equipment?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And are you aware of whether Hess Bakken exercises any control over any marketing activities downstream of the Lacken sales meter?
The marketing activities, I understand, are managed by HTC. So it would be HTC folks doing that, not Hess Bakken folks.
Are you aware of any instance in which Hess Bakken has supervised the operations of any midstream company?
No.
Are you aware of any instance in which a midstream company has exercised control over the production and well site activities of Hess Bakken?
Well, I would say any time there's curtailment, then that is affecting and controlling the operation of the wells. Yes, that it would be the gathering system not being able to take the production would be creating an issue for Hess Bakken.
Okay, tell me an instance when that happened that you're aware of.
Well, we heard about the Stony Creek area with Kinder Morgan. Any time the gas assets are unable to move all the volumes away, that does back up and affect the Hess Bakken production and operations.
Okay, you've heard of that, but other than that, are you aware of any instance in which a midstream company has exercised control over the production and well site activities of Hess Bakken?
Just what I've described. I mean, anytime that happens, then you are affecting the operation of the wells and the well pad.
You're affecting it. I'm saying, are you aware of whether a midstream company controls the manner in which Hess Bakken produces any of the subject wells?
It would control it because it's, I think we heard the phrase being pushed out or unable to get into the gathering system. What happens is the pressure comes up on the system, it backs all the gas out, and it controls where that gas flows. So yes, that happens.
Okay, so you're aware of a situation where a midstream company has told Hess Bakken, stop producing?
Well, I'm sure that's happened as well when there are disruptions in the operation of midstream assets. You do at times have to stop the flow into them, but it will happen automatically if the pressure comes up on the system. It will force out other production. So it just happens by virtue of the operation.
I understand in theory, you say
No, in
this could
fact,
happen.
Mr. Gatlin testified to that this morning.
Are
We
you,
talked
are
about-
you aware? Not what,
Yes.
not what somebody else has testified to. Are you aware of a situation?
I've talked to numerous Hess employees who have explained what happens in third-party systems. Stony Creek is one example. We saw the chart that showed curtailment in the gas gathering systems for third parties versus Hess Midstream. All those factors align, and in my own experience, that's what happens in the field. That's how it works.
Okay. Do you have any dates when this happened?
I think we would have to ask people at Hess about dates, but I'm sure they can get them for us if we
Okay,
need
but
them.
but you can't give us any sitting here today.
I cannot.
All right. I want to ask you a question. I'm going to make a statement to you and then see if you agree or disagree with this statement. I'm only going to
Okay.
give you one because I know if I go on too long, I'll get objections. But do you agree or disagree with the statement that gas transportation and processing fees are post-production marketing costs and are not drilling or operation costs?
Well, I wouldn't characterize them as marketing costs. They're definitely post-production costs, but I wouldn't characterize them as marketing costs.
Okay, well, let's take the word marketing costs out of there. Do you agree or disagree with the statement that gas transportation and processing fees are post-production costs and not drilling or operation costs?
So the, to the extent that those costs are related to the operation of the wells, and I think we talked about this during my deposition, are allocated back or flow back to the operator on the revenue statements, then those costs go back to the operator and therefore are costs of operations of the wells.
Do you know who made the statement I just quoted to you?
I do not.
What if I told you it was Mr. Mann sitting here from the Crowley Fleck firm who told the commission, made that statement to the commission? That's news to you?
I am not aware of that.
Okay, you didn't take that into consideration in formulating your opinions in this case?
No, I did not.
Fair to say you cannot recall ever testifying before that a post-production cost was a cost for the operation of a well on a spacing unit?
I think you also asked me that during my deposition, and I could not recall any time I had done that. That's true.
Okay, and that's still the case, right?
That is,
And you could not recall ever testifying before that a post-production cost was a cost incurred in connection with supervision of a well on a spacing unit, correct?
that's true.
You cannot recall ever writing a report or offering an opinion before your engagement in this case that a post-production cost was a cost for the operation of a well on a spacing unit.
I don't believe we've ever been asked to opine on that, nope.
And you cannot recall ever writing a report or offering an opinion before your engagement in this case in which you said that a post-production cost was a cost incurred in connection with supervision of a well on a spacing unit.
I don't believe so, no.
Fair to say you would agree that the most critical step in putting gas in marketable condition occurs on the lease and/or oil pad?
That would be the first place, yes.
Well, you've actually said that in written reports, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
And you would agree that it is universally accepted that oil is marketable at the lease when it is capable of being measured, sold, or transported, right?
I think that's true.
And you would agree that when gas is measured, sampled, and accepted by a pipeline at the lease, it is in marketable condition.
That's true.
You would agree with me that production of oil and gas means bringing oil, gas, and associated water to the surface.
I think that's a generally accepted definition of production, yes.
You would agree that production is understood in the oil and gas industry to mean the act of bringing oil or gas to the surface, correct?
I think it can, yes.
What do you mean you think it can? I just asked you, you would agree that production is understood in the oil and gas industry to mean the act of bringing oil or gas to the surface?
I think there are people who would think specifically of that definition, yes.
Well, how about
But
you?
maybe not everybody.
Okay, how about you?
I typically think of production as activities related to bringing fluids to the surface, yes, up to the point of separation.
Separation from the earth?
Separation into streams that can be delivered.
Would you agree with me that production activities and costs are different in nature than post-production activities and costs?
Different in nature. I suppose they're different activities, if that's what you're asking. Yes, there can be different activities.
What do you consider to be production activities?
There are a workover, for example, the electrical or maintenance costs associated with artificial lift, stimulation treatments on wells. There's many, many different things that would fall into that category, I would think.
Pumping activities?
There could be maintenance or operation of pumping units or supply of pumping units.
And post-production services, you would agree, include things like transportation, processing, dehydration, fractionation, stabilization, compression, and marketing, right?
Yes, I think those are generally post-production. Not always, but generally.
Would you agree that costs for production activities are billed as fees for services and are reported on statements like joint interest billing statements?
I think that it's generally how those costs are captured that that are related to lifting fluids to the surface, yes.
And costs for post-production services are reflected on revenue statements, right?
In my experience, that's true, yes.
Is it your opinion that regardless of how far from the well pad or the spacing unit a post-production service was performed, that it's a cost to operate a well on a spacing unit if it was necessary or required to keep the oil and gas flowing?
Hypothetically, I guess that could be the case if the operator were forced to move the material over long distances before it's sold. I guess it could be hypothetically. I don't think that's the case we have here, but,
Well, that's the logical consequence of your opinion, isn't it?
well, I think each setup, each set of business practices, the way the fields are designed, and interaction with downstream equipment, everybody does things a little differently. So, I mean, perhaps there is someone who is set up to operate that way. I would say I've never seen anything like that, but I suppose it could happen.
This is another one of those questions I asked you during your deposition. I'll ask you here for the benefit of the commission. You're not aware of any instance in which a state oil and gas regulatory body anywhere has held that a post-production cost was a cost for operation of a well on a spacing unit, correct?
And not specifically, no.
Okay. And you're not aware of any instance in which a state oil and gas regulatory body anywhere has held that a post-production cost was a cost incurred in connection with supervision of a well on a spacing unit, right?
Not that I recall, no.
Your client in this matter is Hess Bakken, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and is Hess Bakken the one who's compensating you for your services in this engagement?
To be perfectly honest with you, I've not looked to see exactly who I'm being paid by. I don't look at, I mean, I have a business manager that does those things, so I don't know who the checks have come from, but we have been paid for our services.
You think you've been paid by at least some Hess entity?
Or perhaps by the council.
Okay. On behalf of Hess.
Yes.
What is your compensation arrangement here? Is it hourly?
Yes, it is.
What's your hourly rate?
Usually it's stated in my report, and the only reason I'm hesitant to say what it is because my rates have changed. And I don't remember for this particular assignment. I don't think it's in here. Usually we state the rate.
No, that's the reason I asked the question.
Yes. If you had asked during my deposition, I probably would have gone and looked. I believe it's probably $600 an hour.
Okay, and how many hours have you spent on this engagement?
I don't know.
Well, can you give us an idea?
Maybe 100.
Okay, so maybe 100 at $600 an hour, and so 60,000, you think?
Maybe.
You're aware that there are mineral owners who grant oil and gas leases in exchange receive a royalty interest, are you not?
Yes, through a lease usually.
Yeah. And would you agree with me that such mineral owners and lessors do not pay a share of the production and well operation costs?
In my experience, that's a lease by lease determination. What costs are incurred, unless I misheard your question.
Well,
Sorry.
let's take it generally. I mean,
Okay.
generally, are you aware that mineral owners and lessors do not pay a share of production and well operation costs?
I did mishear your question.
Object compound.
I guess, so maybe clarify your objection.
He's asking production and operation.
break
I
it
think
up.
it's two separate questions.
Let's break it up.
Rephrase.
Generally, are you aware that mineral owners and lessors do not pay a share of production costs?
I would say generally, however, again, I think in my experience, every lease can have individual terms and conditions. So, and I've not really ever sat down and studied leases to accumulate, counts of who did or didn't and what they paid for and what they didn't. So it's not normally what I do. I don't interpret leases or negotiate leases.
Okay, well, Crowley Fleck made that statement to the commission in 2018. Do you have any reason to disagree with that statement, that generally mineral owners do not pay a share of production costs?
No, I guess not. I don't
Okay.
know the context of their comments, but no.
Well, it was in connection with whether the commission had jurisdiction over processing and gas transportation costs. That was the context.
Okay.
So, do you have any reason to dispute the representation to the commission that generally mineral owners and lessors do not pay well operating costs?
I'm just going to object that this calls for speculation. She's testified that she doesn't know the context of the statement.
She,
To the extent that she does have knowledge, she can answer, but it sounds like she's already stated.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
yes. Generally, would you agree with the representation that's been previously made to the commission that mineral owners and lessors do not pay a share of well operating costs?
And I would say in my experience, I'd say that's probably true. I mean, my mother is a royalty owner and get her statements every month, but I've really never studied to know one way or the other. I think my perspective would be based on what I've heard, that's probably true.
And it's your opinion in this case that the post-production costs at issue are costs incurred to operate a well on a spacing unit, right?
Those costs are incurred, yes, to keep the wells operating, yes.
Are you aware that Hess-Bakken has been deducting processing and transportation and compression costs from revenue paid to royalty owners?
I have not looked at any of their royalty payments, so no, I don't know how they handle that.
Okay. If you can give me 1 second, I'm trying to decipher a question. Yeah, I got you. Just a couple more questions, Ms. Adair. Earlier, we were talking about, or you were referring to curtailment of gathering in connection with a question I asked of whether a midstream company controls Hess-Bakken's operations on a well site.
Sure.
When a situation occurs that there's a shut-in, who shuts in the well? Is it the operator?
Yes, the operator is the one who would shut in a well. However, because of the way low-pressure gathering systems work, if the pressure increases on the gathering system, that will automatically reduce the production without any intervention. But if the well has to be shut in, it would be the operator who does that.
Okay, it's not the midstream company, right?
It would not be, no. Not unless there were some emergency situation, I wouldn't think.
And then we were talking about the consequences of your opinion, whether, could be 10 miles, 50 miles, 200 miles from a well or a DSU. Let me ask you, where do you draw the line as to what is necessary to keep the oil and gas flowing? How far away, I guess, is the question.
Well, I think in this particular situation, we're talking about what's necessary to keep the fluids flowing from the DSUs associated with the subject wells. So that would be the cost to get the oil and gas to the interstates or to the export facilities from the basin. And so I think we've been talking about all those costs today, gathering, compression, et cetera, that are between the well pads and the downstream pipes taking oil and gas out of the basin.
Well, let me make it clear to you. Maybe my question was a little ambiguous. You recall giving your testimony at your deposition in this case where you took the position that marketing costs are necessary to keep oil and gas flowing.
Yes, and I believe that's true. I've worked in marketing.
Yeah. So your position is costs incurred all the way up to and through marketing are costs necessary and required to keep oil and gas flowing, right?
Yes, marketing can occur along the value chain in terms of where sales transactions take place, but the marketing function is usually, I think someone described it this morning, a group of individuals working in the same place. I think for Hess, those individuals work in Houston.
Okay. And I just asked in position one second. No further questions.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Lisa, your report, Exhibit 5, is labeled confidential on it. You don't intend to keep that confidential, are you?
I think that'd be a better question for my counsel. We typically label all of our reports confidential because we generally have information that clients may not want widely distributed in the public for all kinds of reasons, safety and
Can
that sort of
counsel answer that?
Yes, Mr. Hicks, at this time, we would not request any further confidential treatment of the report since it's been entered into the record. We're not filing a motion to seal it or anything like that at this time.
And Lisa, did you evaluate any of the post-production costs, such as transportation, compression, administrative costs? Did you evaluate whether those costs, not the amount of them, but those costs are reasonable?
So I want to make sure that I understand how you're asking it. One test, I think, for reasonableness would be the services that are being provided. Are those necessary to produce the wells and for the fluids to flow and get to the ultimate sales point and be accepted and leave the basin? So from an engineering perspective, perhaps, yes, definitely looking at that reasonableness test. Also, looking at capacities. Was the system way overbuilt? How were they managing that balance between production and capacity so that there wasn't a lot of unutilized equipment sitting around? That sort of thing. That's the reasonableness test, I think, at this stage.
Okay. And did you also evaluate whether the actual charge for those deductions was reasonable?
That would be a merits question, I believe. And so for this particular matter, no.
Okay, so you were just evaluating whether or not it should be allowed, not
Is,
the cost.
is it a
was.
cost that's necessary?
Okay.
And was it reasonably, I guess, what's the best word for it? Reasonably organized, engineering design, operational philosophy, those sorts of things.
Okay. And if I heard your testimony right, you didn't compare other post-production costs of other operators, what they were charging, what deductions they were making, did you? You just did it for Hess.
That's true. Again, I think that's probably something that somebody would have to do in the merits phase, but not necessarily for this phase.
And is it your understanding if Vitesse owns any minerals? Are they a mineral interest owner also?
So I'm probably not the best person to answer that question. My understanding is they own different types of interests, so perhaps there are mineral interests. I'm just not certain of that. I think we saw a royalty statement earlier, but I believe that might have been for an overriding royalty, so I don't know the details of how that came to be.
Okay, so the costs that you are claiming are necessary and reasonable, do you believe that those can be associated with either the working interest and the mineral interest, or does that just affect the working interest portion?
So I believe what we're talking about here today would be the cost that and this is my understanding, the cost that the operator would pass along to other interest owners with respect to any royalty. Based on my experience, that would be dependent on leases or whatever documents would create the relationship between the parties. So, and they're all so unique.
And you had indicated that you are not an expert on leasing, nor did you look at any of them.
I have not looked at the leases, no.
So you were talking about the crude oil rail facility charge.
Yes.
Do you believe that Hess is charging a rail facility charge on all wells?
And this would be a better question for Rom, but my understanding would be that it would be related to the total number of barrels that went by rail versus the total number of barrels that went by pipe. So it would be proportionate to the actual utilization in any given month. So if 100,000 barrels went by rail and 200,000 went by pipe, you would not charge all 300,000 barrels with the rail tariff. Only would be charged to the barrels proportionately that actually moved by rail.
Okay, I was uncertain exactly where you were going with this because I got the impression that you were saying that you need to have variability. You need to be able to go to the rail if the pipeline, for instance, went down.
Sure.
So I thought you were saying that the rail charge should be allowed every month because you need to have that facility available. even though you have never used it.
So the way the tariff works is it's a volume-based fee. So if you're not using it, you would not be incurring a tariff on it.
Okay, and that's your assumption.
I believe that's the way it works, yes. And again, that's something I think in the merits phase, all that detail will be available.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Lisa, I've got some questions with regards to Vitesse's Exhibit 00.
Oh, gosh, I just put that up.
That's that big chart.
Just one second. I've got it right here. All righty.
So this exhibit is a revenue statement for Hess-Bakken Investments to an owner. I think it purports to be a royalty owner statement. And I think it was your testimony that some of the items that appear here, in particular, transportation, processing, compression, are also operating costs that might be charged to a non-operated working interest owner. Is that correct?
Yes, I think with the caveat that, again, exactly which charges would appear on this royalty statement would be based on analysis that Hess does of the lease that underlies the interest.
Did you do any analysis of how those three categories are allocated? Transportation, for example, did you look at a subject well and look at how transportation charges were allocated to non-ops versus royalty owners? Was that part of your analysis?
No, only to the extent that I understand all those costs are captured and then bucketed, as Ram explained, based on the categories established by the NDIC. And so and this would be an assumption on my part, that then they would take a second look at those in the royalty side to bucket whatever costs that they are charging under the lease into those same categories. So I think it could be that if you could put a revenue statement side by side for a royalty interest side by side with a revenue statement for a working interest owner, those might look differently because they do individual lease by lease analysis at Hess. If that makes sense.
So it's your understanding that, for example, transportation charges, there's a certain amount of transportation charges associated with a well, and those are then allocated out, some to Hess, some to non-operated working interest owners, some to royalty owners, and they might be leased to Hess or they might be leased to the non-op,
Exactly.
but they get broken down by ownership. So they may appear on a royalty owner statement and also appear on a JIB.
Not for the post-production costs, I don't believe. I believe those post-production costs would appear in these categories, bucketed into these categories.
How would they be billed to a non-operated working interest owner then?
They go through the revenue statement. So it's on the revenue side, not on the cost side. And the way those costs are established is the tariff would be applied to 100% of the volume allocated to the well. That's how you would get the 100% charge. And then there's a sophisticated allocation process behind that. Again, Rom is probably a lot better versed at this than I am, but generally that's how it works.
So they're not charged out on a joint interest billing, they're charged against the revenue, on the revenue statement
Correct.
for non-operated working interest owners.
Yes.
And would that be true for all three of these categories?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions from staff?
Lisa, the transport and marketing of oil and gas, the focus of the testimony here has been because of the ramp up of the Bakken play in North Dakota, but the transport and marketing of oil and gas has always been necessary for production, hasn't it?
It has been. It just becomes more complicated when infrastructure is constrained. And so, and we saw that not only in the Bakken, we saw it in the Eagle Ford, we saw it in Marcellus. Everywhere that had this explosive growth, you had constraints to move out of those basins because they were all oversupplied.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none? Redirect, Mr. Forrester.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Ms. Adair, Mr. Evans asked you a bit on cross about the language in Century Code Section 380808, subsection 2. Do you remember that?
I do.
Does that statute use the phrase drilling and production of a well or drilling and operation?
My recollection, it says drilling and operation.
Okay. And circling back to the question on some of these questions on royalty owners, in your experience, are you aware whether royalty owners sometimes bear a share of post-production costs?
Yes, I know of instances where that has occurred, yes.
And your opinion in this case is that the post-production costs at issue are part of the cost for operation of a well on the subject wells operated by Hess Bakken, is that right?
Yes.
So given that is the fact whether a mineral owner may bear their share of well operation costs potentially dependent on whether those well operation costs include some post-production costs?
I guess it could.
In other words, if, for instance, the commission were to find that the cost for operation of the subject wells included post-production costs, it's possible that the royalty owners may bear some operation costs if those operation costs include post-production costs.
I guess that could happen, yes.
I want to clarify a little bit also about Vitesse's interests in the subject wells. Are you aware that Vitesse owns non-operating working interests in many of the subject wells?
That was my understanding, that that was the majority of their interest in the subject wells.
Non-operating working interests.
Yes.
And I know you were showing some excerpts at Vitesse Exhibit 00, but I'll just note for the record that stipulated Exhibit Hess 22 contains a full copy of a Hess revenue statement to Vitesse dated March 25, 2020. And Ms. Adair, based on your work on this case, are you aware, I know you talked about working interest owners generally, but are you aware that for Vitesse's working interests, that they would be charged their share of post-production costs on the revenue statement?
Yes, that's my understanding of how the information is transmitted.
Nothing further.
Recross?
It has to do with the question that just asked. Mr. Dare, are you aware of whether mineral leases specify the types of post-production costs that are deducted from royalty revenue?
In my experience, there can be many different forms of leases, so some might, sure.
But I asked you, are you aware of any mineral leases that actually specify what post-production costs are to be deducted from royalty revenue?
I can't say that I can recollect seeing something that has a listing, but I may have.
No further questions.
Anything further for this witness?
I do have a follow-up. Lisa, you said that you were aware that there were some mineral interest owners that were charged the post-production costs. Are you talking about post-production costs in gas or oil?
Mainly, what I was thinking about was gas.
Okay. And are you talking about North Dakota? Or just generally in lower 48? or
Good
what?
question. Generally, based on my experience, I don't believe I've looked at royalty statements in North Dakota with that in mind. It's not something that's come up in my work.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further from me. And at this time, we'll rest our case in chief.
All right. Well, I guess it's a little late to maybe be starting the Vitesse side, so why don't we conclude with the record here, and we will continue this hearing until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Or, I guess before we,
I'm just wondering how much we can leave in the hearing room tonight,
I guess we can discuss that
off the record.
off then.
Thank you.
Everything should be safe. We secure that door, and it requires a fob to get in. And then the outside door will lock at 5 o'clock. And only oil and gas employees can get in.
Thank you. That's great.
But you won't be able to get back in before 8 a.m. tomorrow. Because until the oil and gas employees here to fob somebody in.